pocket of lies. You look right through my disguise. Now every scar wants your light. Every bad day wants your bite. I've been begging in the dark for a spark, for a spark. Pull me in, pull me under. Say my name like thunder. I've been living half asleep. Now you pull the truth out of me. Yeah, see, take me to church, make this restless body learn. I'll worship like a dog at the altar of your scorn. See, the goddess got me. See, the goddess got me. I fall hard.
All right, Ling Ling, are you there? Do you want to chat? Anybody else?
If heaven's got a back door, I'm already knocking. If you say come closer, then my heart keeps walking.
Howdy.
Hello.
What do you
How's it
want?
going? What do I want?
Yeah, what do you want?
Music's terrible.
Don't tell bro about that.
Okay. Let me just share this with him.
I said don't. I didn't say do it. I said don't do it.
It's constructive criticism, so we can do better.
Okay, it better not be for me.
Hey, Sammy.
Hey,
How's everyone?
I'm telling you, the people on this app today, well, actually, no, it's not just today, but good Lord, they have been on some shit.
Really?
What happened?
I mean, it's just been crazy town.
Where'd you go? Where'd you find crazy people?
There was a pretty good amount in CT's life, even though, Leo was the main one, and then of course it was hilarious because then Leo and Tabasco started arguing with each other, which was hilarious to watch.
I'm sorry, who's arguing? Hey, Brenda Van.
Hello.
Asshole. I can't remember that guy's name.
I didn't understand the Leo saga. Like, he came up and he's like a Trump supporter, and then he's like, well, I'm a homeless vet. And then we're like, yeah, Trump shit to homeless vets. And then everyone's like, yeah. And then he's like, yeah, I hate Trump. And then he started arguing with Tabasco. And then I left because I was like, I don't need this shit in my life.
CT. So that would have been, I can't think of his name. So Leo Rex or whatever.
Yeah, and I know he also has another username that he'll use sometimes too, but I can't think of what it is.
Brian Puckett, but he's been around for a long time. He's actually got like 10 fucking usernames.
Didn't Trump open the largest homeless vet facility in Los Angeles in the country?
Trump didn't open anything in Los Angeles.
Yeah, why would Trump open
He won't even give California funding.
That's a ridiculous statement.
Yeah, they literally
I seem to recall that.
What was it? They cut Medicare and Medicaid funding
Thank you,
specifically
host.
for
You're the
LA,
best.
or well, for California.
Yeah.
So real quick, we got a break. All right, everyone, tap that screen. You got to press the love heart thing. Let's get it going here. Trying to get mod. So let's
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
tap. You know, he's a socialist. He believes everyone should be equal. And I should have the ability to be mod, and we're working on that relationship as we speak. But please tap that screen and get him on out. And yeah, thank you, host.
Yeah, right here. Let me see. ABC 7th, Saturday, May 10th, 2025. Trump signs executive order to establish National Center for Homeless Veterans in Western Los Angeles. You guys didn't hear about that?
Did it open?
Praise to our lovely president. I do love President Trump. Go ahead, Elisa.
Did it open?
Yeah, right here. West Los Angeles, an organization seeking to develop the nation's largest supporting housing community for military veterans experiencing homelessness, Friday praised Donald J. Trump executive order to establish a national center for homeless veterans in West Los Angeles. The order directs the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to establish a national center for warrior independence and for Veterans Affairs campus. It's the largest in the nation.
Did it open?
Wow. Let's see.
I'm glad I voted for Trump
I'm glad you did too.
You sound like
because
a child. You
I
sound
know
like
this
a
looks
fetus.
hard right.
All right, Curtis.
Curtis, how old are you? Age and race?
No, age.
I am 33 and my race is white.
Thank you. All right,
Are you really 33?
Yes.
Wait, what are you doing, my guy? Are you trying to take over my panel right now?
No, it's a tryout. It's just a tryout for mod. Thank you.
I'm 33 and I'm white.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There's no reason to make people suffer, just so you know.
You know what? They can fucking make anyone suffer at this point because our economy in war times is only going to get better for some reason.
Yeah, because it's pretty hard to get worse. However, the gas prices are still fucking skyrocketing, so I don't know. It seems to be getting worse.
All right, the oil prices are going down. Just to give an opposite perspective of the situation on oil, I believe they're going down, and it's going to reflect in a couple of months. And so when the oil prices go down, right, host, it reflects. It takes about a month or so for it to reflect in the nation, right? Once the oil prices go down.
We're going to have huge spikes before the election, before the midterm.
All right, well, I disagree with that. I think it's going to be 250 before election because people will then vote for who if the gas prices are at 250.
They're not going to vote for Trump, and it's not going to be at 250. And I'm going to say this right now, May 19th. 2026, President Trump promised to house 6,000 homeless veterans in LA. His budget funds $0. 1 year after President Trump's executive order to build housing for thousands of homeless veterans in Los Angeles, advocates say that little has been done. About a year ago, he issued an executive order, but now they're raising questions about what, if anything, is happening. There's absolutely nothing happening. There are no funds dedicated toward it. He made an executive order and nothing has happened.
Because the state's fighting it, FYI.
Well, yeah, if you read the article from ABC, it says, quote, funds previously spent on housing or other services for illegal aliens will be redirected to construct, establish, and maintain the center, the order states.
Oh, so he has no funding. Gotcha. And so his executive order was meaningless because he can't fund the damn thing anyway, and he doesn't really care about veterans.
Well, no, that's how you see. This is the problem, Mojo, that I've been having with you. You act as though he's not trying.
He's not trying to do anything. He doesn't give a fuck about anybody.
Stopping it. You see who's stopping it, and they are the problem. Yes or no?
No.
Oh my goodness.
No.
I think the DOJ
Trump,
is the problem.
The only thing he's trying to do is trick stupid people. That's all. The only thing he's trying to do.
The only thing Biden
he has
was
not
doing
been
was
good to
sniffing
veterans.
children.
Oh, can you hear me? Is my mic working?
Yes, I'm sorry. I was just thinking of Biden sniffing children, and nobody cared then. So go ahead.
Okay. So he has been cutting funding to California. Even though California is a donor state, I live in California. He's been cutting funding to California and trying to fight California on everything. He did that veterans bill to trick stupid people into thinking that he was trying to do something good for veterans, even though he had no intention of it going through, and he knew it wouldn't go through. And that's why my first question when Brendan said, he build the biggest blah, 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 blah. And then I said, did he build it? Because I knew that it was propaganda. And Trump is really good at saying things and then not following through with them. But then his whole base is like, he did this, because nobody ever asks, did he do it?
Yeah, but he did do it, and then I see the force that's stopping it from going through as a policy.
The administration budget request doesn't fund a single new bed on the campus this year. NPR reached out to the VA for clarification, but they didn't answer by airtime.
So if I said to you, I'm writing an executive order that says we are going to put in a pool in your backyard, and I signed that executive order, and then I gave it to you and said, okay, now build the pool with your coffee money that you spend, and you said, what? I don't have any coffee money. And aren't you going to pay for the pool? And I said, no, you have to pay for the pool with your money that's going to your coffee budget. That's what he did.
Gangster.
He didn't give you a pool. I didn't give you a pool.
Okay,
I said you have to have one.
Yeah. Gangster, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
34, Trump.
All right. Why? Wait, do you still support him?
Yes.
What's wrong with you?
There's nothing wrong with you, Gangster, but I'm glad he's letting a diverse group of people up here to freely express their opinion. So go ahead, Gangster.
Yeah. So that homeless thing is in its development stage. It has to be, funds have to be redirected from the illegal immigrant fund and the housing programs to fund the housing project that will give 5,000 to 6,000 homeless vets a place to stay within the VA.
You understand that Donald Trump can't tell the state how to spend its money, right?
It was an executive order, so it would be federally. So the VA is not state; it's a federal.
Yeah, he'd have to provide the funds.
VA is federal.
Okay, so the housing funds that you're talking about didn't come from the VA. Those would be state funds.
Come from somewhere else.
Donald Trump is trying to force California to pay for something that they didn't want or didn't agree to spend money on. So if Donald Trump's going to write an executive order, he's going to have to fund that executive order, and he hasn't funded it at all.
Imagine the gall Donald Trump has in expecting that the state of California would care more about homeless vets than they do about illegal immigrants. Imagine
if Donald Trump cared, he would get funding. If Donald Trump cared, he'd get funding for it. But he doesn't give a shit. He just wants to posture.
Well, when the Democrats keep saying that he doesn't like veterans and he does something, and then the state is stopping it, it shows the true colors.
He didn't do anything.
No, he did do something. He tricked all of these guys into thinking he did something, and that's all he wanted to do. He doesn't care about the veterans. He doesn't care about these voters.
I can't let you, no, that's projection. You can't repeat the same thing over and over again for an hour. I mean, come on now.
So
why not?
I do have a question. You guys keep talking about that the state is fighting it, right? Is that what you're saying? Or they're blocking it, or something like that.
That's what somebody else said.
Technically, what's happening is California is not willing to pay something to the federal government and do what, host?
There is litigation surrounding it, and Congress was trying to fund it, but they couldn't because they're not getting the information from the VA. So the VA's got a whole bunch of NDAs going on, and Congress doesn't even get access to those NDAs. So according to the NPR article that I was reading, it is tied up in litigation, and they're not going to be able to get any funding for it at all.
And that's where
I've always told you, putting it up at the VA.
The VA
host. That's why I've always told you the judicial system needs to be reformed. And I know you would agree with that, right?
There are a bunch of NGOs that have NDAs that are not allowing government access to if and what it's going to cost and if and when it's going to cost it. So Congress can't even allocate funds at all because they don't have the information needed to fund it. They were trying to put it forth in Congress, though. And it didn't work. Donald Trump's not helping the situation at all either. I assume that the litigation is, they didn't say what it was, but I assume that it is the state suing the federal government saying, if you expect us to build this,
be honest,
then
though,
you have to pay
been a problem,
then you have to pay to build it.
The VA has always been a problem, host. Can we at least agree on that? I can tell you from like 1980s, the VA has been horrible.
The VA has like a 92% approval rating or some shit. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
The VA. Oh, okay. Well, we'll have to disagree with that. I don't think the VA's been doing a good job for years. And every other year we blame the president who's president. Oh, well, he doesn't treat the veterans well, whether you're Democrat or Republican.
What's the Democrats' approval rating right about now?
Irrelevant. The people that get out.
Someone Google it. You can't say irrelevant. You gave Republicans.
I can say irrelevant. This isn't about Republicans. The VA on their outpatient services has a 92% approval rating from veterans. This is just reality. I'm sorry.
A nice poll.
You guys like to bitch about the VA for whatever reason, but you've got no information to back that shit up.
No information, but knowing people that struggle with the VA and can't get shit because there's litigation up their ass. Yeah, okay, host. Come on now, Mojo. You know how litigation works and how our judicial system is screwing us. That's why I don't like me and you got a lot of like if you disagree with me sometimes. The judges are all
I think
corrupt.
I disagree with you all the time.
What's corrupt?
I don't think
just
judges.
saying, you know what's corrupt? The judges, they make these laws.
I don't think, other than Clarence Thomas, I don't think the judges are corrupt.
Oh, Stevens. Oh, really?
What?
Oh, come on. Yes, okay.
Wait, are you talking about Justice Roberts? I'm trying to remember. Is there still one name Stevens? There's Gorsuch, Alito, Thomas. Yeah, we haven't had a Stevens in a long time.
I love what Trump is doing in Iran.
Sorry, yep.
Iran is awesome. They're going to take that over.
Why is that awesome?
What?
Because it's the Kurdish are gathering to fight Iran on its northern western border.
So why is that awesome to take over Iran?
Because they can get their land back.
Who's they?
The Kurds.
Kurds?
Yeah, the Kurds kind of shit the bed last couple months, my guy. We gave them a whole bunch of weapons and Starlinks to give to the people of Iran, and they kept them. So we're not very happy with the Kurds right now.
Yes, but they're making an offensive. They're gathering people. So people from Norway, Belgium, all that were the Kurdish. They're coming and gathering.
The Kurds are in Syria, right?
Kurds are all over Syria, Iraq. There's Kurds in Jordan. There's Kurds all over a lot of the Middle East.
They're gathering
so which Kurds did we give Kurds Starlink?
The ones in Iraq.
Yep.
Okay.
And they're gathering from all over the world.
Okay.
They're going to do an offensive within a couple weeks.
Yeah, I'm going to say they're not going to be able to do much of anything, especially from the north. There's a whole lot of space between the north and Tehran. A whole lot of mountains, too, and a whole lot of fighters. I don't think the Kurds stand a chance there without our help, and I don't think we're going to put boots on the ground at all, because if we put boots on the ground, we're there for fucking 20 years.
Well, Afghanistan was the longest, so I don't think that's 20 years is a... Right, so all the other wars were not 20 years.
We were fighting
just in reversal.
We were fighting the Taliban in Afghanistan. Do you think we can, and it took 20 years for us to get out and lose, do you think we're going to be able to do any better in Iran when they're actually better armed and better trained?
Yes.
You're
crazy.
Fight
a conventional warfare. Just like Iraq, and we took those guys down in a couple months.
No, it took 9 years to get out of Iraq too.
Not out of Iraq. We didn't want to leave Iraq.
Yeah,
so we took out their conventional war. We'll have to military. We took out.
We'll have to do the same thing in Iran. Even if we accomplish that, even if we take out their government, we still have to replace the government, and we have to ensure that it stays in place. And we're going to have to ensure the security of the people there, which means we're going to be there for at the very minimum 10 years, but probably more like 20 years. And who knows if it's going to fail like Afghanistan did. at that point.
Well,
This whole thing is a fucking
succeeded in
farce.
Pakistan.
This whole thing is a farce. We didn't do anything in Pakistan.
Yeah, we did. We gave them democracy. Yeah,
no, you're crazy. We have never given anybody democracy. You can't give somebody democracy. They have to fight for their own democracy.
Japan.
We didn't give them democracy. We rebuilt the entire country, and they decided to choose democracy, and they stuck with it. You can't give somebody or force somebody to be democratic.
You don't think they emulated our example, Mojo?
I don't know what they emulated, but I'm just telling you, you can't force democracy on people.
And why are you on the side acting like democracy is good when you're actively voting against it now?
Oh, I do not condone full democracy.
Where is democracy on the ballot? Alyssa.
There.
Where's democracy on the ballot? How are we voting against democracy, Alyssa?
Are you voting to consolidate power in the executive branch?
Okay, where does that vote happen?
Is that your intention by voting Republican? Are you voting to consolidate power in the executive branch?
Maybe.
Yeah. When you voted for Donald Trump, that's most certainly what you did.
Why are you fucking arguing with me then?
Well, yeah.
You agree with me.
Wait, real quick. Democracy.
I don't agree with you. I think if there's a logjam in the Congress, we need a strong executive to get shit done. You're welcome.
That is anti-democratic,
because one-party systems are never corrupt.
Wait, that is anti-democratic, sir. You asked where we're voting on it. She just told you. You get that, right?
No, what she's saying is that the idea that voting for Donald Trump is voting against democracy is ridiculous on its face.
No, she just proved it to you. She just proved it to you. The unitary executive theory is anti-democratic. Giving more power to the executive branch. We are a democracy.
We're a democracy?
Yes, we are.
We're a republic. We use democracy.
God, I fucking hate this shit.
Republic.
All right, can anybody define for me what a fucking republic is?
It's a representative government.
That is incorrect. Can you tell me why England is not a republic?
Because it's under a king. It's a monarch.
There you go.
Under the king.
That's the definition of republic, is to not have a monarch. That's it. That's all. Nothing more.
So why do you not participate in a democracy?
A republic is a state in which supreme power is held by the people and their elected representatives, which has been elected or nominated president rather than a monarch.
There you go. There's the answer right there. The only difference between the United States and Great Britain is that they have a fucking monarch. So the only thing that being a republic means is that you have a monarch or you don't have a monarch. That's it. That's all it means.
Great Britain, the monarch is a figurehead.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They still have a monarch. They are not a republic.
Okay. Regardless of the amount of consolidation of power within the executive branch, if you still hold elections every 4 years, it is still a democracy and it's still a republic.
No, but if you're giving power to an authoritarian, if you're giving a power to an authoritarian power or executive, then you are basically creating an authoritarian government, a dictatorship, monarchy in some form. You are taking away democracy.
Why are we
linking
Curtis Yarvin? Why are we linking Curtis Yarvin's theory to Donald
Nobody
J.
said
Trump?
anything about Curtis Yarvin.
You just said unitary executive. That's his theory.
No, that's not his theory. That was something that was put forth in Project 2025.
Actually, the United States is a constitutional federal republic and a representative democracy.
Correct. Just because an executive has authority does not make him an authoritarian.
It does, because it takes away the power from the people, because the people give their power to their representatives. And if that power is being taken away by one unitary executive, then you are looking at more of a dictatorship, which is taking democracy away. You have voted quite literally, and you support taking that democracy away. That's what you're voting for.
No, we do not.
Yes, you do.
Jesus H. Christ.
You just said you did.
Again. No, I didn't.
Yes, you want to take power away from Congress.
No, what I said was simply because an executive has authority does not make him an authoritarian. And simply because there is a chief executive who plenipotentiary's power rests does not make him a fascist. But that's what you guys are saying. We are observing a logjam in Congress, which facilitates the need to put more power in the executive because we can't get anything done with these chuckleheads in Congress.
What powers
That
are
log
given?
jam is called checks
Term
and
limits.
balances.
Oh,
You would
okay.
agree with term limits, right, Mojo? You would agree
No.
with term limits in Congress?
No.
Oh my God, you're one of them
Wow.
Great Britain. You come from the long lines of Great Britain in the UK model. Yeah, good luck with that.
That's a confederacy. That's what the Confederacy modeled after.
Okay.
Brenda Van, are you sure you want one branch of the government to hold that much power? You know Trump's not going to be president forever.
In what way did I quantify the power I want the executive to hold?
You said that Congress doesn't do anything and you want the executive branch to have more power.
Yeah, I said there's currently a logjam in Congress, and there have been many
Congress's power to the president.
Yeah, I said more power to the president. I didn't say all of the power. He should still have to face an election every 4 years. Maybe we can argue for a term or two more, but if there is a lack of
He's
movement
even
in
arguing
Congress
for
at
a
all,
fucking monarchy right now. What the fuck? You're arguing
It's
to
not a
vote for a
monarchy.
fucking authoritarian government. It's crazy, Brendan. She asked you the question. You thought it was
No.
strange that she asked you the question.
How many terms
And then
did
and then you
FDR
explained.
serve,
Then you
Mojo?
explained her question
Was FDR
perfectly
a
as to
monarch,
why
Mojo?
she was correct.
3 terms.
3 terms. Was FDR a monarch, Mojo?
We had to create an entire amendment to stop him from running again.
Wow,
I would say
wonderful
that's probably
non-answer.
pretty bad.
I guess I'll ask it again.
I would say
Hey,
that's
Mojo, was
probably pretty
FDR a
bad.
monarch?
No, he did leave after that amendment was passed.
There we go. So he wasn't a monarch.
What
even
you're
though he got
saying
an
right
extra
now
term.
is you want to give all the power to Trump and then allow him to have the power to change the laws that will enable him to run like
Negative. That is not what I said. That is
That's
what you
literally-
are hearing because you are a leftist and you
To
make
agree.
shit up. Your
Agree upon
superpower
that.
is delusion.
that's literally what you said.
That is not literally what I
He
said.
said the only power he doesn't have is that he will be or he has a term limit. But we can still work.
No.
We can also
No,
work
what I
on
said was-
extending the
is-
term limits.
what the
That's
fuck?
literally what you said.
That's
I
not
don't
what
think
he
you know
said.
what the word literally means.
What?
I said I don't
That's
think you know what the word
literally
literally
what you
means.
said.
He said
Alyssa,
we can argue for another term.
No.
the Congress
He
law.
said.
I
Wait,
think
what
this
was
is
it?
just, Ling Ling, I think this is just proof that they don't even know themselves what they are doing, what they're voting for, what they are thinking. Like, they
Hey,
don't
listen,
even know
They just
themselves.
want Daddy Trump. They want Daddy Trump
Yeah,
as
they
long as they
want-
can keep Daddy Trump.
Yeah, it's so strange.
Alyssa, what's the average IQ for Californians?
Who the fuck cares?
95.
I don't think
You're right above Mississippi.
I don't think that is a known thing. I don't think they know the average IQ. And what you may not know about California is it's a minority majority, which means that not everybody here is white, and that many people are immigrants from other countries all over the world. And so if they were looking at school testing, that might include people who don't have English as their first language. Which
Wait, did you say
does not-
95?
Yeah.
That changes everything.
Well, if
And
the tests were
Mississippi's
given in the
94.
people's native language, it might mean something.
Yeah, so why is Florida a lot higher? And they have people just like you stating with the immigrants and the illegals. Why are they much higher?
Are you?
That argument is just farce.
I don't even know where you're getting this data, and I don't
Florida
believe
does
it.
not have more immigrants than California.
Oh, why do they teach English to the Hispanic children in the schools.
It's a good idea.
We teach English in our schools too.
Oh no, they
And
have a
it's not just
specific class that they go to.
Hispanic-speaking kids. There's
Where are you
literally
getting-
ESL classes.
Where are you getting the IQ numbers from? Where are you getting this information? Because I'm not into it.
World Population Review has IQ by state for 2026. Florida, approximately 98. California, approximately 96. The smartest state in the country is New Hampshire. New Hampshire and Massachusetts.
Which is like 102. Yeah, it's like
104.
No, Massachusetts is higher.
104.2 in New Hampshire and 104.3 in Massachusetts.
So it's all within like 5 points of each other, which is nothing.
Yeah.
I don't even get your point.
It's all within the, it's all within the average. All of it's within the average.
Average is what?
90,
Yeah, 'cause I would like to know what the
90 to
standard
109.
deviations are.
90 to 109 is considered average intelligence.
No, it's not.
It is.
Average of the United States is 99, between 99 and 100, depending on what model you have taken.
He's not
average
understanding what you're saying,
intelligence, not the average of American intelligence. He meant average intelligence is between 99 and 109.
Yeah. So, according to standard
God.
according to standard clinical classifications, like the Westchester Intelligence Scales, an IQ score between 90 and 109 falls squarely into normal or average range.
And hey, on that world population thing, does it have standard deviations at all on it, or is it just a straight number?
Just a number.
Because if they were actually doing statistics, there should be a standard deviation.
Are you going to bring up average IQs in other parts of the world? I'm just curious if that's where you were going with that.
Yeah. And like, guess
Are we
what?
moving on
The
to
US
race
has-
next? Are we moving on to race next?
I'd rather not.
The U.S. has brought Western society to African countries, and their IQ is jumping within the last 10 years 15 points.
Are you a racist, sir?
Wow, they're learning how to take American standardized tests?
Wait, are you a racist, sir?
So they're becoming.
Are you a racist? Are you a white supremacist? Are you a white nationalist, white Christian nationalist?
Nope. I don't know what that has to do with what we do for the
only people
world.
that I've ever talked to that talk about IQ are those people.
So you don't think intelligence is a key factor in delusional thinking?
Delusional thinking? No, I don't. I do, however, think Republicans are idiotic.
Hey, Pants. I could have sworn we already had this discussion about like IQ and stuff like that, and that I feel like you were on the panel with us when we were talking about how flawed the IQ test actually is, and how discriminatory it actually is.
Wrong.
You guys just brought up stats
why
about
is that
IQ
West
like 5
Virginia
minutes
guy
ago.
that?
Yeah, Gangster
she wasn't
did.
talking to you.
Gangster brought it up.
I don't care.
You don't care? Of course you don't care. You hate women too, right? You're just one of those guys.
It's a panel. So then why is the modern economics brought by a country folk that all the economics is run off the mathematics?
The fuck did you just say?
And then he was unalived with his wife in a taxi.
What the fuck are you talking about?
See this the economic
I don't follow the
formula
Christian
that we
nationalists.
use
I don't follow the white Christian
is
nationalist
from a
talking
West
points.
Virginian.
I think that he's too smart for us, Mojo.
Are you talking about Keynes?
I think so, Alyssa.
Are you talking about Keynes, Ralph Maynard Keynes? Because the economics that we use right now were designed by or thought of by Ralph Maynard Keynes. And we're in a Keynesian economic system. Do you know what that is,
West
gangster?
Virginian.
Keynes. Keynes
West
is what we use right
Virginia.
now. Keynes is what we use right now. Are you familiar with Keynesian economics?
I always thought it was Keynesian. That's weird.
I just said that. Keynesian? Didn't I just say that?
Gangster, who was the guy you were talking about?
Anyway, vote for Bible guy.
What the fuck?
I like that.
Economics a model.
What?
It's a style of growth, I guess. Like you could say it's like top down progressive taxation, spending money to stimulate growth, quantitative easing, all that crap.
Why is it that Republicans never know anything about economics?
You know what? I think it's by design, and I think that I've been reading a lot about the public school system and how it was set up to, the public school system was set up to make everybody think the same and be the same and act the same and go to work and work hard and do, like enjoy authoritarian rule. And so I think this may just be a product of the American public school system. Like it's working as designed. They're these little guys who are like, Trump put the biggest VA place in LA, even though he didn't and he's not going to. Like, they're just following their leader.
You didn't know shit about
Brendan,
that. I brought it up.
Because nothing happens, Brendan.
What the hell are you even talking about?
Why would we know about it?
Well, okay, so just give an idea of how the goalpost has moved since I got up here. The same kind of vitriol that you leftists push on this wretched app on the daily basis. Trump hates veterans. Trump hates people. Trump supporters are just stupid. So I said, in response to the veterans, that didn't Trump offer and push for the largest veteran housing area in the country in Los Angeles? Now I said, no, absolutely not. So I proved it. It's held up in litigation and development.
You did not say that. You now changed what you said. You said Trump built the largest veterans hospital.
Building.
You said built. You said built, and now you're changing it. And I said, did it happen? Did it happen? Then you said the executive order, and I said, okay, did it happen? And you know why I asked that?
Why is that?
Because I'm not going to believe Trump's weird propaganda shit, and you are. So
you're just conditioned to
the fact that I was right, and it hasn't been built, and there's no funding for it, proves
he's pushing to build it.
My question was appropriate.
Leftists are stopping it. They're trying to stop it. It's held up in litigation and development.
No. Yes. You are propagandized, my friend. Here's the thing.
You didn't know about the executive order, did you?
No.
Right.
I did.
We don't get propagandized by right wing media.
Executive orders is propagandizement?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry if I missed one in the, how many are we up to now?
Yeah.
So the thing is.
Yeah.
The thing is.
So a child in the womb isn't a child, and a guy wearing a dress is a woman. And you say, I'm propagandized.
You are?
A guy wearing a dress is a guy wearing a dress.
Oh. Just checking. Just checking your temperature. No.
And a child in the womb is a child in the womb.
The electorate constantly laughs at you, and you say we're propagandized.
Don't you are propagandized? Where do you get your news? You get your news from some fucking dude on YouTube that does 30-minute segments, and he bitches about immigrants all over the place. That's where you get your news. Yes, you are propagandized, Brendan.
I aggregate my news from all over. Mojo.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
I'll tell you who else. No.
I
know you want to bring up Paul Joseph Watson because I brought up a video. But if you remember, the first person to bring up Nick Shirley on your live,
Nick Shirley is propaganda too.
Okay,
Nick Shirley is 100% propaganda.
So if you're interested in a really good creator, I suggest you watch the Black Conservative Perspective on YouTube.
There's more propaganda. There's more propaganda.
Okay, of course.
Here you are
because
pushing
anything
the propaganda.
that flies in the face of leftist nonsense must be propaganda, right?
There's the real world.
I don't know. You guys don't even. You guys don't even get the full story on anything. You thought this thing was built already, for Christ's sake. It hasn't even been funded. None of it's been built. Not a single bed has been put together. Not one.
Right. It's held up in litigation.
Yeah, see, this is the problem, Brendan. You read this fucking headline. You read this fucking headline on Twitter, and you think you read this fucking headline on Twitter. You read this fucking. Why the fuck are you talking? You read this fucking headline on Twitter, and you think you have some gotcha or some story to talk about, and yet when anybody dives deep down into it, they realize that everything you just said is absolute bullshit.
Negative.
Every fucking time.
You guys said some nonsensical bullshit about Trump not liking veterans. So I, from memory, from a year ago, pulled up what Trump was attempting to do in Los Angeles. Y'all all said nuh-uh, so I showed you the article. And now because, my memory wasn't perfectly clear from a fucking year ago? Not a fucking tweet, Mojo. My memory a year ago. Yes, it did fucking happen. And now you are trying to cope with the fact that other pinched leftists in California care more about illegal immigrants than they do about fucking veterans.
And that's the propaganda right there.
And you say I'm propagandized.
Do you know how much California gives in federal funding above what they receive in federal funding? Do you know?
This old gem. I'm sure you're going to say. Go ahead and say it.
Over $400 billion a year.
Awesome.
And do you know all Trump had to do was say, here, we're going to take some of that money and fund this thing for you. But no, he didn't do that. And he actually cut funding to programs in California. Yeah. So we're not propagandized because we are living in the reality of what is happening in California.
Did Trump win the 2024
in the imagination of
Did Trump win the 2024 election?
Did Trump win the? Yeah.
Okay.
Who won the 2020 election?
Harris. Joseph Biden was inaugurated, wasn't he?
He won't say it. Ew.
There it is. Yeah, he's one of those people that won't say it.
I was expecting the Biden got it certified.
He was inaugurated.
I think the funniest thing I ever saw, speaking of propaganda, is Jamie Raskin was fighting with JD Vance, and he's like, you know why there was a sudden job opening for VP, JD? Because they tried to hang your predecessor.
I have a question, Donovan. I'm sorry. I think we're up to a $1.5 trillion budget for the Department of War or Defense, whatever you want to call it. Is that correct? Something like that.
It's pretty high.
Yeah. Do you think some of that money should be used to fund VA?
Yes.
I know it's a separate department, but do you think that this particular facility in LA could have been built already if he'd have chosen to ask for that instead, or at the same time?
Probably.
So why didn't he do that? And then on top of that, why didn't he do that? And why do we now have 50 more?
If it wasn't held up in litigation?
It would have been built if he'd have funded it.
Do you suppose that the Democrats in California are going to oppose what is useful as building housing for veterans?
Yes, they absolutely would support it. As a matter of fact, what it's doing is taking the place of a current location that's actually being used to house veterans. It's just an upgrade on the location. There are people living there already. There are veterans living there already, just so you know. They've been living there for quite a long time. This was just an upgrade. And Donald Trump refused to fund it. But he did fund a war in Iran, if I'm not mistaken, as well. And now we have another 15 soldiers that we have to put underground, right? I mean, this is, I'm sure he loves them soldiers, doesn't he?
Who cares?
Clearly.
He chose that job.
Who cares? There you go. There's that fucking praise for the fucking military. What the fuck?
Did you go to war? I bet you didn't go to war. It's a job. It's a duty. They signed up for it.
And you can say the same thing about the veterans too, right? It's a job. They signed up for it. They knew what they were getting. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they can be homeless. Fuck them, right? Isn't that what you're saying?
We're talking about active duty service members.
That is exactly what he said. Fuck them. They signed up for it. They signed up for it. And if they come back here and they can't find a house, that's on them, man. They signed up for that shit. They knew what they were getting.
And if they weren't,
you guys don't give two shits about the military. You don't give two shits about veterans, and you're up here trying to posture like you do care. That's fucking gross. You guys are gross.
That was really slick, Mojo. So we don't care about the veterans because you fucking say so? Because
that jackass just said he doesn't care about the fucking
from the defense budget doesn't go to VA.
No, because the other fucking jackass Republican on the panel said he doesn't give a shit about the military at all because they signed up for it. So fuck
that
them.
was ill-advised.
Brendan, do you have selective hearing? Because Gangster literally just said that he doesn't care.
I heard him.
No, I said who cares that there's 15?
But
who cares? They chose that.
Yeah.
They chose that job. That chose that duty.
Yeah, and they chose to be veterans
so they knew
as well.
So
who cares about them, right? Who cares about the veterans? Yeah, they chose it. So who cares about them when they come back as veterans and homeless? Who cares about them? Who cares?
I don't know. Those red flag laws in California do.
The red flag laws. Now you're worried about veterans that are homeless getting guns. Now you're worried about homeless veterans getting guns. Are you serious?
Wait,
I didn't say that. I said the opposite of that.
I'm sorry, Gangster, but don't the red flag laws actually shoot, I'm losing my train of thought. Don't they actually protect the veterans coming back that don't have the mental health services that they need?
No. I don't even, what comprehension are you going on? Red flag laws. I could say that you're mentally ill right now, and then the police will come up and just arrest you, right? That's what you guys want.
That's not how red flag laws work. But it would also keep a pew-pew out of the hands of a veteran that is contemplating unaliving themselves, right?
But fuck the veterans, right?
I think that's,
who cares? He doesn't care about veterans.
Yeah.
He doesn't care about
Hold on a second.
So the veterans, if they want to just unalive themselves, it's okay. They can do it. One less mouth to feed.
This is a fellow voter yours.
Yeah.
Brendan.
Listen. I endorse very few people that come up on this panel. Yes, President Trump has increased funding for the Department of Veterans Affairs during his time in office. Fiscal year 2019, he proposed a $12.1 billion increase, totaling $198 billion for the VA. For fiscal year 2020, he requested $220.2 billion, a 9.6 increase from the previous year. In fiscal 2027, his administration proposed a record $488 billion for the VA, marking a 7.7 increase from the previous year. So what are you complaining about exactly? You were saying something about Donald Trump not caring about veterans. You pinched leftist.
I wasn't listening. Kind of sick of the propaganda, but Stephen, can I get your age?
That's not propaganda.
Providers are Democrats.
Can we just move on?
Stephen, can I get your age? And
sure.
Yeah, and who you voted for?
I'm 26, and I voted for Harris in the last presidential election.
Fucking liberals. And fuck the Broncos. Anyway.
Mojo, was it because he had red, white, and blue in his profile pic that you thought he was MAGA?
He's a private account, or I couldn't look him up. So.
Oh, sorry. No, that's Jameis Winston. He's just a Giants player. But anyways, I just came up because when Brendan asked like who we as liberals or people that are further on the left won the 2024 election, I was just shocked that you thought we were going to say anyone other than Trump. Did you think that we were going to deny it?
Without getting into too much detail, I've experienced lots of leftists on this wretched dystopian hellscape that present that Elon Musk had let's say, a role to play in the election. Yeah, I've heard it a lot. That's why I asked.
Okay. Have you heard any elected officials propagate any conspiracies about the election being rigged one way or another in 2024?
I bet I can find one or two.
One or
bet
two? How
AOC
about
said
like
it.
the tens of them from the one before that were conservative and Republican?
Yeah, you're talking about during the C19 era, then?
Well, I'm talking about 2020. I don't know how much or how little.
Well,
we
yeah,
can talk about
that
on
would
here,
be
but-
smack dab in the middle of that era. And I think it's interesting that I have to modulate my speech so Mojo's live doesn't get pulled down. Isn't that interesting?
Well, I mean, that's not pertinent to the discussion. That's just TikTok's rules.
No, it is.
Probably
It's
rules because they don't want.
It's a
people
vestigial
live,
tale of the
no,
Biden
but-
administration.
Right, but so you notice how we were able to immediately concede and say that Trump won in 2024, but you still won't say that Biden won in 2020. Don't you think that's a little weird?
Well, not given the circumstances, no.
Okay, not given all the cases that got shot down in court, the fact that nothing went through.
Global pandemic, my guy, global pandemic.
How does that correlate? Can you explain that?
Well, yeah, because there were a lot of changes that many states made in the face of a global pandemic. They were concerned about communicability. They were concerned about people going out in public and congregating in long lines while waiting to vote. So a lot of them bent the rules with regards to mail-in voting. Were you alive then? Were you voting then? Are you young? Are you that young?
I mean, I'm 26. I said it in my intro, but yes, I did vote in that election. If that's the case, with all
so
those
more
changes,
people had access to voting. Is that why they're trying to limit voting in 2026?
There are certainly accepted rules and reasons for being able to use a mail-in ballot. Yeah, that's how it's always been. That's how it should be.
So what happened to all those people in 2024? The people that were for Biden mail-in? Where did they disappear?
That is a really good point, but you are getting dangerously close to something. We'll get this live pulled down.
But okay, so regarding, you made a lot of points just now about how COVID affected 2020.
All right.
When Trump thought, am I not allowed to talk about this?
Well, yeah, I don't know, but you probably shouldn't just say C19 if you're going to say it, but don't go too deep into it too, because these are both subjects in the past have gotten us banned. So I'd rather not talk about them, but if you have to talk about them, be very careful.
Okay, I'm not talking about C19. I was talking about the election, but let me just ask this one question and I'll move on. If the things that you just claimed, Brendan, had a major effect on that election in that year, why didn't Trump bring any of these in front of a court? And if he did, why did they all get rejected either on standing or just on the relevance or legitimacy of their cases? Why? In Republican states too, by the way, some of them.
This is for entertainment purposes only. Ken Paxton brought the issue to the Supreme Court, and there have been leaks coming out of the Supreme Court here and there, and it was alleged that there was a huge dust-up between Roberts, Alito, and Thomas, and they were more concerned about possible wide-scale civil unrest. That's why they didn't take the issue up. But
what does that have to do with the states taking?
Well, because Texas had a good case. Because Texas said that if there are questions that need to be answered, especially in light of the fact that there was a global pandemic going on at the time, that Texas should not be beholden to the poor choices that other states make with regards to election of the chief executive. And this is also one of the reasons why a lot of this was dismissed on standing, because when you bring an objection, you have to have standing in order to bring that objection. So before the court hears any information or evidence, it's dismissed on those grounds alone. So, yeah, if the best answer to that question would be the courts didn't want to take up the issue because they were scared of civil unrest.
Courts did take up the issue.
Not all of them got thrown out on standing, number one. Number two, do you think it was illegitimate for them to throw it out on standing?
I really don't like talking about this.
Oh, convenient. Okay, let me just ask one more question.
No, it's not that it's fucking convenient.
It's not good for the live. Just stop. Let's just move on. You guys want to move on to immigration?
I was just going to ask one more question, and then I'm going to go down, if that's okay. So I think the day that we can't talk about on this app that followed that election, that was pretty bad. What is the liberal Joe Biden or even progressive equivalent of that act?
Of what? What?
The day that we can't talk about on the app. I don't want to.
J6.
Minneapolis.
Talk about J6.
咩?
What about Minneapolis?
Yeah, those
they're
people
doing in Minneapolis.
Those people accepted and saw what they believed to be
a takeover of their country. They were there.
Okay, so he's just going to defend it. Okay, all right, sounds good.
Defend what? They believed it.
If I believe the sky is green, should I like attack a government building?
Jesus Christ! Yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense.
Well, I have a question, Brendan. If you believe that the person standing in front of you is, I don't know, a devil, are you justified in shooting them?
Nope.
Okay, so if they believe something, there still doesn't justify their actions, right?
Right, but if they absolutely believed it, then they're going to be they're not going to be convicted for first degree because they were mentally unsound.
There was no first degree. Well, okay, first degree murder, but I'm talking about J6, and all of those people were convicted, and then they were pardoned by the president. And this was pre-planned, by the way. So the Oath Keepers, the Boogaloo Boys, and the Proud Boys all got together. As a matter of fact, there's video of them in a parking garage the night before planning the attack, planning exactly what they were going to do. They also brought a bunch of guns there, and they kept them right outside city limits, and they were ready to grab them, and they had a plan to take over many buildings after that, too.
It was a plan in place.
It was premeditated.
It's almost like, Mojo, there were a lot of people who were scared about civil unrest. Do you think maybe the Summer of Love counts as the type of civil unrest we were concerned about?
Nobody was.
Civil unrest that we saw.
What do you mean?
BLM.
Who was scared? BLM. Who was scared of civil unrest? What are you talking about?
The entire country.
BLM.
We have been seeing it consistently.
I don't know why you mentioned that. I don't know why you mentioned that.
You don't know why
BLM?
Civil.
Yeah, how does that have to do with? What does that have to do with J6?
Well, because I just said one of the reasons that a lot of the courts, including it was also alleged that the Supreme Court declined to take up the issue, is because they were concerned about civil unrest.
Sure, that's why they didn't take Donald Trump off the ballot.
After BLM.
That's why they didn't take Donald. Shut up! God, what the fuck is wrong with you? That's why they didn't allow Colorado to take Trump off the ballot, too, because they were worried about chaos. That was their ruling. For the first time in American history, the fucking Supreme Court ruled on not wanting to cause chaos.
You just reminded me of something. Colorado was the only state that tried to take Trump off the ballot.
There were 10 other states that were trying to do it as well. They all waited to see how Colorado's case went because we were the first one to get it through our Supreme Court.
And obviously that didn't work out.
Yeah, because they were worried about chaos. It wasn't a constitutional issue. They didn't rule on the Constitution at all. They just said they were worried about chaos, so they can't allow it to happen.
Yeah, they were worried about patriots.
You don't want the Supreme Court to pick your president. Promise me. If it goes the other way, you guys would be pissed.
The Supreme Court had nothing to do with picking the president. States get to pick who's on their ballots. That's the way it's always been. That's the way it should be.
You should allow everybody on the ballot and then have people.
You would have thousands of people on the fucking ballot. Are you kidding?
Well, the basic ballot rules, like you have so many signatures, you got to have filings.
You would have thousands of people on the ballot. Are you kidding?
No, not everybody has these signatures, right? You have to have a certain amount of signatures.
They can.
Well, they should be allowed. This is America.
Yeah. So a ballot that's fucking 50 pages long. Are you insane?
It is what it is. If that many people get on the ballot, yeah, sure.
It is not. It is not what it is not.
So you want a two-party
system?
This is fucking
basically. Stupid. We live in a two-party system, whether you like it or not.
Also, didn't one state get in trouble for trying to take Trump off the ballot?
Nobody got in trouble for it. My state specifically did move to take him off the ballot, and it did go through our Supreme Court, and we were going to take him off the ballot, but the Supreme Court stopped it.
I just want to ask Democrats this question. Like, if you listen to Bill Clinton or any of the previous presidents, or even Obama, actually, they were pretty common sense on immigration. They would call the people who broke the law as illegal aliens. They would say these people are not some victims, but people who knowingly broke the law. They decided to come here, overstay their visa, or they decided to come here across the border with no documentation. Many of them have deportation orders. They're never deported. They never left on their own. They're not honorable people. To take these people and make them into victims and heroes is just insane. And that's why I don't get, like, the left.
It's the concentration camps. It's the
Constitution. It's like they would use the phrase illegal aliens. Even Obama used it in 2008. Now you can't even use that phrase. Like every time I bring that up, that's what it says in the law, USC. It says you have legal alien, non-immigrant alien, immigrant alien. Immigrant alien is somebody who has a green card. So immigrant means somebody who's allowed to immigrate to the United States, right? It's a green card. When I first got my green card, it was set immigrant alien application when I applied. And now you can't.
Why is it always people like you? Why is it always the ladder pullers that can only talk about immigration? Why is that?
Because if you follow the law and rules and get, let's say you're playing the game by the rules, and there's a bunch of people who are breaking the rules, not playing the game.
You're not answering my question. Why is it that the only thing you can talk about is immigration?
Because that's the basis of the United States of America. It's always been immigration, right?
The basis of the United States of America is the fucking Constitution. What is wrong with you?
Mm-hmm. Right, and that's what I'm saying. Like, the rule of law is what has made America the greatest country on earth. And if you don't have the rule of law when it comes to federal immigration law, then we're just a joke-ass country. And anybody who's immigrating here legally, who's done the work, who's followed the law, never broken the law, paid their taxes, asked consent before, calling themselves an immigrant. You ask consent from the government. Hey, can I come here? You okay with me being a permanent resident? You just wait in line. Wait 5 years. Are you sure? Wait 5 years, get my card, then I go naturalize. 5 years, I keep my record clean. I don't drink and drive. I don't go around doing shit. And then I get my naturalized whatever, your nationalization done, get your passport, and now I'm a U.S. citizen. Done all this stuff. I've never broken the law, never overstayed any visa or any kind of out of status. And then you have these people come in.
Jake, can I address you real quick? Quick, super quick. One, welcome home, Hermano. Number one. Number two,
Hermano.
The reason that it means brother. It means brother in Spanish. So
he's Indian. He's Indian. Okay. What is wrong with you?
Indian, dude.
Okay, I get that. It sounded like
you want to say namaste.
What's a fuck?
There we go. Namaste.
You want to say namaste?
Jesus
namaste.
Christ. The reason that they get to bring it up, Mojo, is because they go to all the trouble. They know what it's like. They come from other countries that are not as good as the United States, and it's a slap in the face to allow so many illegals to come in if they're going to come in the wrong way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's how all our systems work.
He may have gotten. Shut up.
That's fine, you guys.
He may have gotten a green card. The vast majority of the ladder pullers are first generation Americans, so they were born here on this soil. Their parents are the ones that went through the process, and a lot of them did come here illegally. And the only reason that they exist in this country in the first place was because they are anchor babies. That happens all the time. We talk to people like that all the time. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what Jay Patel. I don't know exactly what his story is and how he got here or whatever, but it doesn't really matter. The whole problem is that somebody that was able to go through the process and become an American citizen in some way, shape, or form, trying to take that right away from other people, it's just fucking weird.
Yeah, that's Jay for you.
Yep.
His dad came on to make money on the stock market.
If you make money on the stock market with insider trading, are you the same as a dude who does the research and makes money on the stock market? Somebody who reads the charts and makes money in the stock market. Is he the same as the guy who's doing insider trading?
Insider trading.
I took the shortcut.
Insider trading. What? Insider trading is against the law.
That's what you said.
Okay,
you said you have asked consent.
So is illegal
Let's not
immigration.
make fun of his accent, you guys.
You guys can make fun of my accent. I'm fine with it because I can take a joke. I have people who call me Pajit or whatever, right? They call me all kinds of names. I'm okay with it. I don't get offended by it. I like debate.
Do you get offended that they're going to start making green card holders leave the country while they wait to see if their green card is approved?
Okay, first off, I'm a naturalized citizen, but yes, that's not a crazy thing. They're just saying the last step, the interview, just go back home and do the interview in a U.S. embassy. When I came here, my dad came here on H-1B visa, but we got an immigrant petition approval in 1999. My brother went to the U.S. embassy. There they gave us back then it was the INS. They gave us a form of approval, and we did the interview at the embassy, U.S. embassy. And then we flew in, and then we came in with that paper, and then 30 days later we got a green card in the mail. But basically, I came here interviewing abroad. So I actually had that same process back then. This changed in the 2000s where you could just do it in the States. But back then you had to do the interview at the embassy when I was a kid.
There's a lot
of
Patels
not crazy
out there,
shit.
Jay. A lot of Patels.
Yep, a lot of them came illegally, and I don't support the dudes who came here illegally. Doesn't make me less of a Patel or less of a brown guy or less of an immigrant. I just don't like people who break the law. Like, I had a cousin of mine who graduated UCLA, computer science, got a job at Google, didn't get H-1B or whatever, so he left and he works for Google in New Zealand.
I don't like people. I
What's the big deal?
I appreciate your anecdotal story about that, but I don't like people breaking the law coming here illegally.
I agree with you. That's what
I just don't understand how someone could say, "Yeah, let them all come here illegally." You want to know why You want to know why rent's gone up or why housing became so expensive? It was because we've been servicing 100 million illegals that have came over in the past 12 years. Now that those illegals have been deported, a lot of them, that's why you're seeing rents go down and the prices of housing going down. Because there's more available supply for the demand that's needed for us tax-paying Americans. It affects
100%.
These illegals affect way more than just, oh, it's the nice thing to do.
Or GDP.
Yeah, and even the H-1B program is just a corporate low-wage corporate worker program. That's all it is. I mean, the H-1B program is basically
getting axed day one. When I'm in Congress,
it should get axed. It should get axed.
I'm going to make a storm of just exposing what that thing does.
Do you know what our unemployment rate is right now, big guy?
Yeah, but AI is taking over.
It's pretty high, but the problem with the numbers I have is that they report numbers and then they revise them so they're even worse like a month later when there's no media attention. And also they do not, once people go a certain amount of time on unemployment, they drop out of the system of what unemployment is. So what I have a number of what I believe the real unemployment rate is. But what is your number?
Okay, well the number is 4.3%, which isn't actually too high. I mean the standard is somewhere in the threes, so I don't think it's necessarily too high. I guess my point is that we don't really have a whole lot of available workers, and with Donald Trump trying to cut funds to higher education, I don't know how you expect to replace the jobs that H-1B are filling right now.
Well, I would push back a little bit and just say that I think real unemployment numbers are actually around 25% right now, and that's not including the people that are overqualified, that have 4-year degrees working at a barista and also working 2 jobs just to keep up with this inflation, and that's a whole nother statistic.
Sure, I can argue this. It's an idiotic statement that you just made. That being said, though, we're still in a situation where we don't have enough educated people to actually fill the jobs that H-1B visas are set out to fill.
Well, I would highly disagree with that.
Well, you can't.
You can have those. You can have those.
You have no evidence to disagree with that statement.
So everyone that comes over with an H-1B visa and applies for the job, nobody else is applying for that job?
No, there are people that are applying. They're just not as qualified or as good as well educated.
The people that are on the H-1 visas aren't qualified because they're not American.
I can answer that question. You want me to answer it? I work in tech. I work for like large FANG tech companies. Okay, with
I'm
tons
so
of
happy you didn't say you work at a call center.
No,
Jesus
let me
Christ,
tell you exactly.
Are you serious?
Actually, these guys are the same level as a call center guy. So how it works is, like say AWS, right? Amazon, for example, or if you take Meta, right? Their HRs are trained on they'll post a job and they'll get a bunch of resumes. They'll never look at it. They'll just document the resumes for immigration purposes. They'll file those documentation and then they'll wait for like 3 months and then they'll say, oh, we got all these resumes. They'll put it on file. They'll never interview these people. And what they'll do is they'll say nobody's qualified. Then they'll go to the Amazon office in India, for example, and they'll get an H-1B done for a guy who'll be paid $80,000 a year as opposed to $150,000 or $200,000 a year for the same job. He comes over. over, and then they basically tell all the U.S. workers that, hey, you need to go and like help this dude, right? He's making half as much as you are. Help him. And over time, this keeps happening in cycles, year after year, and then you have these low end. Because I even worked at Apple. And Apple is 90% Indian workers. 90%. If you work in Apple, there's a department called IST, which is Information Services and Technology. Basically supports like ERP systems and stuff for Apple ordering. This all people are like contractors from like all these Indian contracting companies that these Apple just funnels in, and the whole HR knows exactly. They work in tandem with their immigration lawyers and they know exactly how the process works. They hack the process. They make sure they hack it so that they can get these folks in. But the key is look at the wage. So if you go look at the average minimum wage, like for average work for a pay for an H-1B worker, it's like $50,000, $55,000 a year.
I love black people.
And that's why today you have a problem where if you go to Frisco, Texas, it's all low-wage Indian workers. They're just flooding in, right? And these guys are benefiting U.S. corporations, large corporations and their shareholders, but they're fucking over American citizens who go to computer science, who go to STEM schools, bust their ass, have high student loans. These guys go to school for nothing. They come here. They're able to work for half the cost because they come from poorer nations. So this system has been happening for the last 25 years. So my dad came here on an H-1B visa. So I'm telling you the truth. I'm not lying. That is the truth. And nobody wants to reform it because why? Because the Chamber of Commerce runs the Republican Party. Let's just be honest here. And Wall Street runs the Democrat Party.
So stupid.
So you have both these guys saying, hey, let's not talk shit about the H-1B visas. Let's just keep bringing in these geniuses, these Einsteins from...
All right. Oh, there's the car. Mod, I don't think I asked you yet. Can I get your age and who you voted for?
53, Trump.
How do you feel about, I don't know, whatever Jay was saying, because I wasn't listening.
Mojo, I'll be back, brother.
All right. Drive fast. Drive fast.
I'm going to hit 180.
Okay.
Originally, I just came up here because somebody spoke Spanish to Patel, and I was like, how in the hell did you not know that guy was Indian? What's Patel?
That's a fellow Trump supporter, by the way.
You want to know? Because I was cooking, I saw his picture and Jay. Based on his accent, I'd only heard him say 4 or 5 words. And based on the amount of immigrants, specifically the most come from what country, yes, I assumed he was Hispanic.
You can't tell the difference between a Mexican accent and an Indian accent.
Again, I was cooking. I had heard specifically. What brought me to answer was why Mojo thought that Jay should not have a say. He called him a ladder. He called him a ladder puller. So I said, who better should have a say than someone who went through all the expense and all of the to follow the law and all of the hoops that he had to jump through to do it. And I said that it's a great dishonor to make people like Jay go through that entire process then to let millions of people in that didn't follow the law to do so. It's a slap in the face. But it's funny. It's funny that most of the leftists focused on the part of my statement that was irrelevant.
Oh, he voted for Trump.
They didn't vote for the guy who sniffs children. Hold on. Mojo
that remains to be seen.
The guy who sniffs children. He didn't vote for Biden.
I did too. Wait, I did too.
Actually, today is the first day.
Children?
I sniff children.
Mojo.
I voted for a guy. I voted for Biden in 2020. Absolutely.
Wait,
hold on. I am vote blue no matter who. Just so you know.
Oh, but then you condemn people like me who vote red no matter what because your guys unalive babies.
Yeah, but yours doesn't rhyme.
I'll vote red.
Wait,
I'll vote red till I'm dead.
Okay, I'm gonna disagree.
People who drink and get drunk, and I'm gonna have the DNC select my nominee. Because that's what Mojo does. I'm just gonna vote for whoever the DNC tells me.
If the only issue, hey, stop. If the only issue you care about is abortion, then I understand why you vote Republican. I get it. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
If the only thing you care about is globalization, I'm gonna say you're anti-American.
Well, I do want globalization, but the reason that I vote for the
That's
blue,
anti-American. Globalization of the Constitution? I can agree with it.
the blue, I vote blue no matter who because of fiscal policy, though. Because I think our fiscal policy should be directed at the poor rather than the wealthy in this country.
So you believe in
Why do we want
I don't have
uneducated to have money?
sympathy. I don't. Yeah, that's a trickery slope because most of these people are poor by choice.
That's not true. Half of the country makes less
Yeah,
than
it is.
$60,000 a year.
Well, it's because
Poor by choice.
you're paid off based off of your knowledge and your experience. And if you're working a job that you're not making enough money, well, you got to be worth more money to make more money. You can't just go into a job and be the CEO. You got to work your way up. You got to start somewhere. And a lot of these, and I always hear about McDonald's needs to be paying this. And listen, those are entry-level jobs. Those are skillless jobs. If you want to make more money, develop more skills and be worth it to the employer.
Got a good point, host.
I didn't.
Then you can be like, Biden in my picture.
No, well, he's got a good point, host. Just want to let you know.
I employ people every day, and based off of qualifications is where you're going to start to pay. I can't pay a guy that's doing the job for the first year the same thing that I'm paying a guy that's been doing it for 20 years. It's just that math don't math, brother.
Sammy, are you there? Since you and Langley, only other libs on the panel.
Wait, well, I wasn't paying attention. What did he say?
You and Sammy are the only other libs on the panel. And I've been the only one talking.
Respond to something?
Yeah, whatever they were saying, because I wasn't listening.
I wasn't either.
Well,
I'm still working.
We were talking about
a lot of people,
and you should be paid off. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I said a lot of people will vote Democrat if Democrats were more reasonable on immigration, right? If they just enforced the law and immigration law, I mean, I think a lot more people will vote Democrat.
Immigration.
Obama deported more immigrants than even Trump. What do you mean?
No, that's not true. That's not true.
You don't believe in law and order.
Millions.
Immigration.
He had two caravans come across the border.
Stop. Immigration is the least important issue right now that you could possibly imagine. We have a war going on in Iran. I know. We have a war in Iran going on. We've got the Strait of Hormuz closed down. We're blockading oil from going into Cuba. There are countries all over the world that are in shortages for oil, and this is for electricity, and this is for fuel and energy that they need all over the world. We're paying more than $5 a gallon all over the country right now for gasoline, which is going to cause massive inflation in this country, which is going to crash our economy. I'm sorry, immigration. I'm sorry, but immigration is meaningless right now.
Who's paying more than $5 a gallon?
Like everybody?
No, my
gas prices are going down. Don't listen to the fear mongering.
I mean, it's $3.99 here, so I don't.
The current average across the U.S. right now is $4.62 a gallon.
Then why are you paying over $5?
Because most states have taxes that are added on top of that.
Oh, state tax, not federal.
Oh, state taxes. And California fucks their people. Guess that's Trump's fault, right, host? Because California got the most tax on gas. That's Trump's fault.
No. Pennsylvania does. Pennsylvania has the most.
Fault. Pennsylvania has the most. I voted for someone who sniffs children, Mod, but it's Trump's fault. Okay.
Pennsylvania has like 53. The highest in the country. So.
It don't matter who's the president. As long as they're blue, I'm voting for them. They can sniff children. I'm voting for them. Go ahead.
Well, you have kids, right?
What the fuck is wrong with sniffing children?
I sound like you because a couple of weeks ago that's what you were telling me. Oh, he's a pedophile and yada yada. What?
I'm asking you if you have kids. Do you have kids?
We already know this. Your memory's not doing very well, so I'm not going to repeat myself. But you already know.
I talk to hundreds of people every day. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, and how's that grooming going? You think you're succeeding?
I have no idea what you're talking about, but But if you've
Well,
ever
your
had kids,
anti-American
if you've
rhetoric,
ever
I
had
mean,
kids,
you think
if
it's
you've ever
working?
had kids, if you've ever had kids, you sniff kids. They smell good,
Are
right?
you
Especially, and you want to
con-
make sure that they're
if I
clean.
ever had
When
kids, I
you want to
sniff
make
kids.
sure, and you want to
I
make
can't
sure,
wait
and
till
you
the
want to make
random
sure, you want to make sure that they don't stink and they're clean when you take them out and dress them up and
random
bring them to
kids. I'm
church
gonna
and shit
sniff
like
them.
that.
Yeah, that sounds
There
normal.
weren't
Try giving
random
them a bath
kids.
and
I don't
you'll
know
know
what you're
they're clean.
talking about.
You don't have
I
to sniff 'em.
understand that. I understand that. But those weren't his kids. They were his grandkids that you're talking about.
No, they weren't.
No,
They were
That's his
Jeff
grandkid right
Sessions'
there?
kid. You remember Jeff
That's his
Sessions,
grandkid?
don't you? You remember
Holy
Jeff
fuck!
Sessions?
You
You
guys
want
are
me to bring up that
wild.
video, host?
You guys
I'm
are
going to ruin your
wild.
narrative.
You guys are
Why
wild.
did Jeff Sessions push his granddaughter away from Biden? Why did he do that?
I don't know, and I don't care.
He didn't want Biden to be near his granddaughter.
Jeff Sessions is an
I miss
idiot.
Jeff Sessions.
Yeah, he's an idiot.
'cause, yeah, but he didn't let Biden sniff his grandchild, so I commend him for that. Go ahead.
Do you think you're on a walkie-talkie? Or like, I don't know,
I'm just here having some
a
dialogue.
CB?
Go ahead.
Do you think you're on a
Sir, I'm
CB?
just,
I mean, why are you acting like you're on a CB right now?
I
Mojo,
just,
you're supposed to respond with
believe
10
that
more,
your
like-
anti-American rhetoric is rubbing off on people like CS and all these other women, and it's rubbing off on them, and they're going to try to overthrow American values. and you're trying to lead that revolution. So let's have a revolution, host.
Are you scared of angry women? Is that what you're telling me right now?
Oh no, they're freely allowed to express like themselves. I told you, you can freely express yourself. Don't tread on me. The moment you come on my property and you act that stupid shit that you guys like to act, well, you're not going to do that here, right?
He's scared
freely
of women.
express yourself though on the internet. Go ahead.
This old Beetle guy is scared of women. It's crazy.
No, I've been with the same one for 25 years. How am I afraid of women? I know how to take care of women, host. You're looking for a woman.
Yeah,
There's a
but
difference.
do the women you take
Where's
care
your
of
woman
like
at?
the way you do it?
Where's your woman?
Okay, I got a question. What's the
You're
difference
still
between
looking
a woman?
for a woman.
What's
Go
the
ahead,
difference
Mod,
between a
sorry.
woman and a man?
Mr. Mod, I was speaking to my guy. Thank you.
Hey, well, anybody can speak to
Well, I didn't know there was an
anybody.
order
We're the most diverse host. Host is my most diverse live ever. Okay, he lets all the diversity up here.
We take turns.
I would
He
try
will
to.
not suppress your freedom of speech. He will allow you to freely express yourself.
But I asked you a question, my guy. Why can't you answer it?
Well, can you ask it again? I thought you were asking Mod that question. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's quite all right. You said you'd like to take care of women, but do the women you take care of like the way you do it?
Well, yeah, I take care of one woman because I love her, and I married her under God, and we've been together for 25 years and have 3 kids. And yeah, I'm very confident with myself. So
Praise
hopefully
the
that
Lord.
clears things up.
Okay, that's good. Glad to hear it.
So can I ask my question now?
Go ahead.
What is the difference between a woman and a man?
One's a male, one's a female.
Well, how many genders are there?
It depends who you are.
I'm
American
certainly not-
Indians believe
I'm
there are
certainly
11
not going.
genders.
I'm certainly not going
Sometimes
into
there's
this conversation.
accidents at birth where they'll make some, cis baby, and it happens, But it just happens, But male and female, 2 genders. To answer your question, sir, 2 genders.
And you know who picks that? The parent. The mother picks it. Mother will say, take the male part off or sew up the female.
Oh, well, if you agree with the Democrats, though, whenever you feel moody, just get rid of it. Just get rid of it. Yeah, you're going to be moody and depressed. Just get rid of it.
Do you guys feel like you should be able to control adults in this country? Like they should abide by your rules and your laws and your morality?
Well, I told you the other day, my body, my choice applied to me during the pandemic, host, and you tried to argue with me on it.
Does that also apply to everybody else in this country?
My body, my choice applied to all humans, meaning both genders. And
So
then
you're-
they
so-
kept it in there.
All right, so
Because
you're
it's taken out.
pro-choice. So you're pro-choice and you're pro-trans.
I'm
That's awesome.
pro-life, pro-choice. Yeah,
Yeah,
pro-life,
pro-choice.
pro-choice.
Yeah, pro-choice. You're pro-choice and you're pro-transgender. That's awesome.
You can make a
I like
wrong
you.
choice, yeah.
I like you, my guy.
You can
That's
make
awesome.
a wrong choice, yeah.
Pro-life or just pro-birth?
Just because I'm pro-choice doesn't mean I agree with the decision, host. I mean, that's common nature.
That's fine. You can disagree with all you want. I disagree. I disagree with your decision to be a fucking Republican. But you know what? Here you are, a Republican, and I'm
not a Republican. No, I'm a libertarian. I told you that. I told you I'm like a Thomas Jefferson liberal, and we need those back. We need the Thomas Jefferson liberals who will agree with the likes of George Washington to go across to Delaware again for our taxes. Don't you think it's good to get a group of people that go for our taxes again? Just curious. Should we have one of those again, host?
I don't even know what
I would love to have one of those.
Also, back in the day, 20 years ago, people who were young were thinking about which school to go to, like what sports team they liked, or where to go in the summer, right? Like, do I go overseas? Or nobody was just sitting and thinking about, if I should change my gender, if I should chop off my, private parts, right? That I think is something that's happened in the last maybe 10 years, and society was fine. Actually, society had better mental health 20 years ago than we have today. Our attention spans are much longer than it is today. And nobody saw these issues 20 years ago. Nobody was sitting here thinking these were the most, like my 15-year-old needs to decide if we're given a gender at birth, right? I don't understand what's the problem. Just stick to your gender. If you have an issue, like I don't remember when I grew up. I never had a problem. I was sitting at home thinking, should I become a woman? Or I did guy things. I wore guy clothes. I liked women.
How does it affect you? What people?
No, I'm scared for my kids. I have 2 kids, and
Why?
Because they go in the bathroom.
No, because of that. I just don't want my kid to, because the social media environment that's there right now, right, is gravitating towards making these people victims and heroes. And then what happens is when you make
anything. No one cares. That's the point.
They made the Bruce Jenner like the person of the year. What did they do? They chopped his dick off or something?
The Republicans.
No, the person of the year was People magazine or some leftist like Vogue magazine or some crap. But what I'm trying to say is I don't want my kids to live in that influence. I want them to I have 3 boys. I don't want my boys to come back and say that they're turning into girls now. I'm not gonna be okay with that.
Or furries.
Yeah. I was like, why would you even think about it? I need you to focus on your academics. You want to play sports? Play sports.
So your kids asked you that?
Learn jujitsu.
If your kid came up to you, host, and said, "Dad, I got to start pissing in cat litter. Please let me piss in cat litter. All the kids are doing it. Host, please let me piss in cat litter. Would you let him?" Serious question, host. I mean, serious question.
You realize that never happened anywhere, right?
Excuse me. And there's a local area in Virginia. That's bullshit because I live in Virginia, and there was a kid. We had a big old down the street, big old meeting, and the parents came to school and said, "You are not putting cat litter in this school," because you had a group of kids that wanted to do it. So don't say it doesn't happen.
It didn't happen. It never happened.
Hey, my
that's entirely fake.
Fly a kite with that. Fly a kite with that narrative. It's going to catch lightning. Don't worry, buddy.
Hey, my guy, without doxing yourself, which city was that, or which school district was that?
It was Pennsylvania County.
Pennsylvania County?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you? Because guess what? I'm in Virginia too, and that's bullshit.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, you're just pushing propaganda, dude.
No, I'm not. And if she lives in Virginia, she'll know our previous governor, it was like 2 governors ago, was pushing for full-term ABs. Now, luckily, it didn't pass. But you guys are going to sit here, well, they weren't trying to do it. Just because they were trying to do it, it didn't get passed. Well, they were trying to do it, though, host. They were trying to actually get full-term ABs, passed. So if she lives in Virginia, she should know that, too. And
Governor Northam didn't do that.
I'm sorry?
Governor Northam didn't do that. In any ways,
yes, he did. He tried to push it.
Delivery.
Yeah, good luck. You got your narrative, and you're going to project that it's my narrative as well. So good luck, man. Good luck.
You guys just don't have the facts. And I hate to sit here and try to explain them to you because I have really bad allergies and I've been coughing, but I wish you would look into it further and see what the truth and the facts are about these situations. You just keep spewing Republican talking points.
No, I think we have a feminized culture in the U.S. where men are becoming more feminine.
Fuck.
Right? Like even rappers back in the day when I was a kid.
Instead of being misogynistic assholes.
Yeah, we could tell women to shut up.
Just random idiotic shit. Just random idiotic shit you guys are saying. What the fuck?
No, do you remember rappers back in the day? And look at rappers today. Like, I mean, even pop culture is being like...
Jay, I forgot. How old are you?
I'm 36 going on 37 now.
Back in the day? Are you fucking serious?
Going like 50 Cent and all those guys, like they were all like gangsters, right? They were all like doing the gangster stuff. Now the rappers today are like freaking wearing lipstick and makeup and like fucking dresses and like
carrying blood.
What was the last song?
Around their neck, host? Do you like somebody like that projecting somebody carrying blood around their neck and drinking?
What was the last song?
Yeah,
what was the last? What was the last song that 50 Cent put out? What year was that?
I don't know, 2010 maybe?
I don't think it was that late.
If you don't think they were pushing an agenda...
Actually, yeah, because that was roughly Candy Shop.
If you don't think they weren't pushing an agenda to feminize American men, host, I don't know if we're on the same
what does that mean?
As far as
what does that mean? What does that mean? Feminized.
That means that now we need boys to take ADHD meds if they're super hyper. We need people to like watch their words, not be free thinkers. Like if you speak your mind, and even if you have unless you conform to these words, because of feminine culture means conformist culture. Like you're conforming, like you won't cross the boundaries, kind of thing. You don't have masculine energy, which is like go out there, do your thing, take control, dominance.
Not being an asshole is bad.
No, meaning going out and
that's feminine men right there. Oh, you're being an asshole. Oh my gosh, don't do it. Stop it.
Wow, you're good at that. You're good at that.
That's a weak man.
You're good at that. Do that some more. That was pretty funny.
Right.
It gets you hard.
Evidently, it is getting you hard because you keep saying it.
Gross. I seem to remember someone in this panel one time saying something similar to this, maybe a little more sophisticated fashion, though. How did it go? Oh, yeah. Leftism is essentially the feminization of the human mind. They would rather cleave to emotion and empathy rather than logic and reason.
True.
As a result,
I'm the only person on this. I'm the only person that exists within this realm that has logic and reason, that other than every other fucking liberal out there, because you all don't. You guys don't use logic and reason. Everything's about emotion for you guys. You guys are scared of everything. You are scared of everything. You're scared. You're scared of trans people. You're scared of war. Yeah, you are. You're scared of women having control or having power. You guys are scared of everything.
When they're that emotional. I don't mind a woman like
you're scared of brown people. You're scared of religions you don't agree with. You're scared of everything.
We had this discussion the other day, host, and I said Tulsi Gabbard is a woman I would vote for. So don't think I'm a misogynist. I'm not. Thank you. Go ahead.
10 for good, buddy.
Also, what's wrong with women being beautiful and feminine? I mean, no, I'm not sure any guy likes, women who are masculine.
There wasn't anything wrong with it.
Yeah, so
what's wrong with the guy?
And there's something wrong with us not agreeing with it, and that's the disconnect that I have with human beings.
What did I say? You're putting words in my mouth.
No, because you're saying like we don't agree with I don't agree with trans, but I'm pro-choice. Whereas you're telling me I'm a despicable person for not agreeing with their choice. Well, that's strange.
What's wrong with being
pro-choice?
What's wrong with that?
I think people should be able to have their own choice, and it shouldn't be any of your business.
So you gotta look at somebody and ask them why do you want to. why do you want to change your gender? That's the first question, right? Are you depressed?
I
Is there
don't.
something else bothering in your life? Bothering
I
you in your
don't.
life is what they need to ask these kids when they come up with these questions.
And they
When a kid
do.
comes up to you,
How do you know
They
they
that's what they
don't?
need to ask him.
It's called gender
Here's the
dysphoria.
thing, and I said it once before. I don't have the time nor the patience to explain things to you that you can figure out on your own. Instead of repeating Republican talking points, investigate it.
That's why
I'm
females
saying if
shouldn't
you're
be
30,
in
if you're
charge right
30
there.
years old,
There's only two sides. Shit, let me wait for this.
See, you're scared of women. You're fucking scared of women. You're
if
scared of
you're
brown
30
people.
years,
You're scared of everything.
She's lazy.
Gangster, you are literally scared of
There's only two
everything.
sides to pick from. If there's only two sides to pick from, and you got people like the host, no matter what, I'm voting blue, and you got people like me that, you know, if you support ABs, I'm not voting for you. And so there's a problem there. Like there's a welcome to life, right?
Yeah.
yeah, and also telling a kid that a kid
Oh
can't
my
make.
God! What makes you
if you're
think you have
30
the right
years-
to? What makes you think you have the right to tell other parents how to raise their own children, Jay?
When they peed onto mine.
Because if your
You
child's a
think you have the right?
basket
Oh, wait, do I have the right to tell you how you can raise your child then too?
case, but the school
They
system
peed onto
does.
yours.
Did you just say trans people are basket cases?
No, I'm saying there's an underlying mental health issue there that's not being addressed.
All right,
That's all I'm saying.
I'm gonna.
See,
It is being. Wait, hold on.
ignorant to the
Wait.
Sorry.
How do you address mental health issues, Jay?
Therapy.
And
talk to them and say, "Hey, why do you hate yourself?"
wait. So you're saying they're not being
Let
addressed?
him answer the question, Mojo.
Yeah, he said therapy. He did answer the question. So, how do you think those children are being treated?
Yeah, you first ask them, "What is that? Why are you unhappy with yourself?
Yeah,
Why do you hate yourself?"
that's exactly what happens. You know that, right?
Why do you hate yourself?
It's not.
why would
Nobody.
you wanna-
Nobody would ever ask that because that's an idiotic question.
Why?
They need to be put into institutions.
Why do you hate yourself? And do you have an underlying issue? Do you have some problem going on that needs to be
Nobody
addressed?
asks those questions.
Voice-
That's not fucking therapy. That's just chastising somebody for how they feel. That's not therapy. That's torture.
That's not torture.
It is
That's how I was
torture.
raised. I mean, my dad would bring out the belt if I
you are
brought this
literally
shit up.
so narrow-minded. It's crazy.
I love you, Jay.
That's how it was 20 years
Go
ago.
read some
Nobody
books.
had
Yes, it was.
No, it
and
wasn't.
the society was fine. There was no issues going on in society 20 years
There
ago.
were
That you know of.
trans people 20 years ago.
No, there
Maybe in
wasn't even an
California.
issue.
1,000 years ago.
Dude, what are you talking about? It wasn't even an issue back then.
But that you know of.
They existed.
Come on.
No, come on.
You guys are just off the charts.
They've always been about 1% of our global population.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so when I went to high school in this country. Actually, I came here after middle school. So I went high school, and I went to high school in this country. I don't have my friends or people telling me, "Hey, listen, I want to change into a girl." We never had that. And in high school, we would hit on girls. Like even after I left high school, when I was in my 20s. I would openly hit on girls. I was never like, "Oh, you can't say that." Like now, right now, it's insane to be out there dating. Like you can't say fucking half the shit.
That has nothing to do with. Good for you that your gender and your body were the same, and that your sexuality you knew from a very early age. Congratulations. That's not what we're talking about.
We're talking about the genetic mutation.
Back in the day, you could
Mutation of
compete.
homosexuality.
Men were allowed to compete.
Okay.
Men were allowed to compete with each other. We didn't have this culture where you can't compete.
All right, I'm actually just going to stop this conversation right here.
Thank you.
Is there something else you guys want to talk about?
Your prompt.
Can I just quickly talk about the kitty litter? Because it's in a lot of classrooms and used very often in schools, especially grammar schools. And that is two reasons. One, because it makes vomit easier to clean up or messes like that in a bathroom. And two, unfortunately, this country has way too much gun violence in schools. And sometimes during a lockdown, you cannot get up and go to the bathroom. So this is an opportunity for them.
Yeah, because you're going to get shot.
To the bathroom. Listen, now you're denying school shootings?
No,
It's
I'm saying
inner cities.
It's a reason
Inner
why they
cities.
do lockdowns. I mean, you want to know how to save yourself. That's why you do lockdowns. And then if there was an actual shooting, can you say that word? Sorry, host. Can you say that? Pew, pew.
Mojo, can you switch me from incognito? He has another topic.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, let's switch to
AOC
AOC.
is
Coming
coming
to
to
take
take
you.
you. Can we drop my
Oh,
pew,
come
pew.
AOC. I love me some AOC. What's she going to do, host? She had to put a screen up in front of her to protect herself, and she's coming for us? She had to protect herself with plexiglass, but she's coming for us?
Does Donald Trump? Does Donald
good
Trump?
luck.
Does Donald Trump have bulletproof glass in front of him?
I tell you what, have AOC come and try to take me. That bartender, yeah, let's get it. Let's get it.
What happened
What's
last
she gonna
time?
make me some drinks?
What happened last
Make
time?
me some drinks.
Surprise.
She gonna
What?
tell me how to mix my drinks.
What happened last time?
What?
What happened last time? It was no AOC coming. I'll tell you that much.
No, but y'all lost, and you would lose again.
Y'all lost. There's not going to be another
Mojo,
civil
can we
war.
get rid of
You can't
him?
have a civil
Democrats
war.
were
There's
the
going to be a revolution.
Confederates.
There's going to
Democrats
be a
were Confederates.
revolution, host. Don't go on that level. You want to go to that level? There'll be a revolution, buddy. The Civil War already happened.
All right, my
There's
guy.
going to be a revolution.
My guy, I need you to calm down. I need you to
Two-party
stop.
system.
I need you to calm down. I need you to stop talking over people. I need you to stop talking in between everything everybody says. Can you do that?
Two-party system will fail. Good luck. Come get it.
Actually, oh, he's gone. Darn.
Thank God.
Right.
No, I'm not letting you up, man. I'm not talking about that subject. What the fuck? That's fucking
Hey,
weird.
but I think we figured out what the October surprise is.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Guess whose trial got moved to October?
Oh, well, that's going to take more than a month, won't it? Especially for, well, I don't know, maybe not. I don't know.
Whose trial?
James Comey's.
I see.
I don't think it'll get to trial.
Yeah, I don't think it'll actually go to trial. There's no way that they have any kind of fucking evidence to convict him of any fucking crime whatsoever. It's so ridiculous.
And they probably are worried he might have dirt on them anyway.
Well, probably does. But listen, I'm not a huge Comey fan, and 2016 was shenanigans that were beyond. And the reason probably Hillary lost. But he is definitely, or shouldn't be charged. This is another I want this job kind of thing from the acting attorney general.
Right.
It's challenging right now.
You guys have the standard where you expect like Trump and his family to be charged for every small tax filing. Well, and then you say, oh, well, it's let the courts decide. That's our system. And then when Comey gets charged, you're like, oh, he shouldn't be charged. How's that?
Do you know what he was charged with? Do you know what he's going to trial for?
Yeah.
Or if he makes it to trial?
8647?
Yeah. Do you at all think that's ridiculous?
Well, you can't shout fire in a theater.
You actually can shot fire in a theater.
If there's a fire.
But do you think it's a ridiculous charge?
Didn't they add charges, Mojo?
No, I don't think so.
That's why you don't push Trump like the Russia thing that they did.
Russia. God
him to the
damn.
limit.
You are
They
a
pushed him to the
fucking, you are a
limit.
human talking point. What the fuck?
I'm just saying that the revenge is
I'm just saying,
don't
you're
push
a human
somebody
talking
to such
point. I might as well just go to fucking Twitter, some fucking feed on Twitter, because I'm going to hear the exact same thing, or I'm going to read the exact same thing there that you were saying right now. This is ridiculous.
I need Robot or John Knows Things or anybody else, or Vader that's in Texas, because I saw where Al Green lost his primary today to Menifee.
Wait, there are no extra charges. This is the charges of threatening the president and transmitting a threat in interstate commerce. That's it. That's what they've always been. It's a 2-count indictment.
Yeah, but have you seen all the stuff that's been happening recently? You think that's not a valid threat? Honestly,
It is not. It is not. It's a fucking ridiculous notion to think that that's a goddamn threat. Dude's on a fucking beach, for Christ's sake. Not in the United States of America, and post a picture on fucking Instagram. Get over it. What the fuck? Why are you scared of shit like that too? Why are you so scared of everything, Jay?
Butler. You know what happened there?
Why are
It's
you
not
so
him
scared
doing
of
it.
everything? Why are you so scared of
Some guy will take that seriously.
it? And that scares the shit out of you?
Well, then, why was it okay for the? Wait. Why was it okay? Why was it okay to Trump have T-shirts that said 8646?
Well, nobody had that T-shirt.
Yes, they did.
You can buy it on
They
Amazon.
had "Let's Go Brandon," but nobody
No.
had that T-shirt.
They did. It's still up for sale on Amazon unless they took it down since this Comey thing.
Actually, no, because I'm pretty certain I looked it up the other day.
It's the 8647.
I'm just saying that some freak on the internet might take that stuff seriously, right?
You mean like the guy in Texas that shot up the Walmart because he took Donald Trump's word seriously about immigration?
How about Nasir
the
Best?
Or
the guy who ran into the White House Correspondents' Dinner, like that crazy guy.
Or the January 6ers who thought we were, they needed to take over the government.
Stop the steal. Yeah, those guys.
So in case if you're wondering, it's actually on sale right now for $22.99, and it's Prime shipping, so you can get it in 2 days.
Wow, what a crime!
Well, then
those people should be
makes
those
that.
people should be in jail for making a threat against Biden. What the fuck?
Yeah.
And you can get it in black, heather gray, dark heather gray, royal blue, or navy blue.
Right, so a company makes that, not Trump.
Well, then Comey can use that in his defense and be not guilty, right? I mean, he's getting a chance in court. Okay, this is not the Gestapo.
He's not guilty. There's no fucking crime. He didn't commit a goddamn crime. You guys are fucking stupid.
Obstruction of Congress.
There was no obstruction of Congress.
That's what he's charged with.
No, he's not. There's no such
for a
charge.
crime?
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Did you know how they charged Donald J. Trump? They had a grand jury, like a secret grand jury, right? Like you don't even tell the person that you're charging that you have a grand jury to charge them.
That was secret.
And then
They're all secret.
It's a secret.
They're
and they
all
bring the
secret.
grand jury into the room and you say, hey, you think this is credible for us to charge him? And most grand juries will say, yeah, that's what they did with Trump. And now the same medicine has been given to the folks that did the Russia thing. And now everybody's butthurt. Like, oh, that's not serious.
Yeah, I just looked it up, Mojo. James Comey has been indicted on charges beyond threatening the president. In September 2025, he was charged with making false statements to Congress and obstruction of a congressional proceeding related to his 2020 testimony about the FBI's investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 election.
You know that
April
those were
2022.
dropped, right? You know that those charges were dropped, right?
They're on trial.
No, they're not on
For
trial.
October.
Those charges were dropped.
Hey guys, we've got options for all of your weather needs. You've got a sweatshirt, you got a t-shirt, you got a tank.
This is why women should not be in power, right here with Sammy.
Why?
It's emotional response.
Emotional?
No, it's emotional response.
What?
Not understanding economics.
Providing you evidence that it's not fucking treason to say 8647?
What does that have to
And
do
how
with
is it an emotional response? I thought I was doing a very good job of selling.
Yeah, that's a logical response. People are selling
No,
that
it's
shit
not.
on.
It was an
people
emotional sarcasm.
People are selling that shit on fucking Amazon. What is wrong with you?
You know, the guy that was sitting behind. The guy that was sitting behind Trump during the inauguration. His company.
A lot of companies sell it. Facebook, You can even buy it off of Facebook from
I thought you
advertising.
said nobody made them.
Oh, the one that was sitting right beside Jeff Bezos
Said
at
Trump
the
didn't make it.
inauguration.
See, listen.
Yeah, see,
Trump
what you're
did
doing
not
right
make
now,
them.
what you're doing right now, what you're doing right now, gangster, is you are making an emotional argument. You don't like her because she's a woman, and that bugs you, and that just freaks you out. I don't know. You're emotional about it for whatever reason. What she's doing is providing you evidence that's saying 8646 or 8647 is not a fucking threat against the president. That's what she's showing you. That's logic. That's reason.
It's to remove. Right, and then you got bases of threats behind that.
If you guys are logical, right?
Brain. I don't have a logical brain.
Right, well,
you do
clearly.
realize that you guys do realize that Trump is 80 years old, right? So from the age of 20, when he became 20 years old, he's been in like the spotlight. And from the age of 20 to the age of 75, they charged him with nothing. Zero.
No, he's been charged with crimes every single year. He's had thousands. He's had thousands of lawsuits against him over the years.
He's had zero convictions.
He was charged by the fucking the federal government about not renting to black people.
Yeah, but
for
that
Christ's
happens
sake.
a lot, Mojo. in New York
I'm
City.
sorry whether it
Laws,
happens or
landlords.
not. He has been charged with crimes his entire life.
Jay, he's been
He
involved
wasn't
in
renting the
4,000
property
legal
himself.
cases.
Okay,
4,000
but you
legal
know that.
cases.
Okay, Trump was not renting the property himself. He was not renting the
you
property.
just made a claim. You just made a claim that over the last 55 years he hasn't been charged with anything, and now you're defending the fact that he was charged with shit. Do you realize how stupid you are
His
right now?
property was being charged. His property.
No, it was not his property. It was his company.
Yes.
It was he
Yeah,
and
but
his
do you
company.
think Trump's out there? You think Trump's out there showing properties to everybody and making decisions on who to rent and who not to rent? Or do you
At
think
the
he has
time-
a bunch of folks doing that?
At the time, yes, he was doing that. And yes, he
No,
was
he
charged
wasn't.
with that. Yes, he
So
was.
he's going and meeting people renting an apartment, a billionaire. Yeah, hi.
But he
how
was
are
not
you?
a billionaire
Yeah.
then.
I own this property. I'm going to rent to
Billionaire
you.
then.
Come on, dude.
He wasn't a billionaire then.
Okay, multi-millionaire.
Jay,
Back
you
then,
flat
a lot
out
of money.
you flat out lied, and now you're trying to defend your lie. This is so fucking
I'm
stupid.
just saying, if you look at it logically, in large
You're not looking at
corporations,
anything
these things happen.
logically.
And the worst is the
I don't
Eugene
think you
Carroll thing.
understand
It's
what a
50 years in the
fact is.
past. How do you charge somebody with 50 years in the past?
Well, they didn't
Well,
charge
they
him
changed
with
the
that.
case 50 years in the past.
To do that.
They didn't
40
change
years
the
in the
law.
past?
You guys
They pervert the justice system.
They did.
After Trump.
who settled with
If
the
I was
justice
70 years
system-
old,
Oh my God! Can I finish a sentence?
if I was 70 years old
Just
and
shut
you
up,
charge
Jay.
me,
Jay, stop. Jay, chill. Go ahead, V.
He settled with the DOJ at the time. And they had evidence because they had put in some undercover people. The FBI led that investigation in the 70s because, yes, he was corrupt back then. As far as never being a convicted felon, he has 34 convictions. He is
Actually, they're appealed.
adjudicated. Nope.
after
He's
he ran for
adjudicated.
office, is
It's
when he
appealed.
got those convictions.
Oh, he's still
Ma'am,
a felon.
can you tell me all the stuff that
always
he
be a
did before
felon.
2020? Why was he never charged with till 2020? He was 75 years old, 2020. Why was he never charged with any of these
80 this year.
like grape crimes?
Yeah.
Why was he charged with a grape crime 40 years later? Can you remember stuff from 40 years ago?
Yeah, Jay, do you know
Do
why?
you have witnesses from 40 years
no,
ago?
no, no. Hey, actually, I
That's
can
insane.
tell you exactly why he got charged with rape. Because he actually went against Eugene Carroll for defamation. And then to prove that it wasn't defamation, she had to prove the sexual assault charge in court, and she did. That's how it
For
came
civil.
about.
By preponderance of the evidence.
And
Preponderance
she
of the
did.
evidence.
The jury
51%
heard it.
standard.
The
51%
jury heard it.
preponderance of the evidence.
The jury,
A jury in
heard
New
it,
York
Jay.
City? In New York City? Right.
Yes.
Yeah, they're going to really love Trump. Yeah.
Do you know how many Trump
Preponderance.
supporters were on that jury?
No, I don't think there was any, to be honest.
Three.
I believe there were 3.
Yeah.
Actually,
was
there's
all
no
done.
credible evidence for that. Sorry. They don't.
This
they
was
don't
all
distinct-
done
they
just
don't give
before
that
the
information
election.
out.
This was done right before the election just to taint
No.
him, just to make him look like the talking point that you guys have, the 34 count. That was their
That's a
goal.
different
But
case.
But fine,
Jay,
that was their goal.
there
They
were-
wanted to throw as much as they will stick. And now
No,
they're
but
paying
you
for
kept-
it. Now it's revenge, and they don't like the revenge.
What revenge?
Serve
the
cold,
jury
baby.
found him guilty.
What
in
are you
both
talking about?
Yep, that
trials.
jury might find Comey guilty. Are you okay with that then?
There's more evidence to be provided for. I mean, these are just the indictment knowledge that we know as far as the other 60 felonies. The 34 were criminal charges, and he was not sentenced because he was elected president again. But the fact is, Jay, he is a 34-time convicted felon you voted for, who was also found legally liable for essaying and defaming a woman. And then the last kick is the judge said he was a rapist.
Why wasn't he not charged criminally for that same act?
one?
Why was he not
Because
charged
the statute
criminally?
of limitations. And most women do not come forward. I didn't come forward because of.
So how is that the fault of the
exactly like
system?
you.
No, but if you come forward, I'll support you at the time. But you come forward 40 years later and say that happened 40 years ago.
Her
Let's go
friends
investigate it.
Her psychologist knew. What
Her
do you mean
friends are
so?
not the law enforcement. She should have gone and filed a case with the law enforcement, or a report. This is what happened to me.
This is back
It's
in
federal.
the 90s.
Discrimination.
Women now.
It was in the 80s, not even the 90s. The 80s.
It was the 90s.
The Eugene Carroll case was in the 80s. That's just a witch hunt.
It was not. And it could have been avoided if Don Trump just kept his mouth shut.
And that's why people didn't give a shit about that case. Because most people in the U.S. care a lot about SA. But
No,
they
they
didn't care
don't.
about this one because the facts of the case are so absurd.
The facts of the
think
case.
40 years
Do
ago,
you know
can you
what the
prove anything
facts were?
40 years ago today?
Jay, tell me, do you know what the facts were?
Yeah, like he
And Jay,
touched
it was
her
in
or
the
something.
mid-90s.
Yeah, it was 90s.
He touched her or something. It's still 30 years ago, okay? Like he touched her or some bullshit, like, in a
He
public
didn't
place.
touch her. He rammed his fingers into her violently and without
Why would he do that in an
consent.
airplane? Are you kidding me?
Doesn't have to
That
be
happened in an
violently.
airplane. Nobody
In
cared.
an airplane? It wasn't in a fucking airplane.
It was in a Bergdorf
It was
Goodman
in
dressing
Bergdorf.
room.
Good Lord. Maybe you should go and
Now I
Do you
see why
do
you.
research?
Now I see why you stick to immigration.
No, I saw the facts of the case. There were a lot of. She said she first sat next to him in an airplane, and he was like,
You really
touching
don't
her
That's
know
a
way.
anything.
different woman.
You really don't know anything about
Just
anything.
fucking-
What the
No.
fuck?
That was a different woman, Jay. Sit down and do some
Jay-
research.
Look,
Jay,
even
did
I
you
just
also
don't
know
get
that
it.
he
Like,
mistook her?
why this never showed up till he runs for office? All this stuff shows up right after he loses the 2021. The first Russia shows up, and then 4 years when he's president, Russia. And then the minute he loses and Biden is president, Russia goes away. Like if the previous president was a Manchurian candidate, you'd want to get that investigated. But Biden doesn't talk about it. He doesn't investigate it. He doesn't show us the evidence that he had, that Obama had. That
You don't even know what a
know,
Manchurian
nothing
candidate
happened.
is.
It's you guys use an issue for an election, and the minute the election's done, you guys
Yeah.
forget about it.
I'm kind of
You
getting
lose
caught up
the
here.
election again, and you come back with
But
a new
Jay-
kind of drama.
Jay, did you vote for Trump?
Just 3 times. That's all.
Yeah, for a convicted felon the last time. Yay,
It's
you.
He's not. It is being appealed.
It's the
So
last
how is your life? How old are you,
lost
Jay?
every appeal.
36.
No, it's still
37.
going on.
The
Okay,
last
so
one
you're-
was SCOTUS.
You're in your prime as a male. You're in your prime right now.
Yeah.
So what in the past? What is it? 3 years? That's 12 almost 12 years ago. We've been hearing about Trump, right?
Yeah.
In the 12 years you've heard about Trump, what has gotten better?
A lot of things.
Go ahead.
So I work in tech. So just this time when he became president, this 2024.
Tech customer
He-
service.
No, listen, I don't work in customer service. I work in engineering, which is a lot of H-1B visas. And I work for a large tech company, actually. And before I worked for a bank. And just last year, I think it was when he passed that executive order. And we had top-down leadership pass out memos saying that before hiring an H-1B worker, we don't want to hire one. But if you guys have to, it has to go to SVP level. You can't be anybody below SVP. Has to approve that, right? And we want to not hire H-1B workers. And so basically, I got a higher pay. I was working in Michigan for a tech company.
Being harassed.
And I got a higher pay, and now I work in Austin, Texas. Way higher. And now I feel more job security, you know, just from fucking this H-1B stuff that Trump has done. Insane good work. And I had crypto, and obviously it's gone up like insane. Like it literally, I had Palantir stock. Thanks to Trump, since Trump was like $5 a share back in 2023, Palantir, and now it's gone up insane. And you have Micron stock.
Trump took, so let me just. You're saying that that's more valuable, but here's the problem that I have with that comment.
Right.
When Trump got into office, we were $17 trillion in debt. Now we're $39 trillion in debt. So that the value of the stock didn't go up. It just takes more dollars to buy that now because the purchasing power of the dollar has been lost greatly. I mean, that's almost a 3x in the amount of money printed since Trump first took his term. His first term 12 years ago.
Who was in between that?
So just to be fair, if you look at the Trump's first term, right, from 2017
well, Jay, you can't
2020.
argue with me about this. The numbers are the numbers, my Indian friend.
Okay, when did he print the money? Okay, what was our debt? Okay, hold on, just a minute. Okay, what was our debt in 2019?
It was around $17 trillion.
Thank you. So how much was our debt? How much printing happened in 2020? Most of 90%. 90% of Trump's printing happened in 2020. Why did he print in 2020? Because
he's not.
of
That's
the
thing.
lockdown.
You're saying 90% of his printing. He's not even out of office yet.
No, I'm saying 90% in the first term happened in 2020.
No. That 90% may be true today, but I guarantee you, with what he's done to the Middle East and what he's done to oil prices and the Strait of Hormuz, which again was not an issue before Trump took office. By the time he leaves office, I bet you that 90% back then is going to be more like 40 or 50%. This dude, I understand money. I understand economies. I understand how to get people jobs. I understand how money works. I understand how fiat works. I can tell you right now, that guy is going to print some serious dough in the next couple of years, man.
I agree. Yeah, he's going to probably print money because, I think he wants to do. I mean, I'm not sure if he wants to print. So the guy who's the new Fed, Kevin Warsh, he's not a quantitative easing guy. He's more of a quantitative tightening guy, but he wants lower interest rates. So there's two separate things. When you say print money, right, there's two separate things here. When you say lower interest rates is not printing money. Lower interest rates is just lower interest rates. Quantitative easing is printing money. And this was started by Obama, by the way, back when...
Look, let me tell you... No, come on. Do not confuse, Jay. Do not confuse you people with your Babylonian money magic talk. Printing money is when the House creates a bill, gets it signed, or the president signs it, it goes to the Treasury. The Treasury says, oh, we don't have the money for this because we're broke. Let me go to the desk at the Federal Reserve and have those banks give us this money. That is printing money. That is what we did in COVID. COVID wasn't quantitative easing, which is what you said the 90% was. That was directly Donald Trump printing the dollar into oblivion and exporting inflation to the rest of the world. And this is what Trump has been so good at getting people to not talk about this simple fact that your groceries have tripled, your energy costs have tripled, the cost of living has tripled since 2020, and nobody talks about it. Nobody talks about the printing. It's insane to me.
Okay, but let me ask you a question, right? Let me be fair here. Okay, let's be fair here. If we didn't have the lockdowns, do we have to print? We had to print because there was no. We had to print because of the lockdowns.
No,
We had
to print because the banks were backwards on their balance sheet from incoming debt that was becoming due. That's the back end story to this money printing that people very rarely talk about. If we wouldn't have PPP,
okay.
Look, here's a simple statistic here that'll hopefully, if not now, later on, it will gravitate with you. Okay,
I agree. The printing was bad.
Listen to this statistic. The cost of living compared to income. There is the cost of goods compared to income. There is a larger gap in between those two items now than during the Great Depression, dude.
I agree. We're not. This is not sustainable. But what I'm trying to explain to you is that the underlying cause of the money printing was not Trump. It was the lockdowns. If we didn't do the lockdowns, Trump
printed the money, bro.
I don't even believe
he printed the money because of the PPP loans. The loans that the PPP, to the businesses that were shut down, right? You can't just shut down businesses and say you don't have freedom of commerce, and we're not going to bail you out. That means you want us to go bust. So he printed money to pay people directly and businesses, and also to recapitalize.
So now you're changing your stance. You're saying that he printed the money, and that's exactly what I'm saying. At what point
the money,
did
but
you
he didn't have a choice?
Yes, he did have a choice.
No, he didn't have a choice.
What was the USF and Obama?
Does he stop the lockdown?
Do you know the most successful businesses right now? The businesses that are still around and thriving are the ones that stayed open during COVID. I'm outside one right now. All the other restaurants on the street are done. Like, why did at any point did somebody think it was a good idea to double the amount of debt on our balance sheet for a virus out of China that had like a 0.04% death rate with people under 60?
We didn't double it.
100%.
What was the deficit for Obama?
You got to be kidding.
What was the deficit of Obama?
I 100% agree with you. That was the biggest mistake ever. Printing all that money. They should have said, fuck the lockdowns, fuck Fauci, everybody just deal with it, just like we did the previous ones. Fuck everybody. You get infected, you just, most 95%, 98% of people were fine, right? We just had this fucking psychotic, that's why I hate the Democrats for what happened.
Are you aware of the refrigerated semis parked outside of hospitals in New York to put the dead?
Yeah, it was hysteria. they scared the shit out of people.
Right.
Yeah. It was fear mongering to the worst.
There was no fear mongering.
To make you comply.
Oh, yeah,
there was.
Deadly.
No, there wasn't.
Massive amounts of fear mongering. And
because I went to hospitals and ERs and they were empty. Even the VA. Empty.
Yes. Yeah, but even if it was true, why would you stress people out and create all this hysteria and fucking insanity back then?
And arrest a father with his child in a playground by himself?
Yeah. So that we could benefit Amazon, Tesla.
All this shit, you guys realize all this shit happened in 2020, right?
Yes. And Trump was trying to come on TV and say this shit ain't much. And you had all these advisors.
Yeah,
the first term was a bad term.
So Trump
Fauci
failed.
And all these guys?
So Trump failed, right?
And the FBI was with
because
Facebook.
of the deep state, and that's why he's taking revenge.
Because
that's why it's a revenge tour.
So Trump failed, and you chose to vote for him again, even after he got convicted of 34 felonies, and he failed. And then you said, "That's the guy I want to be my president."
But that's not the real Trump. Trump wanted to charge Fauci. He wants to charge Fauci next. And next, you guys will be on this panel saying Fauci is not a bad guy. Fauci.
You understand that Fauci got pardoned. You understand
medical
that
advice.
Hey, dipshit. You understand that Fauci got pardoned, right? He cannot charge Fauci with anything.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. He might not be able to charge him.
No, he can't charge him. No, he can't charge him. He can't charge him with anything. No, he can't.
So you're okay with Biden pardoning Fauci without a trial? You're okay with him pardoning Fauci?
No, that's illegal. They already
It's not illegal.
You're wrong, gang.
But Mojo, you're a smart guy. You're okay with Biden pardoning Fauci? Are you okay with that?
Yes, I am.
The presidents have the pardoning power. That's
all I'm asking. I'm saying, are you okay with that? Without the facts of the case coming out.
Well, let me ask you a question. Are you okay with him pardoning all the JA-6ers?
Oh, wait.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
See, that's wrong. That is so wrong.
I'm okay with that. They went to Congress, which is the most protected building in the world. They went to Congress with the most protected building in the world. And if you tell me that those congressmen were scared of these people, are you insane?
That is nowhere near the most protected building in the world. Are you insane?
What are you talking about, dude?
They had a couple hundred officers there, and that was planning for the fucking protest. Normally, they don't have shit there. Don't you think
that the feds were embedded in the protest?
No, they were not. No, they weren't.
Like all those guys out there.
No, they weren't.
Fucking problems.
What the fuck? You were just one fucking big piece of propaganda after another. Man, go wipe your fucking mouth.
I'm just saying it was in court filings. How's that propaganda? The Fed said we had these guys as internal informants.
No, it wasn't.
They have informants.
Do your research.
Oh, well, wait a minute. They did have informants within the groups that were going to attack. So it wasn't a peaceful protest. You're right. It was parts of it were planned out. However, they were not embedded.
No.
Who funded it? SPLC.
No. They didn't have informants in the fucking crowd.
They did.
You need to look that up. They had some.
They did not.
They did.
No, they didn't.
That's standard law enforcement.
The FBI was not embedded in that group. The FBI or other parts of the federal police state were not part of that group.
They were not.
And Democrats and Antifa were not part of that group.
I don't want to rehash term one, but a lot of things that Trump is doing.
Yeah, but even after all that stupid, even
PTSD from term one.
Right now he's destroying the economy.
PTSD for him.
Right now he's destroying the economy. That's what he's doing right now. Right now he is sending the entire globe into a fucking global downturn because of his fucking actions. I'm sorry, he might destroy the economies of every country on the face of the planet.
He fixed the trade with China.
He's trying to pull back. Don't you see him trying to pull back? He's trying to pull back.
Yeah, fixed it with China.
He failed the first term, and you voted for him again. He had January 6th after the first term, and you voted for him again. He's a fucking convicted felon, and you voted for him again. What is wrong with you, Jay?
No, I did.
And now he's trying to fix all the shit that he's done already. What is wrong with you?
Okay, there are some parts of those things I don't support, like the Iran war. I think it's a bad idea, but at the same time, you have to understand the guy. Why is he so insecure? Why does he have Hexet and this strong
Who the fuck cares? He shouldn't be the fucking president.
The first time they tried to fucking take him out, all these John Bolton, all these fucking psychopaths in D.C. who are like Mike Pompeo.
God, you were one.
What did the first thing Trump did when he became president?
Man, all you're doing is puking. All you're doing is fucking puking propaganda all over us. Just stop that, man. Yeah. You're not smart enough to have this conversation.
Hold on. Are you talking about Michael Bolton, the one that was his
John Bolton. Michael Bolton's a singer.
Sorry, not Michael Bolton.
John Bolton.
Yeah,
the guy with the fucking mustache.
He's charged in court with treason right now. He's charged in court with treason.
It is because he wanted people loyal to him versus those that honor the Constitution. That is what I think Mojo's trying to say. No, they stopped.
Fauci did that for him,
really
and now he's paying the price.
You know what the Constitution is.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, C-19, that was a constitutional aspect. The Antifa, the BLM riots, that was real constitutional. Let's see, allowing sanctuary cities, that's constitutional.
It is.
Oh my
it
God.
is. Wait, all
How
of
many
those.
beers have you downed?
I'm sorry. All
Like,
those things.
golly.
I'm sorry. All those things are constitutional. We do have the
No,
freedom of
sanctuary
speech.
cities are not.
Yes, they are. States' rights.
It goes
my
against
guy. States'
no.
rights, my guy. The 10th Amendment.
Federal subsides
But federal
these states.
trumps state when it comes to immigration law.
All right.
'Cause there's
So
no
who-
state immigration
who-
law, Mojo.
According to the Constitution, who has the ability to control immigration in this country?
Federal government.
Federal.
Who is tasked with controlling immigration in this country?
Federal.
Then states can say, "Fuck off. We're not helping you."
They can't make sanctuary cities. It's unconstitutional.
Yeah, you don't have to help
Yes,
them, but you
it
can't
is
come
not-
and impede law enforcement.
It
You
is.
can't impede.
They're not impeding. They're just not helping.
Yes, Alex Petty was.
I live in that has nothing to
don't
do
even
with
go there, dude.
wait, that has nothing to do with sanctuary cities. Nothing at all. That's a totally different subject.
That's what happened in Minneapolis. Mojo.
Sanctuary cities are entirely constitutional. As a matter of fact, every state should be upholding that. If the Constitution gives the responsibility to the federal government, then the federal government should do it alone. States do not have to comply. They do not have to help. They cannot be forced to help because that role is the role of the federal government according to the Constitution.
So
And
what would that
actually,
be
our
then?
10th Amendment, under the anti-commandeering doctrine, protects sanctuary cities.
So you're saying after the Civil War, the Civil War basically states wanted to have slavery in there, some states in the South. You're saying the Fed should have just stayed back and said, yeah, you know what? You guys have a right to have slavery in your state. So let's just have you guys have slavery and let's just fucking chill back here.
We're in the
that's what they
Constitution.
do.
What are you talking about? Civil
we're-
War is all about
we're-
states' rights
we're-
versus federal rights.
Where in the Constitution does it talk about slavery?
No, I'm just giving you an
When
example.
you get locked up, you're in tune to slavery or indentured servitude.
That was after the Civil War. That was passed
You
after
asked
the
for
Civil
it.
War.
13th.
Yeah, that was after the Civil War. Before the Civil War, the only thing in the Constitution about slavery was the Three-Fifths Compromise. That's it. I swear to God, you guys don't know what the fuck you're... This is the only reason you guys vote for Republicans, because you don't know how the system works. You don't know anything about the government. You don't know how our
Two-thirds
country
are
works.
talking about amendments. That's what you need to ratify or make a new amendment. Is that what you're talking about?
I didn't say 2/3. I said the Three-Fifths Compromise.
Let's just say 2/3 for a second.
I said Three-Fifths Compromise. Do you know what the Three-Fifths Compromise is?
Oh, no.
In the Constitution, the southern states would not sign the Constitution without allowing their slaves to be counted in a census. So the compromise was that they would allow slaves to be counted as 3/5 of a person. That's the Three-Fifths Compromise, and it is in the Constitution.
That was the 13th. That was part of the 13th Amendment.
No, it was not.
14th
No,
and
it's not.
15th.
It's
Yeah,
in the,
that's why
no,
they did
it's
that.
not. No, it's not. It's in the articles.
That's why they gave that amendment.
It's not, dude.
Yeah, it is. That's why we're going
No, it's just not. It's just not. Hey, it's just not. So stop talking about it because it's not.
Shut the
Either
fuck
bring
up.
bring it up, or stop talking about
Jesus
it. Bring up
Christ.
proof.
Well, you can read your own
I'm tired
Constitution.
I'm tired of hearing you guys make shit up and then act
You've
like
never,
it's true.
you've never
What do
read
you
the
mean by you
Constitution.
guys?
You don't
What do
even
you
know
mean
what
by
the
you guys?
You don't even know what's in the Constitution, dude.
You're talking about how they counted slaves, right?
Yeah.
And this is why what amendment came up that you guys are so concerned about right now with the domicile of the immigration.
The
What amendment is
domicile?
that?
14th
The
Amendment.
Damn.
What the fuck
The
are you
14th.
saying?
Domicile
That was-
immigration.
You realize that the 14th was passed after the Civil War, right?
Still an
And
amendment.
what fixed it?
The Civil War.
Oh, Jesus mighty. The Republicans.
The Civil War fixed it.
Yeah, who did the 13th, the 14th, and 15th?
Oh
The
God! Now we have to go into party switches. What the fuck?
There's no such thing as a party
We're going,
switch. You guys
we're going
still
all the way
believe
back in time.
Really?
Jesus Christ.
You
This
believe
is all-
Mexicans on the farm, right?
This is
You
all
believe
the
them on
old
the farm,
fucking
right?
hits. Every old
Because a
hit
white
you can
person
possibly
won't be
I don't
imagine.
know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
I bet you don't.
I don't know what
You
you're
don't
talking about.
recognize it.
I don't know what you're talking about. I thought we were talking about something different. So I don't know why you're talking about this.
We're
I
talking
thought
about
we were talking about something different.
So you care about slavery because you want the Mexicans to be on the farms, and if we
I never said that. Did you say that? Did you say that, Mojo?
Fuck, I didn't say
that's
shit
what
about
all
it.
liberals want.
Nah, I've never heard a liberal ever say that. Even
Yeah,
a little
I
bit.
have.
But I have heard Republicans say that.
Oh no, I heard liberals.
Oh, really?
Hey, why don't you become night?
Actually, you know what? I've never heard anyone really say that. It just happens. The only people who say that are the corporate
Pennsylvania Avenue and
farmers.
see what happens. Nazir Best, is that your idol?
Are you talking about marching in North Carolina? Where was it? Where the
No, he was
Proud Boys
unalived
marched?
by Secret Service because he thought he could take the White House by himself.
What are you talking about?
1 month after
the kid?
the assassination attempt of Trump. It just happened, dude.
Trump.
Guess what? He was black.
Ooh, wow.
Dun dun dun.
Is that supposed to be a gotcha?
Mic
Gotcha?
drop. Mic drop.
Because you guys think you guys can take down America. You guys are so small.
We've never ever said that. We've never said that.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you
The
do.
only people talking about taking down America have been the people that are now working for ICE.
Now, so I can put these recordings on. So 5 months from now, when you switch your little plan, you're like, "Oh, I never said that." Then all of a sudden,
All right, so Jay, are you Hindu? Are you Indian?
Wow, that was racist. He doesn't have to be Hindu.
Hey, Jay,
Are you Hindu? It's a religion. I would ask you if you're Christian.
Let me finish.
That's racist right there.
I'll answer.
Are you Christian?
No, I converted now. My wife is evangelical, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that.
But I'm basically agnostic. It's not like we go to church every day, but we do. I'm not a practicing Hindu. If that's what you're asking me, but I'm happy to be a Hindu too. I mean, like
my brother married a Indian Hindu girl, and they had to cut off ties with their parents because their parents refused to accept that their son was gay. And you're well on your way to kind of living that life with your kids if you don't become more accepting with reality.
Well,
and that sucks. That really sucks.
Gay people have mental health issues and genetic mutations.
Oh my god!
Oh, wow.
Everyone has genetic mutations, dude.
Believe in science.
Are you blue-eyed? Are you blue-eyed?
How old is their son? How old is their kid? I stopped this conversation earlier. Why did he bring it back up?
I'm sorry.
But how old is the kid? How old is the kid?
He's 18, I think.
Yeah, so you think an 18-year-old can make up his mind when he's...
He knew, but hey, listen, dude.
You know when your brain is fully formed? 25. Dude, are you... What? Sorry, man. I can't relate to that shit.
So I know you can't. That's why you're going to lose contact the first time one of your kids has a gay offspring.
Should we change voting age to 25?
Well, I hope I raise my kids right.
Being gay is not a choice, dude.
It is. The Bible says it is.
The Bible's
How is
wrong.
it not a choice?
And it does not say that.
It does. It does. It says it's a choice.
But let's assume that.
I'm a Christian, man. It doesn't say that.
Even in Hinduism, being gay
what are
is
you,
not
Protestant, Baptist, blah, 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 evangelical, fucking Mormon. I mean, I could say I'm a Christian, but I'm going Allah right now. I mean, come on.
You realize that Christians don't worship Allah, right?
Wow, you did not understand what I just said then.
It's a different name for the same entity, gangster.
It's not allowed in any religion.
Yeah.
It's not allowed in any religion. There's no religion that it's allowed in.
Of course it is.
No religion that's not allowed in.
Which religion is it allowed in?
It's allowed in Roman Catholicism. It's allowed in Judaism. What are you talking about?
Come on. What? Maybe Reformist Judaism, but I have Orthodox friends who will tell you otherwise.
So where is it not allowed? Where in the Bible does it say you cannot be gay?
Like you want me to pull up the scripture? Hold on.
I want you to.
For you.
Thou shalt not lie with a woman or some shit is there.
It talks about
children. That means you can't have sex. That's sex. It doesn't mean anything about being gay.
Oh yeah, how you going to be gay?
It was Afghan.
He was praying his couch.
Can't back out now. Think of all the
gay guy. Come on.
There are asexual gay guys. They're called priests.
Shit.
Hey,
sorry guys.
Hold on.
I'm joking.
Can
That's
we
funny.
just talk?
I
It
can
was
laugh at that one.
officially-
All right, can we?
I can laugh at
Can
that
we?
one.
Hey, shut up! Stop repeating
We'll drop
yourself.
this conversation.
Hey, can you guys let other people speak, please?
So Ken Paxton has officially defeated Cornyn.
And that's Texas, yeah.
Correct. That's who's going to be running against Tallarico.
And the polls are already showing 48 for Tallarico, 40 for Paxton.
Yeah, it's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be a bloodbath.
But I think they have a chance of going blue for the first time in like 30 years. As far as U.S. Senator.
You talking about Texas?
That state's about to have so much money dumped into it.
Stop. Hold on one sec. Dinah, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
Yes. Hi. So I'm 47, and I voted for VP Harris.
Okay, I have a ton of liberals on the panel right now.
I'll drop. If you need to, I'll drop.
Okay.
I can drop Mojo.
Is someone else in the
Because I'm
queue?
currently getting kids ready.
You guys can drop whenever you want. I'm just making an announcement that if I get a conservative in the queue, I'm gonna drop somebody. So
Yeah, let me know if you need a spot. I'm always muting because I have to cough anyway. So
okay.
I haven't had a cigarette since 3 a.m. this morning.
It's rough, huh?
I have the patch on. Well, no, because I'm so sick that I don't even feel like smoking. But I have a patch on, so I'm done.
Cool.
I hope.
Dinah, you wanted to add to the conversation, I assume, yeah.
Yes. So these two, Gangster and Jay. So do you know the Bible really well, besides cherry picking?
No, I'm pretty much like I said. Me and my wife, like, when we go to Bible study, we pop a gummy before the Bible study.
So you're not serious.
Nope, we're not.
Okay, well keep that out of your mouth then.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. What are we
God,
talking
when
about?
it comes to
What are we talking about?
comes to mentioning about God, you don't play with him. Don't do that.
What commandment is that?
I just like society to be normal. Is that a problem?
Gangster, do you know the
Society
Ten
can be
Commandments?
normal.
Do you know the Ten Commandments? Do you know the Ten Commandments? What are the Ten Commandments?
I asked you what commandment was that.
No, I'm asking you what the Ten Commandments.
I already asked you first. I beat you. Answer the question.
You're not serious.
Are you
Come on,
10?
man.
Which
You're
one
not
is it?
serious.
Which one is it?
You blasphemous fool.
Yeah, you are, because you don't even know the first commandment. Yeah, you were just saying it too. Oh my God. And Leviticus and Romans and Corinthians have it shall not sleep with man, woman with woman.
Do you eat shellfish? Do you eat shellfish?
Do you eat shellfish? And what about pork?
Look, see, you're not a real Christian.
What about pork?
Yeah, hell yeah. Pork is a divine treatment in Christianity.
So you're not a real Christian.
So you're a hypocrite.
Yeah, no, it's a divine food in Christianity.
No, it's not.
No,
it's not. You are a hypocrite. It is not a divine food. As a matter of fact, it's a moral sin to fucking eat pork. What is wrong with you?
In Quran, yeah, sure.
It's a sin. It's
No,
a sin
in the Bible.
Jewish law,
In
not
the
in
Bible,
Christian
too.
law. I'm sorry. not in
Wait, I'm
Christianity.
sorry.
It's
He
not.
said, Jay.
In Jewish law.
Wait, Jay. It's in the Old Testament. He said Leviticus, which is the Old Testament. He's trying to use Leviticus to defend his point, which means he also, if he's going to do that, cannot eat shellfish and cannot eat pork. He also cannot wear combined threads in the same outfit. I'm sorry, gangster, but you are going to hell.
I also said Romans and Corinthians. That's another.
If you're going to read the scripture, read all of it. Don't just cherry pick it.
Cherry pick it.
Hold on. And
you know the first commandment.
What did the Bible say
Thou shalt not
in those
worship
same
any God
verses
before me.
before
How about that?
1946?
No, that's not what it said.
Thou shalt not worship any gods before me?
Nope,
No
that's not what it
idols?
says.
That is the
you're
first
talking about-
commandment.
Are you serious?
The first commandment says idol. Shall not have other than God
Who do
any
you think
idols.
you're worshiping?
That is
Are you
the Old
worshiping Trump or
Testament.
are you worshiping God?
So that would be the Old Testament, which is the Hebrew Scriptures.
That
so
is
the New
God's
and the Catholics.
God's law is thou shalt not worship any God or nor man
name in vain. You shall not take God's name in vain. That is the Protestant and Catholic New Testament.
And thou shalt not steal.
Of it.
Thou shalt not sleep thy neighbor's wife.
And thou shalt not murder.
And who's been doing all of that?
Well, a lot of people have.
Trump.
Trump. Particularly Trump.
So murder is not killing. Murder is
oh my gosh.
allowed.
What is the definition of unaliving? What is the definition of murder? Don't play me.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Killing is a legal justification.
You just
because in the Bible it says that God has the sword and use the swords to defend yourself. Learn the Bible.
Okay, hold on. Gangster, hold on.
God damn it.
Hold on, stop. Gangster. I have a couple rules in my panel, and I know you don't know this, so I'm going to let you know what they are right now. First of all, we don't use pet names, so no honey, darling, dear, whatever. Don't do that on my panel. The second thing, and really important, please do not say shut the fuck up to anybody on the panel. That tends to divert from conversations and cause a lot of anger. So I'm just going to ask you nicely not to say shut the fuck up, not to say shut up. You can just wait for somebody to finish what they're saying and then go ahead and respond after that. Just trying to have like normal conversations, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
I wanted to throw in something about there was a translation shift in 1946 in the Bible. It's those same passages, and that was the first time that homosexual appeared in it. And before then, it read abusers or perverts. So it would have said, "Do not lay with perverts or abusers."
And ma'am, nobody worships Trump. I just like his policies. Give me the immigration policy he has and the two-gender policy. Yeah, I'll vote Democrat. Give me Bill Clinton.
So Jay, why do you don't like immigrants? What do they do to you?
Again, I explained that at the start of my monologue. That
no, I mean details. What do they do to you? Do they infect your life?
Yes, they overcrowd schools, they overcrowd housing.
No, have they infect your life personally?
Yes.
How?
They up the medical costs, they go to the ERs and don't pay for it, they overcrowd schools, they use our public services.
Jay, are you Hispanic? I'm just curious.
But how is that the second person?
Wait, so you're Indian.
What the fuck?
You're Indian?
Yes.
So you're an immigrant?
Yes.
Oh, so what makes you have the right to pick and choose who comes in and who doesn't?
Because I came here legally, did all the paperwork, followed the laws, never broke the laws, got my paperwork, got naturalized, and I don't want people who don't do it the right way to be given a chance.
What makes you think they didn't do the right way?
Ma'am, if you didn't do it the right way, they wouldn't have a problem. And that's just,
okay, what's
I can't
the right
argue
way,
with somebody
who
way? Says...
How do you do it in the right way? Have you heard of asylum laws?
Go to a consulate.
Have you heard of
apply for a visa? Let him.
Have you heard?
Hey, Dinah, let him finish. You asked him a question. Let him answer.
80 to 90% of people who have been placed into deportation are people who have been rejected asylum, including Kilmar Abrego Garcia. He was rejected asylum by a judge.
No, he won his case. No, he chooses self-deport.
Rejected asylum.
No, he hasn't even self-deported.
He won his case.
What are you talking about? He was rejected asylum.
No, he won his case.
He got a stay from not getting deported to Ecuador or Venezuela, I think, one of those nations.
No, he wanted to self-deport
to
El Salvador.
El Salvador.
No, he was deported.
That's where he's from.
No, he was deported to El Salvador. He had a an order of non-removal or an order, whatever the hell it was called.
Right,
And
before
the specific
that, Mojo,
place
he had a
the specific
asylum.
place that was mentioned in that order was El Salvador. He could not be removed to that fucking country specifically. But as far as the other countries go, any other country on the face of the planet he'd be removed to, they would have to see a judge to actually see if that could possibly happen or not. They did not do either of those things. That's why he's back here in the United States of America. When he came back, when the courts ordered him to come back, they tried to charge him with trafficking. I don't know if you remember that or not, but that case has now since been dropped as well.
But getting refiled.
No.
It is getting refiled.
No. I'm sorry.
Pay the
but
guy.
I'm sorry, but
They're
a judge.
they're
I'm sorry,
refiling
but
it
a
with
judge.
Louisiana
I'm sorry, but a judge already ruled against it.
Yeah. Well, what was the ruling? He said that the motivation of the prosecutor,
it was vindictive prosecuting.
Exactly, that was the basis. So if they're refiling it with a different prosecutor in the Southern Circuit, Federal Circuit.
Oh, okay. I don't think
statement was from the
I don't think they can
DOJ.
do that. I don't think they can do that.
Yes,
And
they can.
Yeah, we'll see if that happens. We'll wait and see.
Okay.
But as of right now, he's got a hell of a lawsuit against the United States of America, and he is here in the United States of America, and he can stay here.
But did he file asylum or not, Mojo? Back in 2012 or something?
Yeah, he was denied. Yes, he was denied asylum. You are correct.
Thank you. That's my point. And such people don't get deported, and that's why 80 to 90% are people who have been ordered removal, but just never left, never surrendered. So I think it's valid.
What's the point of having asylum laws then? If you tell me, expert. You tell me.
Hearing, but if you get a chance at a hearing, but then if you don't prove your case, you have to leave, ma'am.
Okay, that's the point of having asylum. You have to step foot American soil.
But after
what's
that,
the problem?
you have a case because their asylum is denied. Now they need to go back.
This is the point. The point is they have to reach American soil.
I can't talk to this lady. You understand what I'm trying to say? You reach soil.
Are you serious?
Case, you get hurt, and then you get denied.
Oh my
what happens after? What happens after you get denied?
Okay, so you get denied. Okay,
you can appeal it, Jay.
No, 80 to 90% are people who have been given removal orders.
What is the point
of
asylum seekers, Jay?
Every
country has it.
I think she's conflating. I can't argue with this lady. Go ahead. I don't want to argue.
Wait, hold on. I just went through the rules that I have, which are pretty fucking short. One of those rules is pet names. Why are you calling her lady? Why do you do that?
Okay, what do I address her?
Her name is Dinah. Her name is Dinah.
Okay, Dinah. I can't argue with Dinah. I can't argue with her because she keeps going back to the same question when I've answered it. Don't you understand that?
Okay, then you can shut up. It's fine with me.
Okay.
Mojo,
you get a hearing,
and
if you get denied, you get sent back. That's all. And if you don't go back,
you just said you can't argue. You just said you can't argue. Why are you still talking?
That's my last word.
Go ahead, Sergey.
Ex-President Biden sues to stop the DOJ from disclosing interview tapes. I'm assuming there are tapes that he was interviewed in.
Yeah, this would be the interview tapes that they tried to subpoena while they were doing congressional investigation, and they released the transcripts to the tapes, but never actually released the tapes. I don't think that they're going to be able to get the tapes released. They wanted to hear it rather than just read it because they think that the transcript was something different than what he actually said because they suspect that he stuttered a lot.
Oh, so what is it? Just to embarrass him?
Yeah. Basically.
That's real mature.
Yeah.
I have a question for Jay. So, Jay, if you don't like the asylum laws and you don't like any of the immigration things going on, why aren't you more upset with Trump for not changing them?
Dude, you don't. I'm not saying I don't like the immigration law. I love the immigration law. I'm saying when you go and file asylum, a judge reviews the facts of your case, and if they find you as not eligible for asylum, you're sent back and you need to leave. If you don't leave, the government will catch you and deport you. It doesn't matter. Applying asylum is not a guarantee of getting asylum. So I am happy with the laws. I just want enforcement. I don't want no new laws. I don't want more money spent on this crap. Enforce the laws on the books. Trump's doing a great job. That's it. He's shut the border down. Incoming, shut off. Now he's focusing on the outgoing. So we have a net 20 million.
He hasn't changed anything.
You don't
So
need to
why
change
is he-
any law. The laws exist on the books. You just
So
have
why is he
to
sending more South Afrikaners here, Jay? Why is he adding more white tea South Afrikaners?
Those are good persecuted in South Africa. There's persecuted minorities. There's like a world.
No, they're not. That's
report.
false.
That's
They're
a lie.
That's false. That's 100% false. They're prosecuted.
There's a UN report that their farms in Cape Town and Johannesburg
That's
and all
a
these
lie.
other cities are taken
Even
over.
the
and
prime
You gotta,
minister
you gotta let him finish his goddamn statement.
Look, affirmative action policies by the ANC in South Africa have caused a lot of these farms, family-owned farms in Cape Town and Joburg and all these other places to be handed over to the majority, population, which is like the, the South African population that used to work in those farms or lived in that area. A lot of these people look at that as property rights, and their property rights have been violated, so they have a right to asylum. They're coming here legally, filing paperwork. It's on the news. You're talking about it. Nothing wrong with that. It's 100 people. Okay.
Okay, those farms, the UN report you're talking about, more black farms have been attacked than white farms. It's not the government, it's rogue forces. It has nothing to do with, it's not a race thing. And far more black farms have been attacked than white farms. Both people have been attacked. Both people, there's been people dying on both sides. But Trump is choosing to import only people that look like him.
Then why is he not letting in black farmers then? Why is it got to be white tea?
Yes,
because
the white tea farmers in South Africa, there's a whole political party that controls the government, and they went into a stadium,
hold on a second,
rally, and they chanted "Unalive the white farmer." So I don't know. It's not good. People kind of got a claim, like you said,
Look, I think he has laws on the books, and he's just trying to. I think he's gonna do a good job. Removing internal enforcement is always harder than at the border. Obama and Biden did most of their deportations at the border because you had like these large migrant populations just crossing the border in caravans. That has stopped. Catching those people and deporting them is hard. Is easy, but going inside cities and picking up the people who have deportation or removal orders and kicking them out.
So what
is
makes you
harder.
think you're better than?
Doing a good job.
So what makes you think you're better than your immigrant brothers and sisters?
I don't think I'm better.
Are you talking about the white farmers?
Are you going to ask the same question to a black person about Crips and Blood? Why do you think, hey, black person, you think you're better than Crips and Blood because you're black? They're black too.
Are you
I'm not serious? I'm asking you the question. Would you like that question?
I'm no
asked if
better
you're a
than
black person?
anybody.
Not all immigrants are illegal aliens, ma'am.
Could you make the argument that white tea people are trying to get their population numbers up, so it would be wise for them to accept these people here?
Look, Dinah,
Alex Reddy and Renee Good.
Hold on, Dinah. I don't know what's wrong with your phone, but you have this horrible tinny echo. I don't know. Can you turn the volume down or something? It sounds really bad. It's annoying.
My wife's texting me to come to bed. I'm working out of the basement, so I'm just going to go hit the sack, guys.
All right.
But it was a great life. Mojo runs great life. So
Hey, I recommend you get a different news source wherever you're getting your news from. Because you're really
all I want to say is Mojo's a really intelligent host. He's got a great live.
So you should listen to what he says.
Mojo, you do a great job, honestly.
Thank you.
It doesn't matter what side you're on.
He does.
Mojo's
He
always
does,
got a
Jay,
great
don't he?
conversation.
Yeah,
He gives you a good conversation. He's a fair guy, which is why I think he's not one of those crazy types. He's more moderate than he sounds, than he lets on. But I'm pretty sure he's a
fucking Marxist.
logical
Leave me
guy.
alone.
All right. Good night, guys. Thanks.
You too. Marxist. A Marxist.
Oh my gosh, I can't with this man.
I thought that guy was pretty good. He's a good guest. He's a good listen.
What are you talking about, Army?
He's pretty informative. I don't know.
I hear it. It's horrible. It's driving me crazy.
I'm sure.
I mean, that was probably the longest Jay has lasted up on the panel before.
I think
he's been here before?
Yeah, he's been
But
here
what's
before.
sickening about it is like, okay, yeah, he's an immigrant too, and he has every right to pick and choose who comes in and who comes out.
Actually, Dina, by his own words, he's an anchor baby.
Oh, no. No, he said he came here when he was a young child. So he
His
wasn't.
dad did him.
Yeah, he wasn't born here.
His dad did the immigration first, and then was able to bring them all over.
But he doesn't
waited over there.
But what is he not getting? They're trying to get rid of birthright citizenship.
This is not birthright citizenship. That's not what we're talking about there.
No, I know. His boy is.
Yeah.
And that means they're going to get rid of him too.
Yeah, they're going to target. We know they're going to target. I mean, but yeah, he's not getting it.
Maybe his parents came here, immigrated here the legal way, loved this country, fell in love with the culture, and they had a child who also became a citizen. And nowadays, you could argue people just kind of like, hop the border to kind of have a child and get in that way.
It doesn't matter. They're getting rid of everybody who's not born here.
Oh, that's not true. Come on.
They're
Do you honestly, Army, do you honestly think this is a big issue right now, considering everything else that's going on?
Immigration?
Yeah.
I think it's died. I think it's unalived down a lot. It's not a big talk. I remember like a couple months ago, there was ICE. ICE was like all over town, nabbing everybody. And ever since then, there's like a month span. It's like the border's been empty supposedly, and around town nobody's really talked about it.
It hasn't. It's just the news is not covering it. It's just.
And honestly, I feel like with ICE everywhere, I feel like 90% of the people I look at are probably illegal, or probably legal. Like they're here the right way, like via some way,
Yeah, Minnesota was like such a bad media buzz, media hype, or whatever. Everything that happened in Minnesota caused them to kind of stop acting the way they were acting. So that's why it's not hitting the news as much. So ICE is still working. They're still putting people in detention centers and shit like that.
They're still buying those warehouses, but not deporting people.
Yeah. But they're not doing it so harshly, and they're not doing it out in the open anymore. They're kind of doing it the way they're supposed to be doing it, which is what I don't think they were doing before.
That makes sense. Because I don't see it. Like they were posted up, Mojo, like posted up at a gas station in like a very rich area suburbs, and they were nabbing like lawn care companies. Like they were doing some crazy stuff. Like I don't see that anymore. So you're probably right. They probably are just doing low key.
Yeah, I think I should be low key. I don't think that they should be showing that much of a presence in the open. I think they should figure out who is here illegally, and then they should go pick up that person, those people, one person at a time, and do so without alerting the media in any way, shape, or form. And then they can do their job without harassment.
I think the term is do it surgically rather than with a hammer.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think Trump really did have a wet dream of them being like a private army, but I think the pushback was more than he expected.
I think that's true as well.
Well, you had to set an example. You had to come out. You had to come out, like a bull. You had to let it know. People aren't coming. I'm probably people aren't coming to the border right now. They're probably waiting out until Trump's gone, but it's too much to risk. Why would you risk all this right now?
People are still coming through the border. There are a lot of people coming through the border still.
So why would they risk? Sorry.
This administration is just not reporting on border crossings right now.
They're not releasing any numbers, so we have no idea really.
Well, we had a U.S. Senator what is it? I want to call them stink bombs, but that's not what they are. But he was in Newark, New Jersey with a medium-sized protest about the conditions that are there. And I mean, I don't see any reason for them to shoot the pellets, but they absolutely did. And he had to be treated by, the on-site EMTs. So it is still happening. I just think with all of the other corruption issues, the war outbreak, the inability to talk about anything other than ballrooms, arches, and I'm sure somebody else could tell me, the Kennedy Center, blah, blah, blah. He's more interested in that right now. And that's what the news is reporting on, is all of the other crap that has come down the pipe.
Yeah.
Did anyone see that clip of him talking about the ballroom? And then he pointed at the columns and he said, that's a drone launcher or something. He's like, and they're going to be built over there. And he was saying all this stuff about drones. Did anyone see that?
Yeah.
And don't forget about his ridiculous circus, Barney Circus birthday party.
Or the reflecting pool.
Trump's birthday and America. Featuring America.
Yeah, my daughter's birthday's the same day. She has to change the date several times.
Yeah. Well, Mojo, thank you so much for having me on. I'm going to let somebody else come on. But I just wanted to get my 2 cents I can't talk right now. 2 cents in.
Thanks for coming up, Diana.
Yeah. Thank you for being here.
Come back.
Will do.
That level of disinformation is just not good for the heart rate.
I will say one last thing to go, Army, as far as immigration. Imagine, you said how difficult it is. Now, they come here because their circumstances are absolutely worse where they're coming from than, I guess, the work camps we're building here. And I don't understand, if all these people are supposed to be, quote unquote, deported, why are we building more private prisons instead of just deporting them?
I don't know about private prisons, but I'll tell you, just because they're coming from situations that are worse than here, that's why they're coming here. I don't think that's enough reason to come here. Me personally.
Well, you personally don't control the requirements, and they don't just come here, and most don't just come here for economic reasons. They're actually terrified, especially in Central America.
I think at some point people have to rise up and say, hey, we're just not going to I love my country. I don't want to go to America. I want this to be better for my grandkids. I want to fix all this.
And they're unalived.
And the U.S. will come down and help stomp them down.
All right, guys. I know I don't have a bunch of people in here. There's only 63 people right now. But can y'all keep tapping the screen and sharing the live out? See if we can get some more people in here. And gift the panel. Help me with my gift goal. If you can't, send me some roses or something. Whatever. All those little gifts help push us out in the algorithm too. And if for anybody in here that doesn't know Viper Vicky is going through some healthcare problems right now. There has been a GoFundMe started for her to try and pay some of those costs. So if you have a few extra bucks, please visit her bio and help her out, because we all rely on her as the moderator. I'm meaning that all the liberal lives on TikTok, she'll run around in and help mod. So thank you guys. Go ahead.
Wow, that was sweet.
What?
I was going to say that, you guys, that... oh shit! What was I going to say? Oh, the detention centers that they have and are building more. Instead of getting rid of the immigrants, they're housing them there, and they're getting paid. They're privately owned. They're getting paid $169 a day per person to house those people. Now that's our tax dollars going to do that. Do you agree with that?
My theory is that they're going to hold like the people waiting for asylum, people waiting for green cards. They're going to hold them, and they're going to charge them, and they won't have any way to pay that back. So that they're going to make them work the jobs they already used to work, but for like prison wages to pay back their room and board while they sit in those detention centers waiting to waiting out their asylum and green card.
Yeah.
Who asked that question? Stargazer?
Not a green card.
Okay, what do you say? What would you say, Stargazer, to the person in the military that saw people have to like come to this country and they have to like serve in the military for many years, not a long time, but like maybe 2, 3, 4 at the most, to become a citizen in America?
I agree with that. I know I have family members from Greece, and they had to spend 2 years in the service before they could come here and marry my sister. So I think we should have that, as a matter of fact, mandatory 2 years.
How are those people getting deported?
No. That's not what I'm saying. When I was in the Army, there were people that were not U.S. citizens in the U.S. Army. They maybe were like, I can't remember now, maybe like...
they can sign up.
Sure,
but they don't get citizenship.
Yeah, but they had this big like ceremony, massive ceremony at this big base. So they like went away for a couple days, and they like swore, and they became U.S. citizens in the military.
Well, if they're willing to serve our country.
Okay, but what I'm saying to you, So what I'm saying to you is like those people basically said, hey, I'm willing to risk my life and give myself for a few years to this country, so you give me citizenship. But these people, you're saying these people that come across, the work, detention, whatever, that's wrong. That's wrong.
Well, actually, if a woman carries a toddler and walks over 100 miles to get here, she's welcome in my neighborhood.
Hey, Go Army. I used to be for that until I listened to some of these TikTok panels of different military people saying that they didn't like that because the person next to them was just doing it for citizenship rather than actually fighting for the country. Does that make sense? Like they're
it could for sure. People don't understand that the military is like military is very like that. Everybody thinks people like what I'm trying to say is everybody thinks people sign up like Toby Keith, like serve this kind like this crazy patriotic thing. A lot of people like they didn't get in college, they had nothing else to do. They at least paid the bills and gave their family like a life. You know what I mean? But I served in combat, UK, so it was like, if you're willing to get down there and basically dodge IEDs and do this crazy stuff, then I mean, I really don't care. You could become a citizen. Like, and I think there was like 2 or 3 people that, if I remember correctly, did. So I don't know. It didn't really affect me. I didn't really care at the.
But I also know people that were deported who served. So I'm not sure if that's a new thing or
deported while they were in the service.
They were deported. They got out of the service. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe they didn't serve long enough. I don't know.
Well, they did take people away that were actually at the courthouse for their final hearing, and they grabbed them and took them. That stuff happened a lot, and we were supposed to be just getting rid of the criminals. Mojo, what's the percentage of the people that are criminals in those? And you have that info.
I did.
5%.
Yeah, it's a very low number. I want to say somewhere.
It was like 70-30 or something.
Yeah, it was something 25, 75, 30, 70, something like that. Yeah. So 25 to 30%, I think, is what the people that have actually committed crimes outside of just being here undocumented.
Yeah. So I don't know why we had to get rid of all those people too. I mean, they worked here and they paid in taxes. And there was a 30-year study done on immigrants that they had paid in so much that if we wouldn't have had them here, our deficit would be triple what it is now.
Yeah, you can argue they're keeping Social Security and Medicare afloat.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, I mean, that's due to politician decisions. But like I could go to every country.
That's not a politician decision. That's how they pay in. They do not collect.
Okay, everybody knows it's not true. They absolutely do collect.
Everybody knows it's true.
Don't.
Everyone knows it's absolutely true.
You're
Wait,
incorrect.
How do they collect if they're not going to be here when they retire?
Right.
Well, collect on Social Security for sure. Well, many do. Many end up. What's the pathway like? First, you get in here, then you get a green card, and then you're basically on your way to becoming a permanent resident.
You still don't collect.
So you're gonna. It's basically you're gonna end up staying.
You can, if they become citizens, then don't you think they should be able to collect?
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Why not? They become citizens. Like,
well, yeah.
I think the issue is it's like just because you pay taxes and come here doesn't mean you like.
Most just go for the green card.
And now they're saying that people with green cards have to go back to their home country until their citizenship comes through.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just. I mean, I get it. There's a lot of like nuances. Like, there's little things as well. There's landscaping companies will literally show they can pay for the housing. These people come live on their house, like in their housing, and
Hale's over here all breathing hard and shit. What the hell?
No, I'm muting it. I'm muting myself. So.
No, we were just hearing you do it.
That could have been me.
No, it sounded like he was working out. I guess it could have been, but it sounded like he was working out or something.
I'm wheezing terribly.
All right, Stargazer. So all the immigrants that come over and they're going to they get a bus ticket, or the ones everywhere sent, whatever. And they get some states they get like housing and all that. This is before they're working and everything like that. You don't think they're collecting? They're taking.
If they are getting housing, it's through the state. It's not through the federal government.
Yeah, well, the state gets money from the federal government, though.
Pardon me?
Don't the state get money from the federal government, though?
No. They get what they decide to do with the money they get is up to them. So if you have an issue, you'd have to have an issue with that state, not the federal government.
Well, yeah, we tried that. We tried that in Florida. We started sending immigrants to like Martha's Vineyard and to places like sanctuary cities and even sanctuary states. And then you guys called us like, oh, that was a whole catastrophe,
Yes, because you didn't send the money.
Wait, do you think it's weird that Republicans complain about trying to stack the census count? By having illegal immigrants in blue states, but at the same time sending immigrants to blue states?
It's so weird. Because it's all those divisive talking points.
Why do they go on? It's not talking points. We don't. If you're saying, hey, the state's saying, hey, come, we want all your immigrants. You're safe here. We're going to give you all these benefits, schooling.
No one's saying that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's many things called sanctuary cities and states. Yes.
They work.
But they don't.
Their children go to school. They work.
They pay to the
system. Where are they getting jobs at? Where do they just come here and just like?
Because after a certain amount of time, even asylees, even those, I think it's 180 days, it might be less than that. You can actually get a work permit. You can legally work here. So. Even while your court case. Sorry?
Yeah.
What?
No, you see, you get a work permit. What's after you get a work permit? You get a green card. Then when you get a green card, you're on the way to becoming a resident here. It's like a way to just becoming a citizen here.
A green card is a permanent resident. Just so you know.
And that still takes a long time and money.
Right. It could take up to 20 years to become a citizen.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if they put all that effort into rebuilding their country and taking it back. Like, it would be amazing. Like, if instead of running to America, like.
Have you ever been to a third world country?
I mean, outside of like military, like I've been to Haiti on a cruise. I stopped by Haiti.
And you saw cruise. You were on a cruise ship.
Yeah, but we got out.
Did you see how people lived there?
Jamaica is probably a third world country in my eyes. Yeah, it was very different.
I don't think we have much people.
How they live there?
It's more South America, and those countries in between. Mostly.
Well, I have a big problem with the way people did this, like the sanitation. Like a lot of people just threw their trash on the. I noticed the first thing people just throw their trash on the ground. They have no. I'm not saying all, but a lot of them do that. They just like throw their trash.
Wait a minute.
Have you been to America?
Yeah, it is different, bro.
Doll's Point. Is this a new talking point?
Yeah, because we have
No,
to
it's just I'm just being honest. Like this is what you deserve.
Hold on a second, Stargazer. Wasn't Dahl on the panel last night talking about
exactly
culture and garbage in the streets? Where are you getting all of your talking points? Go Army.
I ain't got no talking points. I'm just this is from what I'll tell you. My experiences in Jamaica is like when I went there on a honeymoon. That's what I'm speaking about. So, and then of course I lived in Iraq, but I don't think that's fair to say like Iraq and stuff.
Do you know how many immigrants there are each year? How many the U.S. legally allows?
Not off the top of my head. Million, like a million or something.
Yeah, it goes anywhere from 675 to 1.3 million a year. Most of them through family sponsors, so they already have family members here, or it's based on your salary. So someone's looking for your area of expertise. There are diversity immigrants, but their number is set at 55,000 a year. And then we have refugees. So in a country of 330 million people, do you actually think that makes a huge difference to us, quote unquote, the legal way?
Yeah. Like, I don't know where you're from, but if you ever go drive down Florida, like, since I was a kid to now, it's like, I'm not saying it's not, like, different and all this stuff, but, yeah, like, the Hispanic culture and Hispanic population is, like, boomed. It's way different. And I would say it's not in a negative way. I'm not talking disrespectful or nothing like that, but a lot of them just don't speak English, like, or they... You know what I'm saying? They don't like become Americans.
How do they survive?
They're just like their culture here in America working temporarily forever is basically what I'm trying to say.
Do you know that everybody that lives here came here as immigrants?
Yes, even Native Americans. Yes,
we're a melting pot.
If we approached immigration more rationally instead of what we're doing now, I mean, we're spending an ungodly amount of money on ICE. Just it's crazy. But if we help those people coming across the border, help them set up in some of the dying towns that are all across the middle of America, like there's so much room here and so much empty housing that if saner minds could just talk about this stuff and not go right to the poisoning the blood of America angle, like I don't know.
What about going after the cartels? Like America doing militarily going after cartels?
They perform a service. I don't care.
I don't. Our country and cartels have a really shady relationship in the past. So
cartels aren't going anywhere.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Trump has really made deals with them. I'm pretty sure I'm not joking about. I think cocaine is shit.
You're breaking up.
You are cutting out. You're breaking up. You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Okay.
All right, go Army. I got something for you.
No, we missed it all, hell. Yeah, bars.
Yeah. All right, go Army. I think you can be kind of rational, so hear me out, all right? I'm going to give you a reason why. He speaks.
Can you say that again?
Cornbread like me, okay? I'm going to give you a reason why the sanctuary city could be a good thing, okay? All right, and let's say an immigrant contracts a disease like TB, okay? If it's a sanctuary city, he can go to a public health department or something to get treated for that so that he's not spreading TB throughout the city. And as long as that the sanctuary city policy says that public health isn't going to turn him into immigration. So they feel comfortable coming to get that treatment so they're not spreading TB throughout the whole community. Would you agree that's a good thing?
Yeah, that's a good thing. It's a good thing.
All right,
However,
so you're pro sanctuary cities.
No, however, here's the problem. And here's what I'm going to do. I got all these people coming to my country now. There's too many. Or not to my state. There's too many. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send them with a little bit of cash. I'm going to send them on a bus ticket up to where your city's at that's saying, hey, we're not going to report you. And I'm going to send them all up there and say, here you go. And now they're your problem. And you're not going to report them. So you have to deal with it.
Now, who's going to fill those jobs that are vacated?
That's what Floridians do anyway. You all don't pay your own taxes.
It goes
you
more
have
than
travelers come and pay your taxes for you.
Yeah, not no more. Not no more. That's years ago.
No,
What,
you
tourism?
you don't have an income tax.
Yes, we don't. We're about to get rid of property tax too, as well. Property tax.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
So-
You all don't pay your own taxes. You're not responsible for yourselves.
Well, there's sales tax, so sales tax.
Yeah, that's what he's
Wow.
saying. That's what he's saying. You charge tourists for your taxation.
Yeah, but we don't have a lot of tourists.
You pass your burden on to other people.
No. That was true 15 years ago, but now it's people. Everybody since C19 has moved here. It's like the population has just boomed. South Carolina, Georgia, Florida.
But none of them pay taxes.
Oh, they pay taxes. You pay local taxes. You pay a lot of taxes. Property taxes. You still pay property taxes as of right now. You pay local taxes. You pay taxes on everything except income tax.
Go Army, you don't have homesteading protection anymore?
Exemption?
For your primary home? You do.
Yes, they have the homestead exemption.
Right.
I think they're working on that.
Yes,
go ahead.
Do you know what homesteading exemptions are?
It's like, hey, if you got two houses, another then
no,
one's a primary residence, and you can something along those lines, right?
Just say you don't know.
I mean, can I just say what it is? Like, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Do you have to be like, just say you don't know what it is? Like, why do you do that? Why do you do that? We're having a civil conversation now. I'm about to get triggered. Why do you say that? Why'd you do that?
It's sensitive.
I'm triggering
really
you?
emotional.
I'm giving
Very
her common
emotional.
courtesy, and she doesn't give it. It's because I'm a male, is what it is.
What?
Jesus Christ.
It's sad you're trying to trigger me. It won't work.
That was just rude. What do you say? Just say what it is. Like, I thought that's what it was. Along those lines, right?
No, it's people over 65. They're exempt from property taxes to a certain extent because of their age.
Right.
Well, it's also...
it's way out there.
Yeah, it's a little more than that in Florida. My property taxes were dirt cheap when I owned a home there, and it was because of the homesteading law. They also are protected from bankruptcy. You can declare bankruptcy and still keep your home. I'm sorry. Mojo finds this, and the numbers are dropping. So I'll say good night and come back another night.
No, you don't have to do that.
Go Army.
I'm exempt from property tax myself as a veteran, so I haven't really cared or looked at it.
Question: How is your homeowner's insurance down there?
It's rising, but I mean, it's just it's not out of control crazy like people claim it is, but it goes up. It goes up every year like everything else.
Yeah. What area? I mean, I don't want you to dox yourself, but roughly.
I live in South Jacksonville, St. Augustine area.
So you're in a hurricane path then.
Yeah, I mean, I guess kind of.
Yeah. Are you concerned about lack of FEMA funds this hurricane season?
Absolutely not. I've lived here since I was a child, except the military. Why would I be worried about FEMA funds now?
But Trump has Trump give FEMA money yet? Mojo, do you know?
I have no idea. I know he was taking a bunch of money from FEMA.
Right. That's what I meant. So. I know, the people in North Carolina that got hammered, was that last year or the year before, that just wiped out? I think it was last year. They didn't get what they needed, and a lot of people really suffered there.
They did well after the DHS shutdown. The Republicans did agree to add $26.4 billion to the disaster relief fund.
Okay, good. But that's not FEMA, though, huh?
It is part of FEMA, yeah. It's the FEMA's disaster relief fund.
Okay.
That was part of the deal to reopen DHS.
Okay.
And so I guess they were forced to start funding it.
And just to quickly go over the Florida homestead, it reduces the taxable value by $50,000 and caps the annual assessment at increases of 3%. You must hold the legal title and physically live on the property. And then there are other nuances. So the first $25,000 of your property is exempt for all taxes. Additional exemption applies to assessed value between $50,000 and $75,000. So that's quite an. I don't know how Florida is going to be able to continue and remove property taxes in addition.
Have you ever seen Florida like lately? So the same woods.
So in a while.
The same woods that have been the woods right down the road, acres upon acres, been this way 40 years now. They've finally come in and they have absolutely destroyed thousands of acres, and they've built thousands upon thousands of homes that are 1/4 of an acre. Everybody, you want to talk about culture shock? Every single license plate around us is all from Massachusetts is a big one, New York, New Jersey, all of these places. I mean, this is like thousands upon thousands of homes everywhere, like to the tune of like 2 million registered Republican voters alone in the past few years. So we're cooked, like in a good way, but
yeah, this happens. This happens regularly. I remember when Colorado was invaded by California. We gained a bunch of population from California. You saw California plates everywhere. That's when all the Coloradans started putting native on their bumper stickers.
I remember my brother went to Texas. There was in the late 70s, a huge invasion into Texas.
Yeah. I mean, they just...
Anyway.
Yeah, I'm going to bed. I'm tired.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Mojo, you going?
I guess I'll have to shut down.
I'm going to leave y'all with something, though, real quick. This came to my attention. I remember this. Do you know anything about pandas?
A little bit.
Yeah. So basically, pandas are fake. There's only one country that controls pandas, or has pandas. China. There's no ancient paintings. There's no anything since like the 1900s of pandas. The only thing that they eat, they don't reproduce, I believe. The other thing is the only thing they eat is what? Bamboo. And if you know anything about bamboo, it's extremely invasive. Extremely invasive.
Yes.
So it's been said, it's been known, or it's been put your tinfoil hat on that China basically manufactured the panda to get rid of bamboo.
Well, that's interesting.
Are they robots?
No, not in fake as in they're fake, as in more like in they were created in a lab per se. And bred.
What about the red pandas?
Yeah, I didn't even know there was red pandas.
They reproduce. They have infants.
They're so adorable.
Aren't they like kangaroos? They have a pouch.
Yeah, I don't think that they're not. I don't think they're actually pandas. They just call them red pandas.
Yeah.
Well, I can always try and restart and see if we can get any, if I can get any conservatives in here.
I mean, is there any lives on?
No, most of them are. Well, there's a lot of lives going, but most of them are kind of short on viewers. But that doesn't mean I can't get some good conversation going.
Yeah, but you
So it
got
might be
guys
worth a
like
restart.
Rev and Ash are in that thing, and they're saying restart too.
Yeah.
All right, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Nice talking to you, Hale. I'll
Yeah,
follow
thanks.
you.
Hey.
Yeah, great. I will follow you. Hail the algorithm. All right, bye. Night.
See you later, Mojo.
Yeah, I'll restart. It'll just be a few seconds.
Why?
So
Why do we make fruitcake? What is the economic
They
analysis
don't.
of
They stopped
fruitcake,
making them in the
guys?
1980s. They've just been regifted.
I exactly like. I don't understand. Why do we
So
My
do this to
whitest
ourselves?
food was absolutely, as like a teenager, rice and brown gravy because
Okay,
it's
well, that's
fairly
good.
close to mashed potatoes.
That's fairly good. I
Listen, I
mean,
don't
anything
care.
with gravy is pretty good, isn't it?
I don't care what any of y'all say when you guys want to pretend like there's no white culture. Bologna with mayo and some crushed up Doritos on white bread while you're swimming in the pool.
Oh my
All right.
God, that is good.
Excuse me, it's
White
better when
culture.
it's fried bologna, okay?
Yeah,
I was
listen,
gonna say fried bologna,
we call
mustard,
that we
and
call that a country steak. We don't call
we
it fried
call
bologna.
and fun. We used Funyuns.
I could absolutely
We were
imagine
upscale.
CT. I could absolutely.
Yeah, if this doesn't probably end up coming there. Might just end up shutting down, but it's worth a shot. Anybody can request stuff if you want.
Somebody poisoned all the air here. Somebody fed the fire for views. Now every room is thick with fallout, and every word gets turned and used. The audience is always in the room. Every room becomes a stage too soon.
Rebel, you have something you want to talk about? Graham? Anybody? Fine. I do not want to talk about prom proposals.
I wouldn't actually do that. You had to nuke the panel again because the conversation went south.
Actually, I just restarted the whole thing. Everybody left. There were only like 2 of us on the panel, or 2 people on the panel.
Oh.
So I thought I'd restart. I'm trying to keep a fragment. Hopefully, see how it goes. We have my guy who's going to come yell at me. Go ahead. Go ahead and yell.
Man, you cast a lot of illusions. I mean, just love life, dude.
I tend to. I try to.
Whoa, I don't go around and assume that someone's going to yell at me.
I'm used to that. Everybody yells at me.
That's the environment. That's the environment you're participating in.
Yeah, people love to hate me. It's okay. I'm used to it.
Well, nobody hates you, but all right.
Oh, I got a lot of haters on this fucking app for sure.
Oh.
Nothing else?
Yeah, that was short-winded for you, my guy.
I know. What's going on? The Beatles done rolling this shit.
We're about to have a peace deal with Iran, so we'll talk about how Iran got the best deal ever, and somehow they got over on Trump. You know what I mean?
That deal is falling apart.
Yes,
what do you think?
Apart. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, what do you think's going to happen if there's no deal?
No deal.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, why do we depend on the Strait of Hormuz to affect our gas prices? I mean, whatever economic professor thinks it's wise to have one strait affect global markets, well, that seems a little bit man-made now, doesn't it, Mojo? Like it seems manufactured to work this way.
Well, they have 20% of the world's oil reserves going through there, and oil is a global market. So even if we're not getting that oil, it's still going to raise the price of our oil because it's sold on a global market.
Right, but the previous administrations with this global climate ordeal, we give all our oil away. And we export a lot of our oil for the sake of mankind, right? So if we technically worry about America, we would just stop selling oil overseas.
Wait, what are you doing, man? Holy crap.
The bees for bath guy, Mojo.
That's weird.
It seems logical, right? If we produce enough oil in our own home country, why would it affect our prices?
Because we send our oil out as well to the global market, or we actually sell our oil at a global rate. There's no reason that oil companies would sell it for any less.
By the time Trump's done with America and printing money and starting all these wars and making other countries hate our dollar, we are going to listen to me, my guy. We are going to be forced as a country to nationalize and just get 90% of the resources from our own country, because our dollar in trade right now, it is under extreme assault. So I believe Trump is the final piece to this puzzle.
The dollar shouldn't dominate.
And he's going to be the fault. You don't understand. There's like 5 billion people right now joining in with the BRICS nations, just slowly not using our dollar anymore. All those dollars.
The U.S. joins BRICS.
We are going to, as a country, there's really no way out of this that I can see personally, besides nationalizing our country and just going to a digital currency and trading amongst ourselves.
Yeah, I don't care what kind of currency we have, as long as I don't have to use my wrists to make a transaction. I don't care what kind of currency there is.
It's the stupidest fucking argument. I'm sorry.
It's not an argument. Like we change with times. I mean, everything's being done on the internet, so you guys are bringing it in. You guys that participated in all the credit cards that you purchased since the 80s, all the debit cards that you use every day. You
I'm
use
sorry.
a debit
Did you
card,
participate
right?
in
That's
checks?
digital
Did
currency.
Did you also buy via your home via a home financing loan? Did you buy?
I mean, we
outright?
don't even, we pay our bills online, so we pay our bills digitally already. And you're worried about digital currency?
I'm not
coming in?
worried about this.
Seems kind of weird.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I'm saying as a country, other countries are not going to want to do business
Who
with the
cares? We
United
got enough
States.
resources here. We don't need nothing.
Because what the United States does now, its biggest export is actually inflation.
Oh my God, this guy! America's got a spending problem. All right, we spend on the most useless shit in the world, and you don't want to acknowledge that.
Our debt's $39 trillion. The interest on the debt, we can't even pay the interest on our debt.
If there's no dollar, there's no debt, brother.
Well,
do you see
we're
the
gonna have to kick the
what are
banks
you going to
out
get your
there.
debt on? There's no
Hey,
dollar.
hey,
Everything
my guy,
was backed
my
by
guy,
the dollar.
my guy,
The debt
my guy,
was
my guy,
backed by the dollar.
my guy. You have
Yo.
to have you have to have conversations. Please stop
Mojo,
yelling.
You can't have a conversation with globalists.
Please
Mojo,
stop
are you-
yelling.
Mojo, are you saying "my guy" or "my guy"? Because this
My-
could get confusing.
I'm saying my guy.
Okay.
It would make sense that my guy is a Alex Jones follower. That does.
Alex Jones, I'm a nationalist, not a globalist.
You don't want to know what I am, my guy?
Yeah, you're an Alex Jones guy.
A globalist.
No, I am a.
He already said
I
he
have
was.
decided I am closer to a national socialist than I am to any other party besides libertarian. And I don't want to be. I don't want.
Yes.
I don't want to be a national socialist. It's just I don't see any way out of the situation that we're currently in, except that form of government.
Nah, it's not
what way?
You're still gonna have your constitution.
In
It's just
what
gonna
way?
be different currency.
I don't care what my guy has to say. B guy, why? Why do you affirm yourself and your beliefs with the fucking Nazis?
I'm not a nationalist in that sense. If you don't know what a nationalist
He's not talking
is,
to you. He's
and
not
you
talking to
assume
you.
I'm a white
He's not
nationalist
talking to
or
you.
a Nazi,
He's
well,
not
then I would
talking
say
to
you're
you.
not educated.
My guy, he's not talking to you.
I'm just gonna turn his mic off right now.
Holy
I'm
fuck.
not saying, like, look, I love the Jewish people, and I would no way
Holy
ever
shit, right out the gate.
I would never ever be a. I mean, I am 100% German, but I would never ever be the N-word. Either of them.
What?
To believe in your nation is a nationalist. I mean, just because you want to attach
I'm saying.
Nazis
So let me
to it,
qualify.
that's pretty
Let me
naive.
qualify my statement about National Socialism. We're already dealing with it. Like, the cost of goods compared to income now is a larger delta than during the Great Depression. It's just we don't see the depravity of it because of all the social programs, which are now getting pulled back. So we're going to see more of it. We don't have a sovereign currency. We owe $39 trillion in debt. So none of the other countries will probably trade with us in the next 3 to 4 years. So the only way to get out of this is to nationalize the businesses and then make the country a socialist country under the currency of a digital currency. Like that's I know the blueprint's already being laid for that to happen.
Only one portion of that was actual nationalism. None of that was socialism. And none of that has to do with Nazi Germany.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said I'm not a Nazi. But if you look at it, the skeleton has already been made for this to be a socialized country, a socialism country. Number one, look at healthcare. It's been infiltrated by government regulation. I mean, the insurance companies literally wrote the legislation. Number two, look at driving and the BMV. Look at food. Right? Like food stamps. Look at housing vouchers, education. There's education vouchers. Look at college schooling. There's government-backed loans for that. It's almost like the skeleton is there. I mean, look at what happened with the COVID and the PPP loans and the $700 a week or whatever. It's already there. Like everything is already in place for this to be a socialist country.
You are conflating the microcosm of social programs for the macrocosm of mixed market economies, and then calling it the backbone of socialism.
What else is there? I mean, like, it's just like it wouldn't be the final stage in this is to nationalize all the banks. We would kick out all the banks and just go back to a true form of currency backed by a commodity instead of having to fiat. And I think that's going to be some sort of digital currency. And then we're going to kick out the banks.
Why are we still pulling from the Nazi playbook? Why are we doing this again?
I don't know. I don't know.
See, it's almost like if we had a competent man sitting in the chair in POTUS, like in the position of POTUS, where he could actually argue deals with individuals in other countries in order to like garner a better economic stimulus for our nation. Like we would be able to make trade deals. We would be able to sell and offset goods that we currently produce in the nation, so where it's not turbo fucking our economy to steal something from fucking Bond. I don't know why your immediate pivot is nationalize everything. Let's implement the Nazi social plan. But that wasn't really a fucking social plan. It's just hyper-capitalism with authoritarianism.
Rebel, I'm not saying it should happen. I'm just saying that is the type of plan that the American people will digest. Like,
no,
the American people don't want to go through any hardship. Okay? There's a stigma about talking about being poor or not having money. So when this is rolled out saying, oh yeah, we're going to give you a $1,000 a week. It's a government allowance. Use it in the economy. It's fine. It's backed by this digital currency that's backed by our country. Like, people are going to do that, and they're already doing it.
Big guy, you got another follower.
Oh my gosh. This is too much, man. You guys are really stressing me out.
So funny.
I hate this so much, bro. Because you guys don't see the DMs I get. Like, these people think it's actually me. Like, I'm creating these accounts. Like, I get hateful DMs about it.
Okay.
I'm not
I think
gonna
you
lie,
should.
you're pretty hateful in and of yourself.
I think you should buy that suit jacket. That jacket.
Big guy, guy, super fly. Wow.
That's fucking awesome. It's what they say to kids. If you're not bothered by it, they'll stop doing it.
Well, what's funny is I recently learned that the gays and everything, they use colorful clothing and the rainbow to attract children.
Oh, stop that. What? That's fucking ridiculous.
No, I'm serious. I went to a gay
you're
parade.
An idiot.
No, I went to a gay parade with
Wait,
homo
I can't
people.
hold on. I can't accept this. This is not going to be something that I allow on my panel. You don't get to say shit like that.
Why can't I talk about the gays?
Because that's not what they're doing. And I think that's not what they're doing.
No, I don't know if they're directly knowingly doing it. It's just like when I take my kids out and there's like a couple gays walking around all colorful, like my kids like look at them like they're fascinating. Like they're like teddy bears or some sort of toy, and they're like just enamored by them. And I'm like, I don't know if they're intentionally doing it like that, but it's just weird to me. That's all. I don't understand homoism or gayness. I don't understand it. I think gay people should have all the rights that straight people have. But for me, like, I don't understand gays.
That's fine. You don't have.
They are really nice though. Like, I have a gay who cleans my house for me.
A gay person.
I have this really weird feeling that you actually understand gays way more than you're letting on.
Here's what I understand about gays, and I don't want to say I understand them because, like, I come on this app because I don't really make general statements as absolute fact. Okay, I'm learning, but what I understand about gays is they have butt sex.
You really should say gay people because they are people.
Gay. Well, Of course they're people. I mean, I guess aliens, we've admitted aliens are real.
You don't say the straights. You don't say the heterosexuals. You don't say, you don't say the dirty white guys. You don't say the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Nazi. Oh, well, I guess you can say that.
All
Never
right.
mind.
Well, here's the thing. If I'm the captain of a football team and we're picking sides for teams and there's a gay person and a straight person, I'm going to say, hey, I'm going to take the straight. But here's what I understand about
Wait, why? Why wouldn't you just be, I'm taking that person? It's a person.
I can't do that. I can't do that. He can't take it seriously. So I can't even tell him why it's bad. And why I don't want him to say shit like that. I can't even explain it to him. That's so fucked up.
You know, as gross as that conversation was, I have to say, Amen takes the fucking cake. He really does.
Yeah, he's a pretty disgusting individual for sure. You know, even, a lot of people have speculated that he trolls and stuff like that. But even if he's trolling, to be able to say the shit that he says, man, that's, he's got to believe some of it. Otherwise, you couldn't say it, right?
To an extent, I'd have to agree with that. I mean, I was scrolling by lives earlier today, and I shit you not, he's trying to pose the argument that it is the compassionate and right thing to do in order to change a behavior that society doesn't deem acceptable, to inflict suffering on that person. And that is just like the softball version of concentration camps and like torture tactics.
Yeah.
I don't know where we go with society when he's doing that shit.
Yeah, you're gonna have to stay away from that conversation altogether, big guy. Otherwise, I'm just gonna have to remove
Yeah, I
you.
won't dive down that. I think what set me off was seeing myself in a rainbow jacket.
I think you look cute in a rainbow jacket.
I'm not bi, Mojo.
That's fine.
You're getting me going again. That sounded so gay.
So,
all right, listen.
You know, you should actually feel good. I mean, whether it's a man or a woman saying that you are a pretty man or that they think you're a good-looking man, it should be flattering. There's no reason for it not to be.
No, I don't like being told I'm a pretty man.
Why?
Like, I am trying to testosterone max. I want to look like a lumberjack, huge, bulky, ripped out of my mind roid head without doing roids. But National Socialism, I think it's going to be called something else, but I think, like, the fall of MAGA right now, those people, like, are going to go into, like, MAGA pretty much is nationalism, right? Like, would you guys agree with that?
Yep. I would.
And then, you know, the socialist side of it, I mean, well, shit, the left is going to have all sorts of really good points after this administration for it, especially with Mandani in New York. Like, that's a huge talking point. And people are going to be so distraught and poor in the next two to 3 years that they're going to be like, well, Mandani fixed New York City. That could be a real example for the rest of the country.
Except when you try and implement ultra-nationalistic means and use the guise of socialism to try and push that kind of a movement, you generally tend to end up with an ultra-right authoritarian, like, hyper-capitalist system.
I agree, but I think the boogeyman, they're the catalyst, because there always needs to be a scapegoat to implement something like this. I literally think it's the tiny hat people in the nation of Israel. I think that's going to be like...
You're just a racist and a sexist and a bigot and fuck. Big guy, so there's a difference between a nation and a state. So if you are, if you're proud of the United States, if you have some sort of pride or patriotism, that's not necessarily a bad thing in any way, shape, or form. But if you call yourself a nationalist, you are talking about a group within a group. So we call them nation states, because nation states are made up of different nations within a particular state. Our state being the United States, and the nations that exist in those United States are Mexican, Latino, German, Irish. These are nations. These are people that share a common heritage, people that share a common background, a common religion, a common belief structure, common
Well, yeah,
food,
and nation,
stuff like that.
nation. The word nation actually translates back to people, so that makes sense.
But it's so it's more about a specific group of people. So when you say you're a nationalist and you are a white guy, most people are going to assume that you are speaking of white people in the United States.
And that I'm 100% German. So
that makes it worse.
Yeah,
that makes it worse.
For sure.
So that's the problem with saying that you're a National Socialist, because you tend to be those people tend to be a little bit bigoted, just a little bit, maybe. I'm not sure, but
sure.
Just say you're a patriotic. Just say you're a patriotic American that believes in some social policies. You can say you're a patriotic socialist. I don't know, something like that might be better.
So I have two questions for you, Mojo, and I don't think I've ever had like a time where I've asked you a serious question, except for the time I asked you I was asking the schizophrenic that you have on hallucination to be you, and I would ask you a question about what you're all about. So my two questions for you would be, one, do you think socialist policies would work in the United States? And two, do you think the nation of Israel has any influence that is of a problem in our government?
I do think we already
Be very
utilize.
careful what you say here.
We already utilize socialism in this country. We have a mixed market economy. Well, it's mixed with between capitalism and socialism. So that exists in every country on the face of the planet. Socialism is used everywhere. So I don't see a problem with making it more socialist. And I actually have no problem with getting rid of capitalism altogether. But
okay.
That's another.
That's your stance. That's your stance.
Yeah, that's another conversation. As far as Israel goes, I don't agree with what Israel's doing. I don't agree. I think that they're a big pain in the ass in the Middle East. I think they drag us into a lot of shit that we shouldn't be drug into. I don't like the fact that we give them so much money every year. I don't think they have an oversized influence on our government, though. I think AIPAC exists, but AIPAC exists as a super PAC organization, so they can do like commercials and stuff like that, but they're not directly funding campaigns any more than any other individual is funding campaigns.
So you don't think Jeffrey Epstein had any influence on our political figures by blackmailing them?
That could be possible. That could be possible, but I don't know that necessarily has to do with the Israeli government. I know that there's some rumors about Mossad and all that nifty shit. I don't know if I believe any of that shit. I honestly want the rest of the files to be released so we can get some of this shit out in the open. And right now it doesn't seem to be.
Well, they told us that aliens were real before we got the list put out in the open. And Mojo, what I appreciate about you is like your decorum of like how you talk about subjects. Like the Epstein list, you said I don't know enough about it yet, but I just want to see it released.
Yeah.
Like I appreciate that you don't dig yourself into a bunker and just try to fight everybody.
No, I just like to have conversations, see what people think, see what they think about me, push ideas, come up with new ideas, test my own theories. I don't know.
And if everybody likes that form of a platform, please give Mojo a couple coins and help out with his gift gallery, because we want to keep this open where people can actually talk. I mean, sometimes he does shut it down, like if you talk about homos and gays and stuff, but other than that, he pretty much
Such
like
an asshole. You're such an asshole. He does that shit on purpose. What's up, Joe Schmo?
Good evening. I just have a question. What? Say 3 million more files are released tomorrow. What do you think it's going to do?
I don't know. That's a lot of fucking files. I don't know. There's probably some pretty damning shit in there.
They're just boring. They're boring, Mojo.
Well, you do know that the one of the oversight committee has full purview to go into these files and look at them unredacted. Did you know that?
Not right now.
Yeah, they do. Absolutely.
No,
that was one of the powers that they have.
No, there are 3 million files that the DOJ has not released to anybody yet.
As far as I'm concerned, if 3 million pages aren't enough to convict you, and you are allegedly in these pages more than anyone else, I don't think you have much to worry about.
That may be true. I'm not even saying Donald Trump is guilty of anything. That's not what I'm saying at all. I want to see all the files released so that we can do the investigations that need to be done. Because right now we can't. I mean, there's so much more out there that hasn't been released. We don't know what's in that stuff. And maybe Bill Clinton goes to jail. Maybe Hillary Clinton goes to jail. Who knows? But I want to see those files released because Congress passed a law stating that all the files need to be released. And he is not abiding by that.
Can we agree that Mr. E and Miss Maxwell were in the files and somehow convicted and found guilty of crimes because of them, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So what would have prohibited anyone else who could have been found culpable the same way that they were from being convicted and sentenced to prison also?
Well, those were individual investigations on those particular individuals, and then the files that were used to convict them were added into the rest of the files. So there are a lot of files.
All of these files were drawn up by FBI agents, right, who were taking testimony and investigating and all of those things, right?
Sure.
Okay. So, with that, a police cannot really witness a crime or be made privy to a crime and not enact on it. So with that, it tells me it's just a lot of gobbledygook.
Yeah, the files, Joe, the files are boring. I mean, who wants to go through 3 million sheets anyways? You should probably just, who cares about the Epstein files? They're boring.
It's not that. It's the fact that the relevance of them, it's
I'm
not.
just repeating.
It's not in a court of law. It's what can be proven. It's not.
I'm just repeating what Trump said about him.
Well,
he said he said that nobody cares about him and they're boring, and he's sick of hearing about it. He said that they're boring, Joe. They're boring.
I don't think people are going to stop looking at them or looking through them because he said that.
Well, I mean, they might get through a few pages and then realize, hey, these are boring.
Where, when the wheels of justice start turning, it's hard to stop them, man. And what I'm trying to basically tell you is that the wheels of justice are not turning in these files.
Well, there's no justice.
And it's not, and it's no fault of anyone other than lack of things that can be proven.
So, Joe, what's something individually that you can do to help this situation?
Individually.
Is that maybe you snorting, guy?
No. Individually, you maybe can find some things that are actionable by the police. Find the person that it happened to. Get them to reiterate their story somehow and file some different subpoenas or something alleging some wrongdoing by somebody and go through the rigors of court again.
Joe, I'm gonna.
Other than that, you're just gonna be sitting.
That's actually genius. Like if somebody's name is in the file, and you take the file to the sheriff's department in the county they live in, and be like, "Hey, look, Joe Dirt over there fedaddled a little thing. Go arrest him." Like that would obviously there would be some sort of court case regarding it. So
absolutely.
I guess I look at things as people can't do bad things unless one, they admit it later on, and two, it's up to us as the people in a republic to go after and enforce what we want done as a people. So if the people actually got together and did this throughout all the states, it is possible that is the solution, Joe, and you just figured it out.
Well, I don't know about that, but I can tell you this. There's a couple of things that boggle my mind that I haven't heard that I think we all need to hear to get some kind of clearance too. And that is who accepted some sort of payout for their silence or for them to acquiesce to charges. I've heard that there were people that did it, but I hadn't heard, and I've heard an amount that supposedly the state settled for. But we have to get down to the brass tacks of who said, well, okay, I'll take this back if I get this money. Because, that could be everyone who ever said anything. I mean, I doubt that.
I think the corruption in our government, both federal, state, and local, is well beyond anything that we fathom it is.
I can't say anything about that.
Well, okay, so Joe, if you aren't worried about what's in the files and you think that there's nothing in there, what's the problem with them being released?
I have no problem with them being released, but I think
that's all I'm asking for.
I think that it is part of it is farcical about the amount of files and because
I don't care about any of that. If you don't, I don't
pages.
care about any of that. I mean, if you think
I don't know,
if you don't care that they're released and you don't think there's
I
anything
do.
in there, then we should just release them. They should be released, and
Well, I
Congress can
guess
go
you got
through
a
them.
point. You got a point.
That's all I'm asking for, man. If nothing comes of it, nothing comes of it. If nobody gets indicted because of it, that's fine. I just think all the information should be out there. And if there are people that are attached to this, even if they can't charge them with crimes, people need to know who they are. Or we have, as a citizenry, have the right to know who those people are that are involved in this.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
That's it.
Do you suppose there'll be a backlash, a negative emotional charge for individuals who took money instead of speaking out?
Yeah, I would say there would be. That's very
the
possible.
thing is that if they took money, then one can say, well, you took money instead of reporting it and possibly saving other victims from the same fate.
Sure. But if they're victims, they're supposed to be redacted. All the victims' names are supposed to be redacted.
Okay.
Also, on the flip and the inverse of that, wouldn't you also state that others that do come forward and don't take the money will also get like a backhanding from some of the populace? Like, there's always a flip side to this fucking coin. It's just a weird argument to make.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I like to look at things from all angles, not just the one. I mean, I've constantly been asking myself, why haven't there been well-heeled individuals willing to pay for the penalty for breaking an NDA, or be willing to pay back the money a victim may be expected to pay back if they took the money, because it's such a caustic issue, because it's such a famous issue.
Well, and maybe it is the fact that there are no NDAs out there. Maybe it is the fact that nobody's guilty of anything. Maybe it is the fact that the rest of the 3 million files are also just random stupid things about Bubba the horse or some shit. I don't know, because I obviously don't believe that. Maybe that is the case. But if that's the case, why are they holding it back? Why not just release it?
You're asking me to speculate right now?
Well, yeah.
One of the caveats to the law was they didn't have to release information that was part of an ongoing investigation.
Yeah, but Bondi already said in 2025 that there were going to be no more indictments coming, which means they ended all investigations.
I'm aware of what Bondi said, but I'm also aware of the fact that you don't telegraph to individuals that are under investigation that they're being investigated.
You also don't lie to the American people saying that you are not investigating further, or that you're not indicting anybody else. You don't lie to the American people like that.
So which is worse, lying to the American people or letting P3DOs get away?
If they were worried about the files being released, they would have gotten away already. Chances are most of those people have already left.
I think one of the highest rates of recidivism lie in these types of behaviors.
Okay, but they're going to do it somewhere else where they know for damn well sure that they're not going to be caught up in the rest of the files that are released.
I'm just trying to say that if one understands that there's a high rate of recidivism, they can reasonably assume that a continued investigation will bear fruit.
Well, if that's true, then you don't tell the public that there will be no more indictments.
Right. You let the perpetrators think that they're safe.
What?
I said correct. You let the perpetrators think that they are safe.
What you're saying is that happens by saying that there would be no more indictments. But I'm going to say that is not only dishonest, but it's kind of a disgusting action by our own government. They shouldn't be lying to us. They shouldn't be allowed to lie to us, if you ask me.
And here's the problem with liars, Mojo and Brendan. Liars don't just lie when it's convenient for them. Liars lie all the time. So the biggest problem with the liars, once they lie to you, it's hard to believe anything they say. And yes, everyone lies. We are fallen human beings. But the level of lies that we as a people have endured over the past, I would say, 5 to 6 years, I don't believe anything that comes out of any of these politicians' mouth.
Exactly. You can't vote your way out of this. It's revolution time. The only thing that's going to work is when you start doing some unaliving. And I'm not going to be specific.
There's peaceful revolution too. I mean, you can.
That's not how this country. That's not how this country was started.
Well, you can still.
That's not how this country was started.
Yeah, but the country's already started. So we don't have to. We can write our own history as Americans.
The Americans that started this country, the ones that are around today, have no resemblance to those. Those are the real Americans. What you have now are a bunch of pussies.
Well, they're
not
not
going to
around.
do nothing.
They're not around today, but
they're going to be consumer. All they are consumers. They're going to just consume.
All right.
And they're not going to put up a resistance to anything.
Sam,
you don't like to hear that, I know.
Just stop the nonsense. I'm sorry. At this particular point in time, we are the last superpower on the face of the planet. I'm not sure if it's going to remain that way with Donald Trump in power. However, as of right now, we have the largest GDP that this planet has ever seen, and we have the largest military that this planet has ever seen. So if you want to call this country today a bunch of pussies, I guess being a bunch of pussies is probably a good thing.
I would push back on that. I think the Roman Empire that encompassed the entire planet, they had a bigger military and a higher GDP. But Sam,
they absolutely did not. No, they did not. They didn't have either one of those things. Per capita or any other way, they had nowhere near our GDP, and they had nowhere near our military. They had a bunch of people.
If you equate it to the price of gold, Mojo, it's fairly different. And also, there's a reason why there's a saying, all roads lead to Rome. It's because we've been lied to about how big Rome actually was.
All right, here's the plan for all of you guys. Just keep going to the ballot box, voting for politicians, and we'll see if anything changes.
We'll do.
But Sam, we have the chance.
On voting day, I'm going to be sitting at home watching.
Okay, then why are you on a political panel? What makes you think you have the right to talk about politics?
Well, let me answer, Mojo, real quick. Sam, we're a new nation. I mean, we're about to be 250 years old, 1/4 of 1,000 years, right? So wouldn't it be better if in the story of America, the United States, we proved that we could solve things peacefully and not get violent with this? Would that be way cool? Would it be way cooler if people just stopped voting for people that are funded by major donors?
Let's organize another.
Okay,
come on.
Do this.
Wait,
hold
not
on.
going to help with shit.
Hold
Stop
on.
doing.
Hold on. Sam, I need you to have adult conversations, please. Allow somebody to finish their statement before you speak. Respond to them afterwards, and just have a back and forth. Don't do this fucking yelling over the top of each other or trying to interrupt every single time somebody else is speaking. Please don't do that.
I'll land real quick here, Sam. I think the problem with America isn't that everybody's just pussy. I think the problem with Americans is that we don't have properly educated voters, and people don't there needs to be a way to better educate voters, which is what I'm trying to do on this platform on TikTok to Gen Z and millennials.
That's by design. That's by design, my friend. And the other by design, when I came in here, I asked jokingly to the host, I go, what's your credit card debt like? Because that's the whole that's another linchpin. They keep you in debt so you keep showing up to a job.
Yeah, but
they make it hard just to get your basic necessities.
Keeping you in debt? Come on.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. You guys got to let him finish too.
Sam, we participated in that. People did that to themselves. You can't tell people they can't get. If people get deceived, it's their fault. We have rights and freedoms. You can't just say, a whole group of people you know, they got into debt, they got deceived into voting for people. Now a smaller group needs to revolt because we're the right ones. Like, it's us as a people against all of this. It's not. That's just how it is.
Mark, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
57, and definitely Donald Trump.
Definitely. I take it you still support him too.
Why wouldn't I? And don't tell me any fake lies either.
Fake lies. Fake lies would mean that fake lies would mean that it's the truth, by the way. And yeah, why wouldn't you? Because Donald Trump is currently destroying this country.
How is he destroying the country? How?
He's destroying our economy through his fucking ridiculous trade policies. He's starting forever wars.
No.
He's raising the price of. He has raised the price of oil. I'm telling you. I am fucking telling you.
Don't fast talk me. Let's hear it.
How come we can't have $25,000 Chinese cars come to the shore? How come we can't have Chinese cars come here?
I want to hear from
supposed to be a free
No,
market?
you can't do that either, Nate.
Boomers
you can't
have to be the dumbest generation.
Just stop. Fuck.
You know, you're the party
stop
that
fucking
can't...
talking. Jesus fucking
You're
Christ.
the party.
All right, we're going to have adult conversations here. You're not going to talk over other people. Just allow somebody to finish your statement before you continue. And do not tell people to shut up, Nate. Thank you.
Okay. So
Just
let's hear
say
it. How about
impulse control. Impulse control is a sign of lead poisoning. Just gonna throw that out there.
Good. So Mojo, let's hear the answer.
I
How
answered.
he's destroying the country. No, that's not an answer. That's just platitudes and just conjecture and your best guess.
I'm sorry that you don't like the answer.
Well, it's like, be specific. Let's hear it.
He said there was going to be less than $2 gas.
Okay, I haven't
we're going
heard
to
that
have less
one.
than $2 gas.
Good for you. You turned on the TV. Good. Let's hear.
He said no new wars.
Okay, I haven't heard that one either. Okay.
You haven't heard that shit, huh?
I have to say,
you got a
boomers
horrible
may be-
echo, big guy.
How about now?
Oh, that's better.
I think, I have to. This is my opinion. I think boomers are the dumbest generation to come through America. They have too much money. They don't know how they got all their money. And when we complain about not having money, they just say, "Oh, you gotta work harder. You just gotta work." Like you don't work
So you're
hard.
smarter than somebody who was born in '62.
Do you really complain about not having money, big guy?
I can't believe that.
No, I don't. I'm rich. I'm richer probably than. Never mind.
Then stop.
But I'm just saying, that's the boomer argument. Oh, these these kids they just don't work hard. Never the fact that houses are 20x the times they were compared to income. There are so many. The boomers got us here. I would say. If I could encapsulate one thing,
guy.
I would say the
agree.
boomers got.
I totally agree
They just
with
had
you.
too much.
Right.
They just had too much money.
Hold on.
Everything
Okay.
was good all the
Big
time.
guy.
They were
Big guy.
soft.
All right.
Okay, I completely agree with you on the housing thing. It is. I feel that's what I feel the worst about is young folks coming of age who want to buy a house, participate in the American dream. It's screwed, but it's for a lot of reasons. It's not because boomers are less intelligent than the more recent generation. The thing is, there's a lot of variables. There's a lot of variables involved with home prices, including flippers, including corporate money, and our political leaders haven't came in with legislation to try to prevent the inflation of housing, and now they just want to build a bunch of housing and bring a bunch of people into the country, and it's not going to work out. And I'm sorry for your challenges.
Yeah, I mean, the boomers participated and gave permission to these politicians.
Did you listen to anything I said?
Yeah, I did. I'm just
It's not
saying.
the boomers' fault.
Well, I certainly couldn't vote.
What?
Look at maybe you know what, Nate the Great. Maybe I'm just on one about boomers because
I don't know. You seem like a great guy. I mean, the name "great's"
It
in
is
your name.
definitely primarily the boomers'
That's
fault.
nice.
I'm sorry that the generation that generated the most amount of wealth during a wartime effort, when pensions were still at a major time high, where return yields for investments were still relatively high, where their 401ks and IRAs stretched further, where their dollar went further, where they were able to garner up all of the property and buy housing properties en masse and resell them at a large profit, and then hold on to that wealth because they refuse to exit the workplace. I'm sorry. How is this not the boomers' fault?
Okay. And that's interesting. You should say that because it's not the boomers' fault. What are they supposed to give
It's the
away
rich
all their
people's
money?
fault.
It's the political leaders that didn't rein in immigration.
And who's greasing the political figures? The rich people.
And corporations are our government. Corporations are in control of Congress and federal government, state government, and your local government. So
I'm sorry.
The thing is,
none of that.
But the thing is,
none of that was
you can't
sequitur
blame
to my
individuals because they invested in some stocks or bought some real estate. You can't blame them for that.
You can
absolutely
blame them.
And the pension thing is mostly at the government level as well.
So somebody in the
Most state
50s,
governments have
somebody in the 50s with a high school education could buy a house, could buy a car, could raise a family on his full-time job only. What happened to that shit? Oh, was it the trickle-down economics of Reagan? If so, from the 80s afterwards, we got screwed.
It's a free market economy, and
there's no free market economy because then we let in cheap cars come in the country because people can't afford $50,000 cars. That's the average transaction price of a car. We should be able to buy $10,000 cars, sir.
Dude, I feel bad.
If it was a free market.
How do we accomplish that? Are you saying?
Well, what we do is we block Chinese cars from coming into the market. You see how that works? And we have to spend money on the shit that the Ford and Chevrolet are putting $100,000 trucks on. We can't afford that, sir. That's too much, sir. For a work truck, shouldn't be like $50,000, $60,000.
I get it.
Why do I feel like I'm talking to a little kid? You know what's going on. Don't pretend you don't know what the F is going on.
I just said I agree. I concur. I know. But
if I'm making $20 an hour, which I'm not, I'm not going to tell you my income.
Bring it down a notch.
If I was making $20 an hour, how do I buy a $50,000 car?
I get it, dude.
Okay,
Thank you so much for all the Denny's and Cracker Barrels and Applebee's and Burger Kings that are all going out of business now, creating a ridiculous commercial real estate bubble. Thank you for all that extra money that you guys had to spend through all this retail.
But don't ever let the word free market come out of your mouth because we don't have a free market.
It's simple.
It's a bunch of bullshit.
It is a free market. Why isn't it a free market?
It's really not the boomers' fault because they didn't understand what they were doing. Like they had abundance, and when you have abundance, you kind of get weak, and so like hard times create strong men.
Yeah, okay.
And easy times create weak men, and that's what happened to you guys.
Go buy an electric car and then watch your registration go to $1,000 every time you renew your car. It costs $1,000. They don't penalize you because they want some of that gas money back.
Hey!
What?
You guys, one person at a time. What the fuck?
We're doing okay.
No, you're not. You guys are yelling over each other.
Okay. All right. So registration for your car is a state thing, okay? And so you can't blame like a generation for that. You blame your political leaders and the governments. And the thing is, it's like with all of this, with all of this revenue coming in for the state in your county and your city, it's like they can't figure out how to spend it correctly. And the federal.
So is it more of a free market or is it a monopoly market?
Well, you're talking about monopoly when you're talking about like a monopoly is like one business that controls like a good or service and jacks up the price. That's not happening. The Federal Trade Commission or the Justice Department will not allow a monopoly. Those things are in place. That's what the federal government does. That's what your state government does.
No, we don't have antitrust anymore. That's gone. That's a figment of your imagination at this point.
Name the monopoly that's causing the inflation.
Can I squeeze in here real quick? I just want
Yeah.
to say one thing. Baby boomers have had a chokehold on Congress for 27 years. In fact, boomers and Gen X still make up 80%. So, yeah, it's the boomers' fault.
And why do the boomers have to have so many cars? Like, why? Like, what is the fascination with cars?
And the main antitrust law that fell off in usage was in the 80s, early 80s, and it was the one specifically that gave price.
I wasn't asking you.
That's fine. I'm
I
answering
don't
anyway.
care. I don't care about.
What
hearing
about
that.
Citizens
Well, then don't
United,
listen.
Nate? What about
Yeah,
Citizens
then you
United?
can close your ears. So
Well, I
Citizens United.
I don't need you to
I'm
just drone on with data because we're having a discussion about what the problem is in our economy right now.
Yeah, and I agree
Dan-
monopolies are an issue.
I don't care. Dan here is blaming a generation for all his plight, all his challenges, all his problems. I don't think that's a logical viewpoint.
Nate,
that's
I'm
all
50.
saying.
I'm 56 years old, Nate. I'm 56.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Well, all right.
I'm gonna go. I'm having a nerve struck about boomers right now. I'm just gonna go watch Transformers. Bye.
Transformers more than meets the
Yeah.
eye.
God, what a
Come back.
fucking-
Is that a joke? I'm gonna watch.
No, well, it's big
Is he
guy.
really watching Transformers?
He does random crazy things like that. Leave him alone.
Okay.
He probably is going to go watch Transformers, actually.
Well,
that's another question you can ask when people come up on the box. What's your mental health status?
No. Why would I ever ask that?
It's good. I watched Transformers all afternoon. How are you? No, but the economic principle of like the piece of pie, and if like a billionaire, like let's say he's a boomer, a billion. Okay. But these people are not getting rich or having cars at the expense of you.
Oh, they're
They're not taking anything away from you.
Okay.
That can't be right.
It is right. It is right.
So
it's not right.
Especially within the past decade, the top 1% of earners in the United States has basically like immeasurably increased their wealth compared to the bottom 90. Like,
So
I don't
what?
remember the statistics, but
It's
it's
not at the
incredibly
expense of you. They provide
Okay.
jobs. You're talking about
If
like
someone, first of all, they don't provide jobs. The workers that make the product provide jobs. They're just there
the
siphoning
workers
off.
provide jobs. That's a good one.
What
I
are you
like that.
doing?
Who's the primary mode of production in an enterprise? Is it the CEO or is it the workers that are doing the work?
Okay, you literally
makes
just
the CEO
said
money?
the workers provide jobs.
Yes.
I mean, Joyce, the more accurate statement would be small businesses are the main driver of jobs in the economy. So it's not corporations or the rich, it's small businesses that drive our economy and provide the most jobs by like 2x.
The answer would still be
What I'm-
CEOs, because small businesses are still run by CEOs who own LLCs.
You're just
point
saying
is-
words now, Brendan.
What? Wow.
Hey, Nate, what was the multiple of a CEO
Man,
in
he
relation
was
to what
right.
he made, compared to the employees? What is
I
it now
get that.
compared to then?
I get that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane to like, and I just saw some interview where they were talking to a CEO who's making like $300 million a year, yet their line workers hadn't had a raise more than 2% in 10 years or something. And
Tim Cook is worth $2 billion. The guy from Apple.
Yeah,
But they're not
so-
stopping the small person from making
So
it.
so the thing is, that's not right, and corporations become too powerful, and then these CEOs become greedy. But the thing is, when it just the pure economy itself, there could be a point there to be had as far as the problems, but the common talking point is we got to tax the billionaires. They need to pay their fair share, those kind of things. But when it comes to federal government, it's not a revenue problem at all. there's a lot of revenue, tons of revenue coming in. It's a spending problem. Our spending's gone from like 5 trillion like 7 years ago to like 7 trillion. And all these
And
like
who's skimming
government
off the top?
agencies.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah,
about to
so
say. Where are those tax breaks going? Because they're not going to go. They're not going to the working
I don't know
class.
for the skim. I think it's a deep cut.
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
Nate's
no.
got a good point here, guys. It's that's a problem with poor people. It's not the revenue they're making. It's the spending. They're spending too much. Inflation be damned.
How can you spend what you don't have? Credit card debt has increased dramatically over the past 2 years because of inflation.
I'm talking about
People are having
government,
to break
not
up. People are having to break
consumer
up
spending.
into payments.
Government
groceries.
spending, not consumer spending.
Come on, Joyce. Everyone knows the government's immune to inflation.
How is it immune to inflation?
It's not.
Hyperbolic. He's making a fucking joke, man.
I'm autistic. I'm sorry. I didn't read the room.
Well, so Nate down
That's
here,
why I
Nate the
thought-
Great, is
I thought it was
arguing both the piece of the pie is the pie equation does not make sense, but that corporations and CEOs getting paid a lot more is in fact a problem. That's like counter arguing the pie, and then the whole like it's not a revenue problem, it's a spending thing.
No,
So I threw out the spending poor people thing to poke the hole in the argument that the government also is faced with inflation as a buyer.
Very well
so
said.
it is
Very
a
well said,
revenue thing.
But yes, but also in regard to the CEO, like in general, like a billionaire isn't making money like at the expense of some guy in another state doing something else. But the thing is, if under the same roof of a company, if the CEO is making like, the example I gave, huge money, and the just regular labor or worker guys are having to scratch to get by, that's not right. Yeah.
And that's what's continued to happen for 50 years. But I mean, even if we cut our spend by 20% right now, we'd still be running a deficit. So it's not just a spend issue, right?
Well, what? Wait, what?
If we cut our spend by 20%, would we? I believe we'd still be at a deficit, right? Where we spending like $7 billion, bringing in $5.5.
That's a start, and that's called austerity, and that's what Doge was trying to accomplish. But unfortunately, Congress wouldn't budge as far as passing that bill with the original template. And but if you need to, we all need to listen to Elon Musk when he says, it's code red.
I'm actually a little confused here with your position, Nate.
I don't know what template you're talking about.
Nate, let me talk about the original bill and the cuts that they want to do as far as eliminating these 3-digit government agencies who are completely inefficient, skim off the top.
You don't know that.
Yeah,
right?
we do.
Know that.
Well, yes,
no, I'm just saying is your position seems confused.
USAID.
You came up here all hot against Mojo, demanding
I'll
that he.
down.
Nate,
I'll settle down.
No, Nate, you've been doing some talking, and I am settled down. So don't tell me that, all right?
No,
you came
I'll
up
settle
here,
down.
Nate. You came up here all hot, demanding Mojo tell you how Trump's destroying the country.
It's like
you sat here and you sympathized with everybody who said, "Yeah, CEOs make too much. Yeah, no one can afford anything." And you seem to be arguing both sides of both sides. What is your actual position here? What is the solution? You say it's a spending problem,
that's good.
but everyone's dad showed you it's a revenue, or told you it's a revenue problem as well.
It's a very complicated, multivariable equation to like start fixing some of these problems. Okay, but to like everybody on these everybody on these platforms want to point fingers at Trump. Trump. It's all Trump's fault. It's not Trump's fault. It's not the.
It is. He's a terrible operator. He doesn't know how to run a big business. He can like push a brand, sure.
Okay,
He's got celebrity.
Okay, his past resume does not mean that he can't run the country. He's a businessman, which normally politicians are lawyers and have their legal degrees. And the thing is, that hasn't worked out very well. And the establishment is corporations. Corporations are our government. I agree that there is a big problem in both sides of the aisle. It's a big problem in politics, but at least what I'm hearing, and maybe it's he's not delivering, is what I'm hearing is anti-establishment, and this is wrong, and this is wrong, and we need to fix it.
I'm
So I
not
think
against hiring a businessman for the position, but if I'm going to like vet and vote for a businessman, it's not going to be the one that returned half the average market rate return for his entire business career until he passed his, put his
you don't know that.
point. Yeah, I do know that.
You don't know that.
Yes,
No,
I
you
do.
don't.
It's simple
Okay.
math, my bud.
Okay. So yeah, you don't know that, and
Yes, I
if
do.
you're looking at his tax returns or whatever, his financial statements, or it's just hearsay from something you heard, but you don't know that, and it doesn't
Yes, I
make
do.
okay. And his profit margin or his rate of return on
Nate, he
his
literally bankrupted a casino.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
it's
has
like
nothing
that.
to do with it.
It
You
has
can't
to-
say
Johnny
just
Depp.
like so. You can't say so when you look at the culmination of a businessman. It's not one abject horrible failure or three casinos. It's not the successes. It's the net of all of it compared
It's a moot
compared
point anyway.
against the
Why don't
average
you just pay
stock
attention to what he's
market
doing
rate
right
return.
now?
Okay, so Trump has
But Mojo
this
said he's ruining
ability.
the country.
Trump has
He
the
is.
ability.
He's tanking.
How
Hey,
is he
hey,
ruining
hey,
the
hey,
country?
hey. You guys gotta chill.
It's just frustrating talking to
Let
people just spouting the propaganda. They're
But
just
it's literally the truth. It's literally the history
paraphrasing
of his
what they
fucking business
heard.
model. He bankrupts companies, and now
You
he's set
shut
to
up.
bankrupt the country. Bro, you shut up, bro.
You know,
You got
Mexicans
nothing to say,
bankrupt
bro.
the country coming in here.
We build this we all build this country, bro.
Bullshit.
Shut the fuck up.
Hey,
Sorry,
what the
I gotta get on
fuck?
that.
Stop that.
Yeah, I don't know what.
I mean, they were both saying it. There's no shut ups on this panel, guys. If you have to say something, say like catch a bubble, bitch, or
Tranquila,
something like
blah, blah,
that.
blah. All right. That's fine. I get it. But
So the biggest
Can I ask-
thing. Oh, go ahead, Robin. Sorry.
I apologize if I rubbed anybody the wrong way, but I have some strong feelings about, Trump's not really my guy. I can't stand to hear him talk, but I do believe in regard to the problems that face this country, and at least the conservative movement is addressing these problems. And it just
They make
seems
them
like the
worse.
media and the left want to critique the administration at every step of the way. And when you look at the alternative, I'd vote every time, 7 days a week, twice on Sunday for Trump and the Conservative Party.
Okay, so let me ask some follow-up questions to that really quickly. End of this term, what are some demonstrable measures of success? Are we talking about median income? Are
Immigration
we talking about
times 20.
So we
Immigration.
have no immigration. Okay, so we have zero people coming into this country. What else is your economic measure of success for his second term?
I have hopes that we can turn around the budget for the federal government, as we just reached 39 trillion in debt. It's a catastrophe that to service the debt, the interest payment is more than the entire military budget. It's a catastrophe. At a certain
in each
point,
one of his, okay,
at a certain
I'm with
point,
you.
your tax dollars will go towards nothing. Goes
Yeah, I
towards-
understand.
Okay.
But
go
let me ask you.
And then I
if you
like the
continue-
idea. I like the idea of the creative idea of working with tariffs to fix the unfair trade deals, and that's going to be a long-term thing. And the other part of that is where we're going to bring back. Obviously, it's cliche to say. You've heard it. We're going to bring back manufacturing, but we got to bring back some of these jobs for the working class, the blue collar jobs, because I guarantee if we continue down the road of mass immigration of low to middle skilled labor, we're going to see a job market Armageddon in the next 3 to 5 years. It's going to be catastrophic.
So let me ask you: if he cuts immigration like by 20x, your words, not mine, but
Hey, John Kennedy.
continues the same trend of deficit spending for his next 3 years, right? Like increasing Department of Education budget this fiscal year compared to last year when they
No,
said they were going to get rid of it
Department of
completely.
Education got scrapped.
No,
You
no,
kidding
you
me?
can go look at the appropriations budget. It's online. They actually
Okay.
funded them a
I
higher
could very well
amount
be
this
wrong.
year. So if he continues the deficit spending, and doesn't
Okay.
address and make
Fiscal policy is
fair
handled by
tariff,
Congress and Speaker of the House.
right, and does not
Okay.
create a fair
So you can't
tariff
blame
schema.
Trump for spending.
Okay. But Trump himself said the buck stops at the president. So
He can
and
only
so
do what he can do when half of when Congress is broken and we can't codify any of these bills, any of these spending reforms, because the corporations are in charge of of Congress because they're all being bought by the donors.
So
They're all
you're
being bought
basically
with these
saying,
backroom deals.
hold on. Let me restate. You're saying if
You don't need to
he
restate.
cuts immigration 20x, continues the deficit spending, doesn't address the fair tariffs, as you say, and we don't get more jobs for manufacturing or bring manufacturing back, that's a failure of Congress. If he
But
does
those
all
are
the
long.
things,
Those are long economic
So-
indicators. Have you heard of the term lagging indicator?
yes, I'm a
So-
CPA and
so
I
these-
work in fiscal
So when
policy.
you start pulling the levers of the economy through whatever monetary policy or
Right, yeah.
tariffs or cutting spending or increasing spending, these kind of indicators show up. They lag. They show up in the future. Could be long term. Could be very long term. And that's why my concern over immigration, it's going to be when we have an economic downturn, these people are going to be just desolate and down on their luck, and it's going to be federal government's going to have to bail them out with entitlements, because if you look at the budget, entitlements make up quite a large percentage of our federal budget.
So you're just saying if he does a good job, yay Trump, he did a good job. If he fails, it's Congress's fault.
I don't think any of us are really qualified to.
I am.
That's what I'm hearing. Nate, were you always this charitable to whoever was the president? Whenever? I mean, like, are you always this charitable to the executive?
No, Trump's not my guy. I don't.
No, I didn't say he was. I'm saying, are you always this charitable?
I don't study this stuff ad nauseum.
Well, no,
but when
I'm
it comes
asking
time, every 4 years, when it comes time to vote, I pick. It's a binary decision, and I don't know how the other side can view federal government and define federal government as something that handles social problems over economic problems. What's good for the economy is good for the people. The good economy provides jobs and opportunity in the free market economy.
You're right.
And
Over
that's
the
how
past
it works.
25 years, the Democrats have outperformed the Republicans on every
that's-
single economic measure.
Exactly. The lagging indicator concept plays a part in that. And
So it
that's
takes
just
4 years of
that's
a
just
Democratic
ridiculous.
administration,
Because the thing
like-
is, because the tax and spend Keynesian economics of the left
Keynesian.
is
Keynesian, yeah.
Keynesian, thank you. So,
And you're right.
Yeah,
like
I
the
mean,
leading
government spending
indicators.
can fuel government spending fuels the economy. That's why no administration wants to go into austerity measures, because that will be their legacy of a bad economy. But unfortunately, here we are, 39 trillion in debt. But
How
at
would you
least,
say the
but at least I
leading
hear them talking.
indicators?
I mean, what a great concept! What a great concept! And I'll slow it down here. What a great
No,
concept!
don't
Doge.
slow it down. Just finish up, man. You've been talking for a while.
Yeah, you've been talking quite a bit.
Okay. Well, that's what I meant by slow it down. But what a great concept, though, going into it. And I really am a fan of Elon Musk. And I love to hear him speak.
Oh my God.
Okay, Nate, okay.
Okay.
You can stop, man. What the fuck?
I mean, Mojo, I don't know about you, but if you celebrated all my wins and blamed others for my success or my failures, you'd be my guy, dude. I'm just saying.
Success has 1,000 fathers and failures only one.
I have a question because I heard that that Congress is broken, the system is broken. So what the point to vote? Do you think any president can make things done in your logic?
Any president can what?
Can do something? I talking to NB. In his logic, what I hear, system is broken.
Oh, God. His name is Nate. N8 Nate.
Yeah. Well, that's a viable question. I think as long as the president's part of the establishment and is in cahoots, if you will, with Congress and okays spending bills and goes with whatever the Speaker of the House wants to do. But if a president wants to affect change and have a strong form of leadership in regard to what the citizens of this country and general people know and believe what needs to be done, and if those two things are conflicting, then they will not be able to codify laws and be effective.
Oh my God! Can it? It's like it's losing track of logic. So
Really?
Yeah.
It's for me.
He just said no. That was for Nate.
You didn't understand what I said, or you didn't like it?
Yeah. You should
Why did
shut.
react
You
that
should
way?
shut the. Yeah, because you should shut the fuck up. There's no reason to say that shit.
Yeah, you just get yourself a band.
Why did you react like that then? I don't get it.
Why did you act like a full-grown young
probably doesn't
boy?
understand English.
Why did you react like a full-grown boy?
Yeah, that's right.
Aren't you a man? What are you, like 50 plus? You
Yeah, I
speak
don't-
to your
I
mom
don't-
and your
I don't-
wife like that? You speak to
Yeah,
your daughter
I say
like
what I
that?
want.
Yeah, Nate's got that tiny dick
Go
energy.
ahead and put a label on me. I don't care. I'll keep it up.
So
Bet
that
your
was
grandma loved you.
that was addressed to me, right? Like
Yeah. Yeah,
that was
it
addressed to
was.
me because like you cannot stand woman voice or so.
Wait,
You're so fragile.
We can continue. Striker.
Why
It's just
are
like
you
a-
even here? Why are you here?
Oh, it's interesting question. Why you have problem with me being here?
I never said I had a problem with you being here.
So
Why
why
are you
is
here?
question will even appear? What do
Why
you
are you
mean
here?
being?
Let's introduce
what
her.
what do you mean here?
Wait,
Where
just
here?
go back to the conversation.
It's
Do you-
interesting.
He doesn't. As far as I understand, he doesn't think that any president's going to be able to change it. I don't know. Did I get that right, Nate?
Yeah, I think the big overarching problem in this country is honesty and the ethics and the civility of individuals, and we're seeing that with the
Did
a lot
you
of
just say
fraud in
civility?
government.
Did you
Is that
really
right?
just say civility?
I caught that too. Yeah.
Jesus Christ,
Civil-
Mimi,
civility?
look, Mimi, you can't
Chivalry?
push this
I
one
don't
too
know.
hard. He's fragile. He'll break. So go slow.
Yeah,
Chivalry?
all what at stake it's just woman voice. That's it. You know, it doesn't take much.
What?
Huh?
So I'm saying that's the biggest
Go
problem
kick rocks.
in regard
What?
to in regard to the Constitution and the government, this country as it was formulated, the concepts and the ideas, and if everybody's going to be thieves and dishonest and
I
bad
feel like I'm in the
players,
head of
it's gonna
somebody
be
that's
a
been
problem.
drinking for 3 weeks straight.
I feel like he's new to buzzwords and just trying them on for size.
Fuck.
Can I just? I'm gonna take a number.
Nate, have you met other humans before?
Oh no! Really?
He just feel he is so
hold
lonely,
on.
so he go here to talk and talk and talk.
Hold on, Joyce has been trying
okay.
to talk for a fucking minute, and he's been up here. So can we let him go?
Thank you, Rebel. So I'm a little nervous, but I'm going to try and make this as succinct as possible.
You say that every time you come up here. How many times are you going to be up here before you stop saying I'm a little
Well, whenever I
nervous?
get enough experience, I guess.
Joy,
You
you'll
always,
find the bar
yeah,
super low tonight.
you always
Oh,
sound
good.
great, dude. Don't worry about it.
Thank you. So here's the thing. I want to address something that you said a little bit earlier. The first thing that you said is that entitlement spending takes up a large percentage of the expenditures of the United States. And then you also said that what we need to do is instill some sort of austerity measures in order to mitigate that spending and expenditure because it's adding to the deficit. But there are a couple of problems with that. The first one is that every time we go through an economic downturn, which includes the financial crisis in 2008 and then again with COVID in 2020, the government prints an insane amount of money, and all of that money doesn't go to everyone. It goes to the top earners in our society, right?
Good point.
Every time.
Very good. Yeah.
So there's no reason
those
for
are
us.
corporations.
So
Those are corporations.
hold on.
Not, okay.
So what I'm saying that because you can't just not tax billionaires who are accumulating all of the wealth in the economy. They're hedging, I guess, or like accumulating all of that up there, and no one can tax them. So on top of that,
that's
mostly
wrong.
Republicans.
That's wrong.
It's what is the effective tax rate? I don't know. I'd have to look it up. But what is the effective tax rate of the top 1% right now compared to
ultra
it's
high,
like 30,
high
37. It caps out at like 37%.
No, he said the effective, not the statutory.
But it is
on ultra high net worth individuals, Joyce. It's usually somewhere between 3 and 8%. You have to remember, ultra high net worth individuals don't make a majority of their income through
but that's
earned income.
Okay, that's true.
That's
but
correct.
The thing is as far as total revenue, the top 5% pay like 90% of all tax revenue. It's still a progressive tax system.
It's around 60% actually. But that's representative of the huge amount of money they're actually making, not a progressive fair tax rate. So when you look at the top, like the upper echelon, the 99.9 percentile, right?
Yeah.
Their effective tax rate's 3 to 8%.
Well, then change the tax code.
We can't. There's too many loopholes. So Harris had a plan to use one of the loopholes to make them pay the effective tax rate, but you guys ignored.
Just woman name breaking.
You guys ignored Harris and the 23 Nobel laureate economists that endorsed her plan. So just fuck us, right?
I followed Harris's campaign, and I didn't hear anything about revamping the tax code. All I heard was the corporations were price gouging. That's all I heard. So
it was specifically taxing unrealized gains on people over $100 million.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty ridiculous, and that's gonna. I'll circle back to saying
and you don't understand it. That's why you think it's
I
ridiculous.
agree. No, I know, and there's no simple answer.
The forgiveness of the PPP loans.
All right, you guys, stop.
Yes, go ahead.
1% time. You gotta let him respond too. You have to let him respond as well. Just be quick, please. Everybody be a little quicker.
Go ahead, Joyce. Finish your points.
Okay.
The forgiveness of the PPP loans cost the United States taxpayers $1.2 trillion, I believe is the last figure, 1.4 trillion.
Yeah.
Okay, which is about the total amount of debt, of student loan debt in the country at that time as well. So that's the equivalency there, number one. Number two, the tax rate, the tax cuts by the Big Beautiful Bill and a couple of other tax cuts, the Bush era tax cuts as well, has siphoned, I don't know how many millions to billions to trillions.
See, the thing is, the 2017 Jobs and Tax Act, actually the government revenue, as far as tax revenue, was on an upward trajectory after that. And so that's the principal debate between Keynesian economics and supply side economics.
Where was that
corporate tax revenue actually decreased?
There's also another thing.
Hold exactly.
On. There's also another thing called the Laffer curve, that there's an optimal level of taxation to maximize tax revenue.
And where are we at on the Laffer curve?
Well, you talked Joy talked about the big beautiful bill, and that was also an extension of the 2017 Jobs and Tax Act.
Right. No,
But
where
also,
are we on the Laffer curve? Where are we on the Laffer curve?
I don't
You
know.
brought it up.
I don't know.
My point in that was to give you multiple examples of the fact that every time we do these tax cuts and every time we do these programs that benefit only the smallest percentage of our economy.
No, that's wrong too.
Okay? It's not wrong.
The big
How is it
beautiful
wrong?
bill. No, the big beautiful bill increased the standard deduction. And the standard deduction favors low to middle earners because most of the high earners itemize all their deductions. They go in with their fancy creative accounting and find all sorts of loopholes and tax write-offs. So that favors the low to middle earners. So you can't tell me that. Nope.
I don't think there's any question that the 2017 Tax Jobs Cuts Act and the Big Beautiful Bill favored by far the wealthiest of Americans. I don't think the extra $200 that someone who only makes $40,000 a year is getting back on their tax return is going to put them over the top.
What?
Okay, so this is according to the Congressional Budget Office.
What did he say?
Hey, Joyce, real quick.
you don't understand
TCJA
English now.
doubled the standard deduction.
Shut up,
One
lady.
big beautiful bill made it
Fuck
permanent.
off.
It didn't actually double the standard deduction. The one big beautiful bill just made the TCJA doubling of it permanent.
No, they increased the standard deduction.
No, you're wrong.
Okay.
So
I do this
so
for a
according-
living, Nate. I don't know if you missed it, but I said it was
No, I
CPA.
could be wrong. I don't.
You are
that's what I read.
100% wrong.
That's what I read. Maybe I
Then
was
work
reading
on
the
your
wrong
reading.
draft.
I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
So the Congressional Budget Office, I want to make this clear because this is from them, and this is about the One Big Beautiful Bill. It was regressive overall, and its largest tax benefits flowed to the higher income households, while low income households saw resource losses from cuts to programs like Medicaid and SNAP, including, I believe, Medicaid expansion in the states that were allowed to do it. I mean, I know that Colorado is facing that problem right now. So, I think this also says that the lowest income decile would lose about $1,600 per year, whereas the highest decile would gain about $12,000 per year over 2026 to 2024.
So that's based on a pro forma tax return on certain level of salaries and income.
This is the big beautiful bill overall, which limited spending for social services and at the same time cut tax rates for the top percentage of income earners.
No, I just got done saying that. Everybody, it was
I
across
just read
the
it
board.
to you from the Congressional Budget Office.
All tax brackets got tax cuts.
Am I missing something?
But
No,
the
he's
thing
not
is,
understanding
we're
it.
talking
So
about
yes,
austerity.
TC.
We're
Hold
talking
on, let me
about how to
explain to
fix
you.
the
Nate,
national debt.
TCJA
we can't
decreased all
continue.
the tax brackets, right? So we saw that happen. The one big beautiful bill, what that did is it extended the lower brackets, right? So the TCJA was about to expire. So the one big beautiful bill extended out those tax bracket rates. What Joyce was telling you is the economic analysis of all the impacts, net impacts, good and bad, across the different income percentages of people who receive income in this country. The people at the bottom are negatively impacted net, despite all those good things in TCJA, because of the stuff they're taking away.
Taken away in the entitlements? How?
Because
all
they
the
cut
other
it.
stuff in the one big beautiful bill. So it's
Like-
the impact
like what?
to what do you mean?
Medicaid, SNAP.
Mainly Medicaid, SNAP, those
We
types
can't
of programs.
continue down that road of bringing in volumes of immigrants and having a welfare state.
They're not entitled
Anybody
to
can
those
see that.
entitlements.
To get most entitlement programs, you have to be a U.S. citizen. You know that, right?
Yeah, bullshit.
Almost
These monies go through NGOs and get funneled into these different.
How do you know that?
I would love to see a source
charities
on
and government subsidized programs, and so
I
the
would love to see a
accounting
source on that.
we see that based on what Nick Shirley is digging up. That
my gosh.
nobody's on oversight for the accounting for these type of programs, and it needs to stop. And it stops with cutting back, and it's the liberal media that's telling you Medicaid cuts are cuts, but it's really just saying, okay, we're cutting out all this fraudulent bullshit.
Yeah,
because
unfortunately,
this needs
Nate,
to be
the
sorted
liberal
out
media,
once and
the
for all.
liberal media, the liberal media, the
Yeah, that's
liberal
right,
media
liberal media.
also
Here's
broke
the
Nick
thing about
Shirley's story about 6 years in advance of when he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay, great. So what does that mean?
It means this shit happened back in 18. People
Is
were
anything
already
getting done
in
about it?
jail. Yeah, people like
Is anything
35
getting done
people.
about it?
35
Name the
people or so
instance.
were arrested.
Name the instance.
the thing
Look,
is that when-
Nate,
In
I'm not like
why
fooling
don't
you,
you
man.
say something original instead
I'm
of
not
just trying to
fooling you.
rebut things I'm saying?
I'm not
Let's hear it
fooling
from
you.
you. Let's hear your solution to everything.
Sure. So a good start would have been to tax unrealized gains. So the way that was going to work is it
Oh
was
my
going to
God, it's
phase.
not a taxation problem. It's a
Are you gonna let
spending
him-
problem.
Are you going to let him
It's
talk?
not a taxation problem.
Do
And
you
you
wanna
can't
hear
just start
someone
taxing the
educated?
shit out of people
Hey,
because that's
I thought
going to
you
turn
wanted
the
to hear
Nate,
economy
someone
upside
Nate,
down.
Nate, you asked him to
No,
give
it's
you
like
you asked him to give you a solution, and he tried to give you a
that's a
solution.
bullshit solution. Something viable. Come on.
Okay,
We got to
so
agree on
would
what
you
the
like to
problems
hear?
are.
very, very big
If we
problem.
agree on what the problems are, and then we can agree on what a possible solution is,
Dad,
or
if
I'll
you
at
just
least listen
agree
to
to
you.
if you just agree to his definitions and his problems, then you can totally agree with him.
This guy
I
doesn't
don't
want
like
to hear
him being so
anything.
smug about all that
So
shit.
Nate, let me. Oh
No.
God. Okay.
Boy,
Little boy.
that guy
Just
was
a little
deep in the
boy.
salt.
So fragile little boy.
He was so close. The irony is he's so close. He totally sympathized with half the people on this panel about how hard it is. And his solution was to cut even more services rather than tax the rich.
No,
I mean-
no. The thing
Man,
is,
I just
Doge
want you to be
uncovered.
normal. Nate, can
I'll
you
be
just
nor-
be normal?
Okay, you started it by saying it's Trump's destroying this country.
He
Which
is.
Insane and asinine.
He
Come on,
is.
Thing
Nate. You
is,
just
like-
asked me to give you an original opinion, and I
Okay,
got
go
not
ahead,
even
then.
one
Yeah, go
sentence out. And you cut me
Go
off.
ahead. Go ahead.
So I think the unrealized
You're
tax would have been great, and the way it would have worked is it would have phased in 100 million, fully phased in at 200 million, with some caveats. Right, you had to have 90% of your portfolio value in the stock market. Had to be
So what does
highly
that mean?
liquid asset. So if
Why
I
don't
had
you give me a
100,
big picture? Give me a
Can
big
you
picture
let
of
him
what-
finish his fucking statement? Jesus Christ.
so if I had $100 million and 90% of it was in tradable stocks, right? And I wasn't paying an equitable tax rate of 21%, then I would have had to true up and pay taxes on my unrealized gains. Now the next
You're
year,
insane. You're an idiot.
Stop, you gotta-
Unrealized gains is
now the
never
next
gonna
year,
fly.
next year, if I had an unrealized gain
Next.
or loss, I could
Let's hear a
go
real-
back. So I could go back and adjust it. So it would have worked a lot like the realized gain, loss, and clawback, and how that
Are you
goes.
still talking about?
So what I think that was a good start, because what it did is it didn't address the loophole that the rich used to minimize their effective tax rate. It just forced them to leverage the same loophole to pay a fair tax rate. Ideally, what I would do to address the system is go back and rewrite the 1986 TRA, which is where a lot of these loopholes came from. So there's a lot of glut in the IRS and taxation system. Like most developed nations, we shouldn't have to play this guessing game with the department to figure out how much we owe at the end of the year. And then if we miss a mark, we owe penalties. A lot of this shit could be automated and standardized. The more loopholes you close,
What does
the
that mean?
more it drives the cost down for everyone.
Okay.
What does that even mean?
Does anybody have a pop-up book for Nate? I think he needs a
Basilisk?
pop-up book.
Basilisk,
Yeah, that's
can I
fine.
get
Go ahead and
Basilisk?
assassinate the
Hello,
character, but-
hello, Nate. Basilisk, can I get your age and who you voted for, please? Do you know you're on the panel right now? I'm going to take that as a no. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, unrealized gains is ridiculous. So let's hear something pragmatic.
Why is it ridiculous?
Nate,
Nobody's
just make an
gonna go
assertion.
for that's such. I just
Nate,
got done.
you're
Doesn't
merely
understand
making
what
an
is this.
assertion.
Wait, stop. You got to let him talk.
We have a spending problem, not a revenue problem. Plenty of tax revenue
I don't know
coming
how
in.
many sources I can show you that say that statement is not correct. I'm running out.
Oh my God, we have like 5 trillion coming in a year, annually, and we spend like 7 trillion.
Yeah, so the difference should be made
that's gone
by
up
taxing
quickly.
the people that have it. I don't understand. They've been writing this for the past 2 decades.
No, we talked about that. We already talked about tax.
But you're not listening.
Tax brackets.
You're just waving all the objections away, Nate.
Why?
You're just waving everybody's objections
Why are
away.
you not letting him finish a
creative.
fucking statement? Jesus Christ.
Well, you're the one that came up with Trump is ruining America. I still haven't heard anything specific about what he's doing.
No,
It's
that's the
ruining
thing, though.
the
Is
country.
that
So
you've
hold
heard
on one sec.
Okay.
Unrealized gains. Do you know how much unrealized gains are in the U.S.
Oh
right
my
now?
God.
No,
I
I'm
can't
just
do it.
wondering. Do you know?
I can't do it.
It's
You
50
know?
trillion. It's 50
Here's the
trillion.
thing, though. Okay,
Hasn't
It's
been
50
doing it all
trillion.
night.
you do this.
Oh my God. Okay, so the house that I live in that I bought 25
No.
years ago for $200,000, it's worth 1.5 million. You're going to tax me on the capital gain now.
Do you make more than $100 million? Are you worth more than $100 million?
What do you think I'd be talking to you if I was?
Well,
No,
So
I-
no, it wouldn't have applied to you. So why
That's
are you worried
rhetorical.
about it? Plus, there's a
Rhetorical.
primary
so
residence
tax the rich
exclusion.
is going to be the answer.
No, it's just
to
pay your
everything.
fair share.
Okay.
That's all.
Wait,
What-
tax
okay,
the
so
wait,
let's-
wait, tax
okay.
the rich. Tax the rich is the answer.
Okay, well, yeah, well, that's basically the ideology of the left.
That's
You're
not
not
Yes,
rich. Are you
yes.
just
Fuck the
radical
fuck the
statement.
rich. Why are you
people
trying
get-
to?
peop-
Nate,
That's
Nate,
a-
people get
Nate,
around
hello,
it. They'll send
hello.
their money to like offshore.
Why? Wait, Nate. Why are you protecting the wealthy? Why are you protecting billionaires? Why do you care?
Because they're not billionaires are not getting rich at the expense of you.
Yes, they are, because you cannot become a billionaire if you're not taking advantage of somebody.
And Nate, just so we're clear,
my
even if you're
God.
worth $10 million,
They
you were
don't-
poor.
The
You were
job
poor.
market's a free market as well. So don't work there and picket or boycott or
Do
go
you-
open up your own business.
Do you know the
There it
effect
is.
of
There's
unemployment
so
rate
much
right now?
opportunity. Stop
Not-
being a victim. There's so much opportunity in this country to do whatever you want.
Do you know
Arrogance.
the unemployment
Stop
rate?
blaming
The
stop
effect of
blaming government and stop being a
Nate,
victim.
your position comes from your opinion is very arrogant and comes from a position of privilege. You think anybody in this country just has the ability to pick up stakes and just go get another job? Do you
No,
really
I get
think
that.
that's the
I
case for
get
a lot
that.
of people?
And there's like handicapped people and
No.
disabilities. I get that.
For the mass of people, do you think that they can just pick up stakes and go negotiate a better job? Because guess what that employer is going to do?
Oh.
Is to say, no, I'm not going to hire you. I'll just hire somebody cheaper. Most people
Yeah.
don't have
Yeah.
that power. Okay.
Okay.
You act
I
like
like
it's
it.
just
That's
easy.
accurate.
You act like it's just easy for somebody
Oh,
who
I-
doesn't say have a college education to just
No,
go
I
get
never said
another
anything was
higher-paying
going to be
job.
easy.
Nate, are you going to let somebody finish, or are you just going to?
Wait, you guys aren't
okay.
letting him finish. What the fuck? He's the only conservative on the panel, and everybody's talking over him too.
I think he's done.
So the
quite a
thing
bit of
is,
talking.
yes, it's true what you say, and it is difficult many times. But the job market is a free market as well, and so we do have to try to make those decisions and somehow leverage our own careers based on earnings and things like that. But yeah, you bring up a really good point. But I don't think that that the big bad corporations and big bad business owners are always exploiting their employees. No, I don't think it's that way at all. And the
Not
thing
even sure
is,
how to
and the thing is, and in general, my biggest thing is that the federal government is taxing the crap out of the middle class, and that's bad and that's wrong. But the thing
Nate,
is, inflation is a tax.
Nate,
What?
if we take everybody that's making $250,000 a year or less and don't charge them any federal income taxes, are you okay with that?
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's
Okay, so
increase
everybody,
the tariffs and do that.
so
It used to be
starting,
there was no federal
so
income
no,
tax,
we don't need to
and it was
increase
all
the tariffs. We
tariffs.
don't need to increase the tariffs. We don't have to do anything with the
Yes, we
tariffs.
do. We have to
No,
pay
we
down the debt.
don't.
Yes, we do.
The fuck was that, dude?
So
Did your
you
balls
just
just
admit
drop?
that.
Oh, don't chime in every 5 minutes with some stupid lady.
So you
So the
just
thing
admit
is,
that
Oh
revenue
my
is a problem.
God, Nate.
Wow.
she
Mimi,
she irritates me.
Mimi, he is so fragile.
Yeah, I'm afraid to talk. Like as soon as he hear me, like I scared he will break down with tears.
He just simply would not. He just does not want to accept the conclusion that his own arguments are leading to. He
I think the main problem
refuses to
is
see it.
the main problem he has is like women scare him because he has to exit the bedroom for them to reach orgasm, and that just like damages his ego every time he hears one talk.
Yeah, he is
I
so
am not
lonely.
bringing you back up, Nate. You can go to bed or go to another room or something. You're just fucking gross. I don't like misogyny.
Well, for the most part, I had fun. I don't know about y'all.
Joyce, the bar was even lower than Dad and I even thought.
Okay, Mitch, you know I would do your budget games, except you guys don't have like categories I would want. And then you put a timer on it, so you guys can't look up everything that I want. I could submit a proposal to you ahead of time, and then you can go through it afterwards if you want. But I want to, if I want an ultimate system, I want to change the whole system, and I want to create a Marxist system. So
You don't need to worry about it. I'm going to win it.
I don't know. I've watched some of them. I don't think I saw you doing yours, but I know that you were on the top one of them.
Judge, what do you think about Marxist system when we have AI and nobody works and we have just a social salary and robots do everything? What system? How you will name it?
That will change everything if we get AI and robotics to control the vast majority of the menial labor jobs. Then, yeah, we got to change our entire system.
What would you name it?
I'd simply move to a Marxist system at that point, because then most people's basic needs can be met by AI and robotics.
Here I can see, because I disagree with you. I don't see reality of Marxist system with people, because I think people are broken, and you cannot build a perfect society with broken material. But with robotic, yeah, now I see it.
Yeah, it would give us the opportunity to have a lot more free time and use the AI to provide all basic needs, and then everybody can either start a business as a co-op or play video games for a living or do whatever the fuck they want to do. Doesn't really matter.
Amen.
Or date a bunch of men, homie me.
Huh?
Or date a bunch of men all at the same time.
Oh no.
No, what?
I'm
Mojo.
good, thank you. I'm gonna bike, I'm gonna ocean.
See, that's
In your
you deserve
Marxist
that.
utopia, do we all get to be fat and float around in those chairs like in the movie Wall-E?
Yes.
I don't know why
Sign
you
me
would
up.
want to. I don't know why you'd want to, but I guess if you want to, go ahead. You can have all your basic needs met. That's fine. If that's what you want to do the rest of your life, go ahead.
That's the true communist utopia.
I don't think it's I wouldn't consider it a utopia. Generally speaking, people are still going to work. A lot of people are going to work. You're just working towards self-actualization. So you're going to try and figure out what you love to do, what you're good at, what you just would want to do over and over again. And if you are the type of person that is good at video games and people like to watch you play video games, then you get to play video games, and people will pay you to play video games because they do that right now.
I could make people
I
dance
was
all
just
day. That
to
would be fun.
clarify. I was making a joke about the movie,
Which one?
the Wall-E movie. You said, "Oh, that's what we want," and then I said, "Yeah, that's the true communist utopia." Because
Oh, hell yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I mentioned the utopia thing because Mimi's talking about a perfect world. I don't necessarily think it's a perfect world. I think that human beings are born tabula rasa. We are born a blank slate.
Don't start it there.
Okay.
Yeah, but we messed them up. Maybe. We don't know actually, because like we have so many people were in a good parenthood and they end up fucked up. So we don't know. It's just psychopaths. They may be born, even probably so, like that. So yeah, if we start to create a different society when we, like I said, publicly will raise the kids some special, yeah, it sounds like a Nazi camp for kids, and we meet all those needs psychologically, chemically, yeah, and we produce a perfect human being, then we can create Marxism.
So, sorry, Mojo, go ahead.
I don't know that anybody. I like doing what I'm doing right now. I like running TikTok panels. I like talking about politics all day. I like talking to people all over the country and sometimes all over the world. I think it's fun. I would like to do this for a long period of time. However, if we have a utopia, there's no reason to do this anymore, is there?
Yeah.
Well, would
And
you do
also-
that, Mojo?
I don't know. I'd probably paint. I'd paint and I'd garden and I'd cook.
I definitely could see you like a Bob Ross type painter.
No. Bob Ross wasn't a fucking painter.
And also motivation is people have different type of motivation. Some really motivated by money, somebody by whatever. I will do, yeah, also creative. I will create something and just be by myself.
I would make people dance all day.
Make them
Make them dance.
It's my superpower. I can make strangers in public dance subconsciously and unwillingly. It's hilarious. And anyone can do it.
You just look at them. How you what?
Yes, it's a very specific way you look at them. So, if you ever notice, like, have you ever been walking down the street and you and some stranger have like kind of danced in front of each other to get out of each other's way?
No.
No, never. All right. Well, this is so. I'm sure people have like going through a doorway or a tight spot. You get in each other's way, and you do this little side step and try to get out of each other's way, and each step the same way a couple times, and you laugh and you go about your merry way. Well, it's really easy to avoid that situation. All you have to do is look over the shoulder of the side you're passing, and then they know subconsciously which way you're going, so they go the other way. So if you want to make someone dance, you look over the shoulder you're going to pass, and then when you get about 10 feet in front of them, walking towards them, you very quickly look over the left shoulder, and then back over the right shoulder, and then back over the left shoulder, and you stop about 3 feet in front of them, and they'll literally do this little funny dance in front of you. And you just give them an odd look, say thanks for the dance, and then they get embarrassed and walk around you.
Okay, so this is one of my paintings.
Oh, wow.
You did that?
I did. It's acrylic on canvas. Just black and white acrylic on canvas.
That's wonderful.
Very cool.
My attempt at photorealism.
That's amazing, Mojo.
You did it.
Yeah, so I don't know. That's what I would probably do. But it's so fucking impossible to sell artwork. It's fucking impossible. You can't make a fucking living on artwork, not in this world, unless you get some sort of. Unless you get some sort of benefactor that's willing to buy a bunch of your shit.
So my mom was an artist, and she was selling around the time of her death. She was selling paintings for anywhere from 900 to 1200, but we're talking about like big, like 44 by like 38, like canvases, oil, acrylic. It's very hard to make a living doing that.
Well, it is, and like this one hung in a couple art shows, but I still have it. Nobody wanted to buy it. This is let me see if I can make this a little smaller. This is called Freedom Fries. I did it shortly after 9/11 when they tried to change the what we called French fries to Freedom Fries because the French weren't going to help us out. So I just did the paint. It's oil on canvas, and it's 5.5 feet tall, like 3.5 feet wide total, and that is real chain link fence.
That's fantastic, man.
Yeah.
You were selling your artwork for like a couple thousand when you were selling them, though, right?
No, I mean I tried to. That piece had what did I have on that piece? Like $2,500, and I never got an offer for it. I actually had somebody ask me, "Why do you charge so much?" I buy it for five. I buy it for 500. I'm like, no, fuck you, fuck off, go away.
Yeah, 5 foot. That's worth every penny of 2,500. Can you get any closer?
Yeah. Can I get any closer to it? Yeah. Wow.
There's an image.
It is an image. I mean, it's not.
Don't worry about it.
It's hanging. It's hanging in my hallway, but I could go probably take a video of it. But
it's fantastic, man.
It's like photo. You're so talented.
What was your favorite medium? Did you like acrylic or?
I don't know. I did pencil drawings, charcoal, everything acrylic, oil, didn't matter. Everything and everything, depending on what the subject was and what I felt like that day.
You'll love this. My mom was a drunk artist, and she worked mostly in oil and acrylic. And I think I was like 8 or 9, and she gave me a canvas, and she's like, "Make me something." And it was literally like me just throwing oil at the canvas. And she ended up selling it years later for $500.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So I was like, this is fantastic. You could just tell the, all the stupid shit.
This is a drawing. It's white charcoal on black tagboard.
It's so awesome. How often you do this? Like,
I used to do this a lot. I don't do it much anymore.
Why not?
Because there's no money in it. It just ends up taking space in your house until you give it away to somebody. So I've got paintings all over my fucking house. I got paintings all over my basement. I got pissed off and wait, do I even have this? I don't know if I have this image. I got pissed off and cut up a bunch of my paintings one night.
You ever need a tax break, you could donate some of it.
I have donated stuff actually to Colorado Coalition. I actually did some painting specifically for Colorado Coalition for the Homeless. I went around and gave a few bucks to some homeless people and asked them if I could take their picture, and I took their picture. They said yes. I took their picture and brought it home and did paintings of them, and then I would group them together and sell groups of paintings, like 16 by 20 paintings, in a whole setup anyway, and whatever they sold for, I gave to Colorado Coalition for the Homeless.
Is that a woman facing us with, or not facing us, facing away with the man's arm wrapped around her? Sorry, I don't have my glasses.
That is exactly what it is.
If you could do a 180 of that, I think Buy Guy might buy it.
Do you have a like an online, like on Instagram or something?
No.
Of
I
your
used to put
work?
stuff on DeviantArt back in the day. I've done some prints of my work, but like I said, most of the stuff I've just given away. I've sold a few pieces at coffee shops and shit like that, but nothing for any serious amount of money.
I mean, it's pretty stunning work.
Yeah.
I think it's on my phone, actually, now that I think about it. So I was telling you that I cut up a bunch of my paintings, and I kept all the pieces of the paintings that I cut up because I was pissed off. I was super pissed off one night and decided fuck the world, and I went up to my studio and just cut a bunch of shit up, and I threw it all in a box. And then later, when I was angry, still, I started cutting up and making a mosaic on a big 6 foot tall canvas out of all the pieces of canvas. So I made one of a guy screaming. I did a drawing of a guy screaming, and I'm doing like a mosaic over the top of the screaming of pieces of canvas that I had cut up. I was in the process of doing that. That was the last thing I really worked on, but it's not even close to being finished.
Yeah, we need an AI society where we can, not do anything for money and just what we love.
Fill up art galleries.
What do you want, Zach?
Oh man.
Hey,
So that's a
Zach.
painting?
Huh?
That's a painting?
It's a drawing. It's white charcoal on
Your
slide
skills in
tagboard.
deduction are legendary.
Well, he just said it was charcoal, so it wasn't a painting. So I guess your skills of deduction are lacking, maybe. Well, it's good work.
I love when you come on the panel and start eating on the microphone immediately. That's so fucking awesome.
He does that every single time.
I know.
Zach, did you see his photorealism piece? That was even better.
No, let me see. I've never been a huge, as a photographer.
See, that's a problem. That's the problem with photorealism. If you're just going to try and recreate a photo, why not just take a photo?
And I think that photography has more like, I don't know. Photorealism is hard to do in a way that seems, it's just like really technically incredibly, I don't know. It's impressive, but it's never like resonated with me. I guess like Escher is a good photorealistic artist.
Drawer. He's a drawer. Yeah, it's just my attempt at photorealism, black and white acrylic on canvas.
It's like so many details over there. Like, it's like how much time you spend.
I had like 70 hours into this.
Just 70 hours?
Yeah.
Yeah, but photorealism art is like, it takes real talent. Then like camera, you just point and click.
It's so awesome.
Come
Yeah,
on,
I mean-
Zach. That's not going to get a rise out of you.
Well,
you can tell it's a painting once you
I
get up
catch you
close
with
to
your
it.
mouth
You
full
can,
and you were like just.
No, but-
you can see the brush strokes and stuff.
Isn't that just a drawing of a photograph?
It is. It's a painting of a photograph. But I wanted to make it look like a photograph.
It just looks like, look at these muscles, look at the slides. And just the 70 hours is like unbelievable for me.
I don't know. It was interesting. I've done a couple more like that too. I don't have pictures of everything right now, but I've still got most of my artwork. Given some stuff away, sold some stuff, but I still have most of my artwork left.
I mean,
If you're
That's
willing
not
to
so-
post it somewhere, I'd be willing to look and see what you have.
Yeah, maybe. That's what CS keeps telling me I should put it. She wants to buy some shit I have too. I got shit tons of drawings and sketches, like tons of drawings and sketches. Well,
I mean, you can make good money from that. Especially
can.
there's like if you can get a good social following on art, those things like they sell out and it's not a bad idea. You clearly have the talent.
I did. I posted it on. I had a DeviantArt page for a long time, and I tried to sell stuff on there. And you could buy prints of things there too. So the way they had their stuff set up is you could buy prints of a particular piece of art, or you could buy the original, and it would be you could get it framed at the same time and have it shipped to you framed. And I sold a piece or two off of there, but that's about it.
I mean, it really with stuff like that, it's not just about having it for sale. You really have to like go out there and fucking pimp yourself out.
I know. I've done all the art shows. I've had art shows. I had a bunch of art shows in and around Denver. Dual art shows. I was in the All Colorado Art Show for a few years in a row. I don't know.
Well, I mean more that like, a reel can hit. A good reel is going to hit, 100,000 people. Like you're not going to get 100,000 people at an art show.
No, you're lucky to get 30 or 40. So.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So what you really want is to be making good online content. You have a following that's half the battle, right? Because like even if you make good content, sometimes people won't see it, but you do have some of the important ingredients needed.
It pains me to say this, but you should listen to Zach. You got something here, and
That's
he knows his shit about like
crazy.
marketing, art. I mean, he did well in New York. He knows about this stuff. He built a following, and flowed in the right circles. Like his advice is point on.
I know Penny told me some of this shit too, and she actually sells artwork for a living. Her and I used to talk about art all the time.
I mean, dude, all you got to do is start like doing art on these lives while you're yelling at people, and people are going to want to buy your stuff, or people are just going to follow you to see your art, and then you can spin it off and highlight your art instead of like thank you for gifts videos that are so lame.
Have you ever seen what Dan Trell does on his lives?
No,
I'm not sure who that is.
He's
Oh
a
yeah,
Dan
Dan Trells
creator.
is awesome.
And he does this thing, and I remember being like, this is such a funny like thing that you've created. But he sells raffle tickets for his pieces on lives, and just has people like Venmoing him, $20 for a raffle ticket. And then it's like probably not that many people who buy a raffle ticket, but he's looking to sell his stuff for a couple $100, and
this is a great idea to paint it in when we're talking here.
Well, and Left Jess, who's another content creator, she sells a lot of her so she started selling her photography.
She hates me. Left Jess, she was one of the ones that came after me after the All Men thing.
Yeah, I could see that. I definitely could.
Yeah. Well, needless to say, I have some videos of her. I have clips. I have ready to go videos that I've never posted.
By the way, the climate is so political these days. You should make some like political art, and then you're like a ready-made PR story.
Yeah, I've done that before too. When I was working down at the Capitol in Denver, they had an immigrant march down there. There were about 50,000 people in Civic Park Square, which is right across the street from the Capitol in downtown Denver. So I had left while I was working on my lunch and went outside and took a bunch of pictures of people and of the protests and stuff like that. And then I went home and did a bunch of paintings of them and sold some of the pieces from a local coffee shop and gave some of the pieces away. But I like doing stuff like that too.
Mojo, hear me out. MAGA's idiotic. They will buy anything and spend a lot of money. You need to start making like, anti-liberal art, and then throughout the artwork, bury Marxist like signs and symbols everywhere.
Oh, totally.
But MAGA, it's a broke.
It's a trap.
Just like a small sickle and hammer, like on a ring or something.
Or just take all your work and paint like Trump's head in there somewhere, and boom, they'll sell like magic.
Yeah, it's so easy to the right.
The time
Why
already
the
passed.
fuck? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Put a shirt on. We can see your third nipple.
Is he new?
I don't know who that person is. What the fuck?
Just
How do you
some
come up on
guy.
a panel and do that?
I mean, without knowing anyone, that's some.
It's like I'm
Wow,
sexy and I know it. Oh.
Yeah, that was creepy.
What is
as
this,
fuck,
Omegle?
actually.
I forgot about that song.
Maybe.
That was a weird time in 2012.
Omegle? Wait, that still
2011.
exists, I heard.
Sexy and you know it. Was that wasn't it that gang ho guy? Gang
LMFAO, I think.
Well, wasn't there also like a roulette or something like that?
Oh, chat roulette.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Chat
that's what I
roulette.
was thinking. Chat roulette. He got sick and tired of wanking it to one person at a time. So he was like, "Watch this, guys."
Yeah. He's like, look, random 9 people. Or 8 people, I guess.
Just sketchy.
But,
You know what's funny is that I drop him. I'm like, what the fuck? And I drop him immediately. And I say, that was fucking creepy as shit. And what's the dude do? He gets back in the request box and wants to come back up. What the fuck?
Maybe he already he has a T-shirt.
All right, bring him back up, and if he wants to keep the camera,
I am not
on,
bringing
he
him
has
back
to
up.
do. Look, hear me out. Just make him
No.
do the truffle shuffle.
No.
Mojo, he's also a gifter to this live. Did you notice that?
No, I don't even know how to figure that out.
So it says on mine, he's gifter level 22.
Oh, that just means he gifts panels. That doesn't mean he's gifting my panel.
Well, do you want him to gift your panel? Do you need another fragment?
No, I don't want to. You know, honestly, I have gotten banned before because Louisiana Beach Geek came up. He was sitting on the beach one day and he came online and he turned his camera on and he was sitting there without a shirt on. I got banned because he was sitting there without a shirt on.
That's hilarious. I can't
That's
remember.
Yeah, the ban
Thanks
was
for
like
reminding me.
sexual content or something like that. I don't remember what it was, but I even appealed it and they said, "Fuck you! You got a 7-day ban for that shit." Like, what the fuck?
Mojo, that's only for Grinder, okay?
Yeah. So ever
Maybe
since then, no
He's right,
shirtless
by the way.
people.
maybe we should try if they work. Maybe if it's man or woman. Maybe I should turn on camera. Let's test.
I'm pretty sure you'd get me banned quicker than shit.
For
Let's
science,
te-
Mimi.
let's
For
test
science.
it.
Come on.
Okay. Anything else? We're not talking about anything. Weird stories.
Who is
I put
Basil?
together-
Basil is back.
I put together.
As me, Stoker.
I put together the full document on how we're going to provide free.
I
food.
don't care. What the fuck?
Pretty awesome. Not gonna lie.
Okay, go ahead. Fuck it. I
Well.
got nothing else to do right now.
How are we gonna provide free food? So
Food, energy, transportation, education, health, and housing.
you're gonna vote Democrats this time?
No, I'm gonna vote for me, and then I'm gonna do something that nobody has been able to accomplish before.
And let me guess, will you achieve a difference in a country if you vote for you?
Where is my computer?
Is it going to require me putting a painting of you in my house?
It requires that everybody has to get a urinal on their wall. So it's a requirement. The first
A
thing.
urinal?
Yeah. If you don't do it, then you don't really.
Yeah, he's got a
You don't really
crazy
want it.
idea of
It's a
what
very
art
interesting
actually
Hilton.
is.
I'm just kidding. No, but you know that urinal is going to be worth like 6 figures one day.
Yeah, whatever.
Um,
A fake
I mean, I
Armand.
could get behind that everybody has to have a bidet. but I
fake
don't think I can get behind the urinal.
a fake Armut
No,
is
I
not
mean,
going to be worth anything.
big fan of bidets, though. Do you know that my friend Mickey built Tushy? Do you know Tushy?
No.
No.
It's the bidet company that. You guys don't know Tushy? It's the
I'm not up to speed on all my bidet companies. I just know
Well,
what a
there's only-
bidet is.
Yeah, this is America.
Hold on, you do know what a bidet is, right? You said you know what a bidet is?
Yeah, water, shut up your
Where's
ass.
my fucking computer?
Yeah, those are
So
the water
crazy enough-
fountains, the drinking fountains that are toilet level for some reason.
I mean, the crazy thing is,
100% true.
the crazy thing is behind the science, like bidets are actually more hygienic than toilet paper. Crazy enough.
They're more hygienic.
I just
They
rewatched
actually-
Crocodile Dundee. That's why I said that. Sorry.
Oh no.
Hold on.
It's the same guy.
Somebody told me this one time, and it was like it's been hard to frankly live the other way since. But they were like, imagine that someone came up and they like put a little crap on your face. Like, would you be okay with just a dry paper, and then they handed you just dry toilet paper to take it off? Like, would that work for you?
Hey Mojo. I think Red Banner is Corey.
Oh.
Did I just ruin your guys' life?
Yeah, that was just.
I'm actually putting in a bidet this week.
Fuck is this? There. Look, everyone.
Your cat's the ultimate plant? You want to vote
No,
for
I'm
us
sorry,
because you
guys.
have a
I
cat?
don't know where the fuck
Hold
my
on,
laptop
hold on,
is.
hold on,
I'm
hold
looking
on,
for it.
hold on. Shut up. Red Banner.
What's up?
It is Corey. All right.
Quick question, Mojo. Is it sociopathic to support revolution?
Yeah, a bit.
Why? How's that?
Because you don't care about the lives of other people.
Is that what a revolution means? You don't care about the lives of other people?
Yeah, you once told me that I'd be in the middle and I'd be one of the first ones to go.
Well, I mean, if you got in the way, yeah. I mean, what if you got in the middle during the Civil War? Or, I don't know, the slave rebellions? I mean, yeah, that's a pretty dangerous spot to be, don't you think?
Well, I'm not going to stand in the middle of a fucking battleground.
Well, then
but you
you'd be
told me
okay, and that's what I said.
No, you said I'd be one of the first ones to go because I'm a fake fucking whatever and I don't want a
You
revolution.
just said if you stood in the middle.
Yeah, stood in the middle, meaning that I don't want a revolution, that I'm not necessarily this revolutionary Marxist. Yeah, so if I'm standing in the middle, you told me I was going to be one of the first ones to go.
How do you think all the progress that you cling to today, how do you think all that came about? Whether it be, I don't know, the international labor movement, any revolution throughout history. Like, how do you think all the progress came about?
Well, we've made a lot of progress in the United States of America, short of the Civil War, which was about one specific thing. I think all the other progress that we've done so through protesting, through just changing legislation, through a changing philosophy, philosophical structure in the country. We can do this without killing people.
You want to talk about the Battle of Blair Mountain or the Haymarket Affair?
Blair Mountain, isn't that a movie? Oh wait, that was Blair Ridge.
it was actually a real thing where it's the only time in history where the U.S. Army was actually sent to Appalachia or on the U.S. soil in general, and it was during the coal mining wars of the 20s.
Saw it. Camera work was shit.
I don't know. I don't know about
It's quite confusing. It's quite confusing to be a leftist or a Marxist and kind of not support revolution.
Is revolution?
That's fine.
Is revolution?
Everybody calls
in your mind, revolution is like this violent, no direction, no goal, no intended destination. Like that in your mind, that's what's just going and burning stuff down and just, aimlessly doing shit. In your mind, that's what a revolution is. Am I right?
I think that a lot of innocent people die in any revolution.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's conflict. I mean, that's, I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, we're humans.
That's
just how it happens.
Well, I don't think it has to happen that way, and I don't think humans are designed to do that. I think it's something that we choose to do, and I think we could do it a better way and a different way.
Now, I got a question. How many more do you think the No Kings 14.0 might bring about a little bit of change?
I think that we're looking at change in the midterms here. I think we're looking at change in the next
And when you
presidential
don't?
election.
When you don't?
When I don't what?
When you don't, when there is no change.
There will be.
No, there won't. What? You're going to get another APAC funded shill.
Yeah, see, I don't
But
believe in
at
the
least
whole.
they'll have a D next to the name, though.
I don't believe.
That's a solid.
Yeah, I don't believe in the
Well,
whole.
Red Banner, what about,
I don't
what
believe.
about,
Hello. I don't believe in the whole APAC bullshit conspiracy theory.
What's the conspiracy theory?
That APAC controls people, controls politicians. That's just a bunch of crap.
Do you know the difference between controlling and influencing?
You can't influence somebody to vote for something that they don't believe in.
So why spend $35 million on one small district?
They spent like $17 million in one small
Oh,
district.
okay. Well, what was the point of that?
Trying to get one person out. But
Hey,
that
Red
person,
Banner, how much did
but
Kamala spend
that
in
person,
2024?
stop. But that person wasn't very popular in the first place.
So does corporate America have influence?
Corporate America, well, it depends on what you're talking about as far as
So I
influence
mean,
goes.
you're basically saying that pretty much in the global capitalist empire and the hub of the world, the global capitalist imperialist nation, the biggest one on earth, that somehow nobody's guided by like money and influence and power. They're just guided by morals and dignity and shit. Is that what you're saying?
How many politicians have you talked to?
Quite a bit.
Okay. Have you talked to a single one of them that you thought could be influenced by money?
They're all influenced by money.
So you
some
think
of them are more polished and articulate. Yeah, sure. They some of them like Obama and others can, and Wesley Bell and others. Yeah, they can talk like they're more articulate. I mean, they went to school for it.
I'm not
took classes
talking
on
about how well they speak. I'm talking about the fact that they believe in what they actually run for.
How could you tell? How could you tell without actually
because I
diving
worked
into
on
somebody's brain?
Because I worked on their campaigns, because I had conversations with them. I sat down and had coffee and shared breakfast with them. I worked with them side by side. I knew who they were as people. They're like friends of mine. They're still friends of mine.
All right. Have you ever talked to a MAGA person that when they speak, you know deep down that they actually believe more than what they're letting on? Like they actually have like a more darkened heart than what they lead on.
Yeah, I absolutely believe that most of MAGA
well,
is
see,
probably.
I do the same thing with politicians.
I absolutely believe that most of MAGA wants to get rid of all brown people in the country. That most of them are
and
white
I believe
nationalists.
I believe most Democrats want to maintain capitalism. Would you agree?
That's probably true. Most Democrats,
Okay.
I would agree with you.
Okay.
So we live in a mixed market economy, though, just like every other nation on the face of the planet. Capitalism doesn't rule supreme anywhere.
This is not a mixed market economy.
It is.
No, it's not.
It is. We don't have free markets.
Okay, so tell me where the workers control the means of production in any part of the country.
There are co-ops in this country. Bob's Red Mill is a fully owned co-op.
Oh, so the existence of a co-op makes it a mixed market economy.
Yes. That's the point. Yes, that's the fucking foundation of a mixed market economy. I'm sorry. That's the foundation of a socialist economy.
0.001% of the economy is somehow publicly co-opted, then that makes it a mixed economy.
We have a lot of public utilities as well. We have fucking Donald Trump out here right now.
Social programs is not a mixed economy.
I said public utilities.
Yeah, social
programs. And I would say no, that's not a social program. I'm sorry. And I would say social programs are fucking socialism as well.
Well, I think you kind of know, like, you're probably in your last, 2-3 decades, so you probably really don't give a shit. And, but you're also, just like me, another white dude who kind of benefits a little bit from it. So you're not really in the I don't know, the dire situation that change has to be brought about, especially if you're bringing children who are also a part of, I don't know, a marginalized group into this country who have to grow up into it. So I mean, yeah, I guess you have taken that route. That's cool. But just so you know, it's not going to work out for you.
Well, I would say chances are, if you continue down the path that you're on right now, I'm going to outlive you.
Why? What am I doing now?
If you really want to
You
start
see,
a
you talk to
revolution, if
people
you
like
really,
you know what we're doing. Like, you know, I make way more money than you a year. I work 40 hours, 50, 60 hours a fucking week. And I'm a part of the American Communist Party and do things in the community. What exactly would I be doing?
I wasn't even talking about money. Why would you bring that
Well,
up?
what are you talking about? My health or something? What are you talking about? How you going to outlive
I'm
me?
talking about your ideology and where your ideology puts you. It puts you right in the middle of conflict. And if you're going to put yourself in the middle of conflict on a regular basis, you are less likely to live as long as I will.
Isn't that like the history of the world, like taking like the less popular stance? It kind of puts a bullseye on you.
I have taken a less popular stance. A lot of people on this app love to hate me. A lot of people in the real world love to hate me.
Okay, so
I
you
don't
put
really
yourself in the
care.
middle of conflict. So
But it's
how do
not
you square that?
conflict because I talk about things. I don't fucking go out there and protest. I don't go out there and
I don't
get
go
in
out there and
people's.
protest either, fella.
I don't go out there and get in people's faces. I don't
I
put
don't
myself
either.
in situations where I'm going to get beat up or arrested or shot or whatever.
I haven't done that since 2020, so
Okay.
I don't know what that means.
Well, I don't know where you're at, but the last time I actually talked to you, you seemed like you were not going to be living a very long life.
Well, I've been 900 days clean and sober.
That's good.
Pretty good, yeah.
Awesome.
I work 60 hours a week. I'm in pretty good shape. I've actually, you know, have built a lot of coalition and done a lot of coalition building within our union.
But why
I don't
waste
know.
time
I just feel like it's kind of like people like y'all that are on like terminally online on TikTok and don't touch grass. I think y'all are the ones that probably have like the severe like mental health deficiencies. To be honest.
think I don't know what would make you think I don't touch grass. But
well, I mean, bro,
to each their own, I guess.
If I were to look at the time on your TikTok, bro, you probably spend over 12 hours a day on here.
I do spend a lot of time. I don't spend a lot of time sleeping though, and I also am involved in a lot of other things.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I was working on a campaign locally. So you've heard.
So I've heard.
Yeah. All right.
I think conflict is something you can mitigate with dialogue, but you shouldn't put it as something that's not that cannot happen, right? Just try to mitigate it, but also prepare for it.
Well, yeah, that's that. You said it best. Like, yeah, you got to be capable of anything, but you got to take all the common sense approaches, such as dialogue, such as coalition building, reaching the masses, talking to the masses, meeting people where they are. Everything lined out in Lenin's first book, What Is to Be Done, which I urge everybody on here to read. It's a great read. Yeah, I mean, but you know, you got liberals and I guess quote unquote Marxists like Mojo who think just revolution is just this aimless. I don't know what. Honestly, I don't know what you think about.
I don't know, but what you're describing that you do right now sounds exactly like what I do. So I don't know.
No, we don't do the same thing.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know. Mojo, are you okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Hey, Red. So, my name is Joyce. I haven't seen you or heard you or anything, so I need a little bit of a catch up. Can you tell me? I heard you quote Lenin. It sounds like you're revolutionary. So, can you tell me? And this is not an attack. I just need to know where you are ideologically. If anyone,
I'm a full red-blooded communist.
Okay,
I'm a member of the American Communist Party.
Okay, so is that Mao, ML, a blend?
Lenin. He
Say that
mentioned
again.
Lenin.
You cut out.
He mentioned Lenin. I don't know how you missed
Lenin,
that.
Stalin, Mao.
I don't want to make assumptions. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Luxembourg, Rosa Luxemburg, a bunch of. I mean, I take a lot of philosophies from a lot of different leaders. Castro, they all kind of had the same end goal. So some of them with different tactics, but all the same goal. Lenin was the pioneer of it all, though.
Okay. So I have a question about your revolutionary theory here. I know you're saying it's not off the table, but it sounded like you agreed with Basilisk about the whole like it's a tool but not a means. Or you see what I'm saying? Like it's a tool that's there, but there are other ways to accomplish what you're trying to accomplish, or are you just purely revolutionary?
Absolutely. It started.
Sorry, hold 1 sec, please. Mojo, check your mess or your inbox or whatever. Chat CT. Check requests.
Okay.
So Lenin, when he was banished by the Tsar in Russia prior to the revolution, and he was banned from Russia, he spent 5 years in multiple Russian prisons, and he started a small newspaper, and he distributed these newspapers through an underground movement, which is what garnished the Bolsheviks and a lot of the peasant working class people in Russia to overthrow the Tsar and the Russian monarchy. But yeah, I mean, he went to the workers where they were at because he saw that is where the work needed to be done, which is why his book is titled "What Is to Be Done." And he basically said all the thought leaders, the vanguard, everybody who was philosophically aligned with the revolution should go out into the warehouses, the factories, the farmlands, and bring class consciousness to the people and organize them where they're at.
Are you okay? Yeah. Are you okay with that? They kill entire Tsar family.
Nah, I didn't catch that last part. What?
They killed entire family, Tsar family.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it was wartime. Yeah, to overthrow a monarchy. Yeah, it gets violent. Yeah.
So they deliberately kill all of them. Like. Yeah. So because they're.
That's fine.
Oh, that's fine. Okay.
Yeah.
So when you, and what is your goal? So you propose revolution in United States now?
Yeah, absolutely.
So you will kill every politician?
No. Absolutely.
How you will choose who you will
Well,
kill?
you could dismantle the system from within. You don't have to
So what difference between killing a Tsar family? You could just dismantle without killing, and now it's different.
Well, this is Timu communism, maybe. Timu
this
communism.
Is so the material conditions that were in the 1920s or the 1910s and the 20s, or the material conditions today are vastly different. Therefore, the tactics will be vastly different. Just like the tactics that was deployed during the Civil War and the slave rebellions and John Brown, like the John Brown tactics, if there were a John Brown today, the tactics would be completely different as well. So, I mean, like, it's wild that Americans look throughout history and literally celebrate the slave rebellions and the Union winning the Civil War. But I bet you would never say, oh, well, General Sherman went and unalived so many Confederate families. Like, no, because you know what? Most Americans are like, yeah, that's something that needed to be done. Yeah.
What will be your goal?
mean,
what you will change?
I said Sherman was an asshole.
Who was an asshole?
I will flat out admit that Sherman was an asshole.
Why was General Sherman an asshole?
I think he went farther than what he needed to.
Why? No, he didn't go far enough. What do you mean?
We're talking with the Confederates?
Yeah, like, wait, hold on. You saying they went too far with the Confederates? What?
Yeah.
What? Okay, hold on. Let's expound on this. Let's expound on this. How did General Sherman go too far with the Confederates?
I mean, slaughtering everything in sight.
And what were they
burning
slaughtering?
and pillaging
What were they pillaging?
Most of the people they were slaughtering,
everything.
most of the people that they were slaughtering were not slave owners.
No, it was people that were fighting to maintain the practice of slavery. Like, have y'all really
No,
gotten
they,
that far? Like, has the Overton window shifted that far where y'all are now like defending like the Confederacy?
Honestly,
That's pretty wild, dude.
absolutely nobody's
It's pretty
defending
wild.
the
Can we get back to the point
stop, Zach. Absolutely nobody here is defending the Confederacy or
Well,
slavery.
you know, maybe we should have been a little nicer. You know what, Mojo? Maybe we should have just protested it, right?
Maybe you should stop using so many fallacies in one fucking statement.
Well, I mean, I've heard about 10 different fallacies in the last 5 minutes. So
yeah,
would it be fair to say? Would it be fair to say that we were harsher with the Confederacy, that there would have been any fucking daughters of the Confederacy, there wouldn't have been any revisionist types that would make this whole MAGA movement happen? Just because this is basically the Confederacy 2.0.
Or you could have had the reverse effect and had essentially an Iran type situation where it's nothing but resentment and just looking for the opportune time.
And generations of terrorism in the United States of America.
Wait, we're not comparing the Middle East to Southern America, are we?
Oh, yeah, let's talk about fallacies here.
Yeah, what fallacy is that? What fallacy is that, Corey?
Huh?
What
It's a
fallacy
logical
is that?
fallacy, though.
It's not a logical fallacy.
It's apples to oranges fallacy. How about that?
There is no apples to
like
oranges
know,
fallacy.
I would like to know why
You got to
think your
take a logic
communism is
class,
gonna work
Corey.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Who
what'd
said
you say,
something?
Zach?
Somebody said something.
I said you ought to take a logic class.
Well, hold on. I'm actually kind of curious for everyone that's on the panel, like right here, right now. Some of us have kids, some of us don't. Like, when it comes to protecting the freedoms of your children or your your nieces and nephews and this and that, like, are you willing to become violent? Is that off the table? Is it just voting? Is it just bitching about it? What will you do to actually protect the freedoms that we want our kids to have in this country?
Yeah, when all other avenues have been exacerbated and literally, like, you are in complete dire straits. You've gone, I don't know, hungry for 2 weeks. Your kids are going hungry. You're losing your house. Everything around you's crumbling. And you know what? You better make it to that ballot box.
Do you guys have any idea what the fuck you're talking about? Because
Yeah.
I know.
Well, you notice how I asked the question and nobody answered it. There's a reason for that.
I can't tell when
You're
I can
thinking
answer.
about how the brave American colonial soldiers fought against the legendary British Army, and eventually somehow won.
No, they should have just protested, right? They should have just held signs on a sidewalk. That's what they should have done.
Hold on, Zach is still talking, you guys.
Zach, your microphone, we don't hear anything.
I can't even hear him.
Well, first off, I didn't even want to. I want to talk about how we actually feed, house, transport, educate, power, and keep healthy 20,000 people without raising taxes and without becoming communists, but give everyone free food, free energy.
We're actually talking about communism.
No, you're not though. You're fucking cosplaying revolutionaries. Like, I'm actually talking about
crazy.
No, Zach, you're cosplaying as somebody that's going to be somebody in government, right?
I'd
That's
like
the
to
cosplay.
answer
I've got the actual plan for how we do it.
Oh God, I'll sign your petition.
Yeah, Zach, here's the thing. Nobody gives a shit because you portrayed the shit for over a year. You said it over and over. Nobody takes you actual seriously. You're just a fucking Nepo baby sitting in a fucking bodega of a fucking Airbnb.
You know what?
Exactly what you are.
If you're not a MAGA conservative, they're going to call you a communist anyway, so you might as well just go ahead and start studying up.
Here's the thing. I do not mind. The thing about communism, and I've always known this, but a good capitalist needs to know communism to know why capitalism goes bad.
So tell me this, why does the American government want people to be so dumbed down and not know what communism is if it's so bad?
Because our government is dumb, and they've always been dumb. They've been dumb since they started.
Is it because maybe they're ran by capitalists, maybe?
Well, again, so capitalism is like water, and it will go where you create, space for it to go, and it'll fill all the cracks if you leave them. But communism is not the right thing to do. It's just you have to really understand the abuses of capitalism that create communist ideology in order to be a good capitalist. Because a good capitalist, if you ask a capitalist what is best for your company in 100 years, they will make different decisions than if you ask them what is the right thing to do for a quarterly report.
Zach, you're literally
now
saying
question.
fucking nothing.
Question
You're saying
though,
nothing.
do they factor in, like, where does profit motive in their 100-year plan of yours? Where does profit motive rank on their scale of
So
priorities?
I'm saying profit can stay the same. So if I say I want profit in 100 years, then what I want is a really excellent product that like keeps customer loyalty for 100 years. I want to pay my workers really well so they become the best at what they do, so that we have low turnover. I want to like make my workplace safe so that I don't have to pay out, worker comp claims. Like, the truth is that a good capitalist takes care of its people.
Does
and a
anybody
good
want to hear
capitalist
this shit?
creates long-term, like,
Well, one dog,
long-term
there's no
benefits.
such thing as a good capitalist, because capitalism itself is inherently not good.
Well,
It's
I'm
the
telling you,
exploitation of labor. Like it's literally you taking the advantage of the only thing that a worker can sell is their body and their labor to make you a profit. Like, when you take advantage of people like that, and then you start buying up land for rental properties and warehouses, and you're exploiting and extrapolating capital from people's labor, like, you're a parasite. You literally do not do anything good for the world
but
except
labor
exploit.
do something good for the world. And then what happens when AI does workers' jobs better?
Listen. I'm gonna say it like this: capitalism as a system is not good. Therefore, if you are a proponent or somebody who practices that system that is not good, then you are not doing a good service. I'm not sitting there saying that, there's capitalists out there who are philanthropists and they'll go and they'll give to homeless people. And if you are benefiting from a system and you promote that system that is exploiting people, you are not
No, but
doing a good
But
service
here's the
for
thing. So
humanity.
communism views capitalism and the exploitations of capitalism as a feature of the system, and I just strongly disagree. Capitalism.
No, it sees capitalism as being birthed by feudalism. That's where
Again,
communism came
So
from.
you can say that the system of capitalism that we have in place in the world is an imperfect version that gets
No, it's working
corrupted
exactly
by the,
how it's supposed to.
No,
It's not
no,
imperfect. It's
incorrect.
not broken.
When
It's
it-
working how it's
when it
supposed
abuses
to.
people, it's not working how it's.
But that's how it's. Look, let me tell you something. You think
Incorrect.
it's broken, but it's working exactly as intended.
Nope.
Yes, it is.
Wait, Zach,
Why do you
how's it
think
not?
that?
You
Why
can
do you
say
think
that. You
why
can
do you
say
think
that, but then it sort of falls apart because you say that, eventually communism becomes a desired thing. We have populist revolutions, and then communists take over.
Do you know
and then they just stay a country.
communism existed before the term communism came about, because
course,
it was
and
a
so did
natural
capitalism.
response to collective people being exploited for their labor. Like, it predates Karl
Exploiting
Marx.
people is not good capitalism.
But Karl Marx was the first person to actually explain it in detail and give it a name and a face. Like, the practice of communism. Like, for example, I'll tell you this. If me and you, or let's say you go out to your backyard, you chop down a tree, you build a chair out of the wood, and then you sell it for 100 apples, okay, or 500 bundles of wheat. Okay, you sell like your wooden chair that you just built, and that's what existed before capitalism. Now capitalism is the labor that it took you to build that chair is the only thing you are compensated for, and you're making it for someone who didn't put the labor in.
You don't
and
think,
they're the ones
one
reaping
second,
the
you don't
benefits.
think that there were woodworkers who had assistants who certainly were not making the brunt. In fact, they were probably not paid. They were probably literally doing it so that they could eat every night and have a place to sleep.
Definitely capitalism.
Zach,
And
you're
they
making his point for him. You're saying that other people literally grabbed onto this
I'm saying
monopolized it and
exploitation.
grabbed onto it.
Exploitation will always exist as long as there
No,
are
it
humans
won't.
interacting.
No, what don't you
exploitation
get
won't
about
always.
his
If
little
you
fucking
think that we're going to
chariots?
grow out of exploitation as a feature of our like societal interactions, then you're
If if you create an incentivization, if you
Hold on.
incentivize exploitation, then that's what manifests and breeds
So then
exploitation.
what I'm saying is that when you measure capitalism quarterly, you do incentivize there to be more corruption and abuse. I'll agree.
So you're saying capitalism grows the fucking abuse and fucking greed?
I mean, that's the whole
Right.
point of it.
Abuse and greed grows relative to the like shortening of the time period of measurement.
Then what you're saying is capitalism breeds those things. You're correct.
Bad measurement of capitalism, like bad
It was your
structures in
point,
capitalism.
Zach.
Bad structures in capitalism. Capitalism is just a machine,
Wait,
and you
what-
set
what-
the dial.
hold on. You
There's
said
a
bad
dichotomy.
structures. What
Give me-
structure?
If I could just insert myself for 1 second, there's a bit of a bit of a paradox in your argument, because at the beginning of this you said that bad capitalism is what creates exploitation, and now you're saying that no system on the planet will have all systems will have some sort of exploitation. So even in your good capitalist model, right, which is inherently exploitation because that's what capitalism is, that can't exist because it will be based on what you just said. So I'm confused because there's a contradiction in the argument.
So I think that capitalism is like a piano that you have to tune, and it will eventually get out of tune. Doesn't matter how well you tune it the first time.
Okay, I have a question. Wait, hold on. I need you to define capitalism for me.
I mean, when we talk about capitalism, we talk about market economy. We talk about the control of capital and the private property aspect of it, and labor and all of these things. I mean,
it's the private ownership of the means of production. It's that simple, dude.
Sure, but again, I would say that we live in a capitalist.
Hold on. I don't agree with any of this shit that you just said. I don't agree that it's a market system, because markets have always existed. They always will exist. There will always be trade between people, no matter what the economy you have is. Private ownership of the means of production exists in socialism. It doesn't exist in capitalism, because the means of production are labor, and those laborers do not get to own their own means of production. So that doesn't exist in a capitalist system either. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's not capitalism.
Well, and here's the thing. The existence of a market doesn't make something capitalist. Like, there's market socialism like China operates under, and the role of capital is what determines whether you live in a capitalist system or not. So the role of capital in America is vastly different than the role of capital in China. And the role of capital in China is that it doesn't have enshrined rights, and it doesn't influence the Politburo. It does, but in America, it has enshrined rights. You have Citizens United. You have money as the overall mechanism that generates your policy influences, your interstate commerce. Everything operates under capital in America. In China, capital is just a byproduct, but yet it is not an enshrined right.
Yet they still have billionaires in China. So I think
but do you see why China doesn't really care that they have billionaires in China? Because 94% of the people there are homeowners. They have access to free education.
90% of the people live on less than $3 a day still.
Yeah, but dude, they're also about to collapse. Their real estate thing.
Why? Where is this all China's about to collapse bullshit come from?
It's not like it's gonna. They know it. They know it as well as we know it. But they built a housing system where basically housing prices were going up so high that they did like a 2008 situation where they started loaning to everyone and anyone to buy a house because the values were going up so fast that it made sense. And since there was
they have land leases. You don't buy houses. You have land leases in China.
That's not exactly how it panned out. So basically what happened was that it wasn't necessarily that there was market speculation. What happened was that China took market speculation, as far as what you're saying, the value of the home values rose substantially, but that wasn't exactly the case. What happened first was that there was a massive influx of construction that was bankrolled by the national government. So it's a little bit different.
Yeah, but they funded developers. It wasn't like they really did, like they gave a bunch of companies a ton of money to buy homes, and then homes speculatively went up in value in a major way over the last 10 however so years, but and then it cooled down, and then people stopped buying. And when something like that happens, there's only a certain amount of time before it corrects, and China knows it's going to correct.
So Zach, why do more people in China own homes than in America?
Because listen, I'm literally sitting here with a plan to how to get everybody a home. So
yeah, great. Keep your plan, but again, if you're saying their plan was so wrong,
no, they just put too much gas on it.
Then why do more people in China own homes than America?
And here's another thing that people don't
own homes in 2007.
Here's what people don't understand about China. Do y'all know the status of China just 30 years ago compared to now? And the leaps and bounds, there was the thing about Mao and the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution was that he had 10 different 5-year plans. Okay, and each one, the 5-year plan, and then that 5 years is up, and then another 5 years, they had another 5-year plan, and it kept going and going and going. Now it is the second largest economy, and they're not $34 trillion in debt.
Well, Red, I want to hold his feet to the fire on this. Why do more people in China own more homes than people in America?
Well, first off, if you want to just look at the straight numbers, they have 5 times our population right now.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's the point.
That is the point.
It's your argument when you talk about universal health care. You're like, name a country that can provide this and people at our scale. I'm like, China.
No, it's an argument that speaks to the scale of problems are different at our scale.
Okay, what problems they face that we're not?
I've always said our biggest problem with providing universal health care is that
I'm talking about housing,
industrial scale poisoning.
Stay on track. I understand. We're doing comparatives.
The way we're going to provide housing is we're going to do the Vienna model, where the city just becomes the developer.
It's not providing housing. Why do more people in China own homes than America?
They have programs to give homes to first time buyers. They're subsidized. They do a really.
Oh.
They think everyone should have a home.
Oh, so the Democratic platform, right?
No, my platform. Your platform says that, and you spend $47 billion on it, and then the homeless population doesn't change.
Well, I'm sorry. Didn't Kamala Harris have an idea to help first home buyers?
Do you really think Democrats have the track record of putting people in homes? Is that really your belief? Oof.
Yeah, 1,000%.
Okay.
Versus
and you would say the most people who build homes in the country are Democrats or Republican?
I would say that under Democratic rule, when there are not tariffs that are going on that make the price of labor fucking increase, yes, Democrats do a better job.
What did our current
I'm sorry.
do?
I was almost done, right? I was right there, and you just felt like you were so important you had to interject there. I adore that for you, but yeah. When Democrats are in office, here's the thing: they spend less, they make foreign trade deals, they make sure that there is an exchange of fucking goods, that prices are lowered, and you can't say that same thing for the Republican Party. I understand that
I don't like the Republican Party.
CT, you can't be disingenuous. He asked if more home builders were Republican, and I'd say the answer is, Zach, yes. And Republican home builders by 3 or 4x prefer working under Democratic administration.
Well, again, it's about the incentive of why the homes are being built. Are you doing it because it serves humanity, or are you doing it because it serves your wallet? There's only two distinct reasons why somebody would be a home builder. So if your purpose of and why you would say the Republican Party, most home builders are Republicans, or most landlords are Republicans, or most anybody that takes advantage of basic necessities to create a profit.
Like, yeah, of course, those people would probably lean towards the more vocally supportive capitalist party, as opposed to which is funny because Democrats are just as pro-capitalism as
Thank you.
Republicans. It's actually the only intersectionality you'll
I'm not a
find
Republican.
between the two. So,
I'm not a Republican.
I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are. I'm saying that most people who are in the field of being home builders or being able to be a part of something that they can extrapolate capital from people's labor would obviously gravitate towards the Republican Party. So yes, like that number would make sense. Like, of course, because they see that profit motive.
Why do you always view every interaction in capitalism as being somehow exploitative? So if I build a home and I spend a lot of my time and energy building a home, and then I provide it to a young family who buys it from me and raises their kids there, and they feel like the price is fair, and I feel like the price is fair, and we exchange the good, where is the exploitation there?
Because you're not. Because
first of all, with that
wait. I haven't been talking about what is profit, Zach?
What is profit?
Yeah,
the margin on top of cost.
Okay, and what's the majority of the cost?
Labor, materials, and soft costs.
Labor. So exploitation is built into profit.
Guys, but like that is also the same thing. I go to a crew, right, and I say, hey guys, I need my framing done next week, and they go, $2,000.
Profit doesn't exist without exploitation.
Well, here's the thing: everything that would be needed.
You're incorrect.
Everything that would be needed to build.
Profit does not exist without exploitation. Period. That's a true statement.
Everything that would need to be built would require raw materials, right? Whether it be wood, whether it be paneling, whether it be all these, anything that it would take to build a house, the earth provides, correct?
Sure.
The earth provides you for every raw material you would need to build that house. So how did you accumulate these raw materials that, I don't know, the average worker couldn't? What did they do? How did they build houses before capitalism?
Which material?
Any material. Name a material in a house that isn't made with raw material.
You want to talk about lumber?
Yeah. Okay. Where do you get lumber? Is that a raw material or no?
I mean, how raw of a material do you want to get? It's pretty raw.
Okay. What is a raw material?
Like a core material that comes out of the earth.
Okay. Would you say that wood or lumber is a raw material that comes out of the earth?
Well, I mean, I guess depending on how you put it, like in log form, yes. In board form, maybe it's a little less than raw.
Okay. So if these raw materials exist without a system, without capitalism, without socialism, without imperialism, without colonialism, without any ism, these raw materials would still exist, right? Like if every system collapsed tomorrow and you and I were the last fucking humans on Earth,
sure,
the raw materials would still exist, right?
I mean, some would.
Okay, so what profit if me and you were let's say me and you were the last two humans on Earth, but we needed shelter to protect ourselves from the elements of weather and everything and animals and all this other stuff.
We're the last two. We got plenty of choices.
But there wouldn't be profit motive, right? Like then you would just be doing it because you need to survive, right? But the raw materials would still be there, right?
I'm not sure exactly what you're getting at.
If you and I, just hypothetically speaking, if you and I were the last two people on Earth, and then we went outside and there's nobody else, there's no system of government, there's no currency, there's no money, there's no state, there's just us, the earth, the trees, the wind, the weather, that's it. Okay, just picture that. Okay. Now the raw materials to build what you were talking about, a home, a shelter, does capitalism or any ism provide us those raw materials to build that shelter, or is it already provided by the earth?
How much of a typical house do you think comes directly out of the earth?
I mean, a lot.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
All of it does with labor added. All of it does.
Yeah, literally every house you see, every structure you see is built through raw materials.
Oh, yeah, I get it. But do you know how glass is made?
Wait, hold on. What part wouldn't be made from raw material?
I mean, obviously, everything is at some point made.
Yeah, glass is made from sand. Glass is made from sand. Sand
Great,
is
guys.
raw.
Okay, so hold on. But he and I are the last two on Earth. We're the last two on Earth.
Sand is a raw material, and if you add labor to it, you can turn it into glass.
Okay, do you know how to make glass?
Yeah, there are people that know how to make glass, but
Zach, he and I are.
The question is,
no, hold
we're the
on,
last
Zach.
two
You're
on
doing
Earth,
this shit where you made a fucking dumbass claim and you don't want to be held accountable to it. What in a house that is made isn't from fucking materials from this planet?
I just want to know if you guys are going to attempt to repopulate.
Did you just go from raw material to things that come from this planet?
That's a raw material, Zach.
There's no way you made that.
That's a natural raw material, Zach.
There's no way you did that,
Zach. That's a natural raw material. Everything.
Look, the reason I'm posing this to you, Zach, is because I'm trying to figure out what your incentive is. Because you obviously wouldn't have the incentive of profit or to make money if money didn't exist, or if a state or a capitalist system or any system existed. You would build that house out of sheer necessity, correct?
Listen, you can go and live in deep Appalachia and just build houses out in the woods. Have you ever
sure as fuck
that before?
You sure as fuck can.
Yeah, you sure can. I have a farm in Monroe County, West Virginia. So if you're
now, question like now, let's say you're a capitalist now. Let's say you go to Appalachia, you're a capitalist, and you buy these rental development properties, and you're going to these coal miners' towns, and you want to make a profit. You see a whole bunch of people, let's say 500 coal miners, who are just in desperate need of housing in the woods, and you say, well, I'm going to buy up this private property and I'm going to turn it into a rental property, and then I'm going to take, I don't know, 66 to 70 to 80% of their paycheck just to pay me rent. I'm not putting in no labor, but I'm making profit.
I have a question.
How long until you think those 500 coal miners revolt against you?
Well, it depends on how good your houses are, and how much you're charging them. What did you eat for dinner?
What did I eat for dinner?
What did you eat for dinner?
I ate a burrito.
Did you from somewhere, or did you make your burrito?
I made it. It was from somewhere.
So you heated it up.
You're supporting capitalism?
No. What I'm saying.
Oh yeah, food. Capitalism is when food exists.
No, but capitalism.
But Red, how dare you? You broke my entire mentality. I'm no longer a revolutionary.
You got me. I'm going to go buy a Grant Cardone book now.
It's a Ponzi scheme.
That's funny.
I got to go buy crypto now.
No, first off, I just think all I'm asking, by the way, is not for you to not believe that there have been deep abuses and terrible things that have come out of the capitalist system, but to stop blaming capitalism and start blaming people. And it will allow you to find yourself at a much better equilibrium than if you have this idea that there's this inherent evil in the system of capitalism. It's just not true.
Zach, I'm going to ask you this one question. Sure. Does capitalism care if people live or die?
Good capitalism does. Bad capitalism does not.
Nope. That's a bullshit answer. Does capitalism? There's no good and bad.
Good? Is sex good?
Zach, there's no good.
Is sex good?
Zach, stop.
I'm asking.
Stop. There is no good capitalism and bad capitalism.
Yes, there is.
Capitalism is capitalism.
Sex is sex.
Does it care if people live or die?
Sex is sex.
Zach,
I mean,
you're pivoting from this shit.
No, I'm telling you, sex can be bad and it can be good. Capitalism can be good, can be bad.
Here's the thing about markets and capitalism is that you hoard all of the resources that would already be readily available to the community. That's say
not true, dude. What do you mean they will be readily available?
Okay, you bottle there's over
Who makes the nails?
There's over 100 different water bottles for you to choose from at the grocery store. Some of them are 99 cents and some of them are $4.99. Okay, it's all fucking water, dude. It's all fucking water. But you got 100 different ones to choose from. You might get the Fiji, or you might get the Aquafina.
You should definitely get the Fiji, obviously.
Or you might get the
Everyone gets
Icelandic. Or you might get, I don't know, fucking whatever the 100 other million ones are.
We're done.
Oh, Jesus Christ, we're done with the water.
Obviously,
CT, what? Ask that question again. You wanted to know if capitalism what?
I want to know does capitalism care if people live or die?
Yes, it cares if they live, especially like at least until they've reached marginal utility. Right?
No, it only cares if you reproduce, so you'll have more working labor.
Guys, but here's the funny thing.
But
We're going to
isn't
get
that-
rid of human labor, and capitalism will still survive. So it just sort of sidesteps your point there.
Sammy,
Humans won't even be a part of capitalism, and they'll still have shitty lives, and capitalism will still go on. Like
somebody has
So
to.
this is
Sammy's
actually.
trying
I
to
want to put on an irony. I want to put on an irony here because I remember Red Banner said like capitalism evolved from feudalism, and what I see based on what they're saying in terms of like where we're going, and when you look at like the whole fucking tech monarchy shit, like it'll just eventually go right back into feudalism. Only now it'll be neo feudalism, fucking tech feudalism, basically.
Well, I'm
So
starting to
that's-
think that you guys need a fucking king.
Zach, are you saying that capitalism is like innate factor of life because it's in man's nature to exploit?
Why do you guys always come back to the exploiting? It is in man's nature to reach agreements for mutual benefit, and that is capitalism.
No, that's absolutely not capitalism. Do you know what class analysis is? Like in the theoretical philosophical sense, do you know what like class analysis mean?
No.
It's like the sociological construct of how like the studies of societies, or how like people are like divided into wealth, power, and like our relation to production, which is where communism and capitalism pretty much derive from. Like it's the working class relationship between the modes of production. Okay, so our relationship to the bourgeoisie as a working class person. I don't think you're bourgeoisie because I doubt you're a fucking millionaire, and I doubt you exploit people for massive amounts of profit. I don't think you do. Maybe you do.
He's a
I don't
nepo
know.
baby for sure.
Well, possibly. But so history pretty much shows like if anything's natural, like since people think like, human greed is natural. What's natural is response to a societal woe being inflicted upon you and your family. Okay, so the longer people went under feudalism or monarchy or even capitalism, and they see that the longer hours they work, the less time they spend with their family, the less they can buy, the less they can go on trips. This is why capitalism thrived so much in the 40s and 50s when our grandparents were around, because you could live on one parent income. You had time, like one parent could stay at home with the family. You had the dad or the mom, pretty much mostly the dad in those times, that was working 40, 50 hours a week, coming home, being able to buy you a car for $1,000 or less.
Yeah.
Like you could do these things.
So that's good capitalism.
No, it's not.
Was it not capitalism?
No, because it was in its baby, it was in its baby stages, which is the baby boomer era, which was after the Great Depression, and then there was that bounce back. Now it's correcting itself to go back to exactly what led to it to begin with. Like feudalism birthed capitalism, and then capitalism will grow up to be feudalism. It goes right back to its original state. Regardless.
Are you familiar with entropy? So like this concept that things just move towards disorder. Like,
Hold on, Zach. You're trying to do this thing where you like bring up some bullshit that doesn't actually matter. Do you believe or not believe that capitalism is the idea of pushing off goods to collect revenue, right? Profit. The entire idea behind capitalism is profit. You would agree or disagree with that?
I mean, I think profit is what incentivizes people to to make things better and bigger and faster and cheaper and all the things.
And
But
do you
you
feel
would
like
need
capitalism?
Thank
Well,
you,
do you
Sam.
feel like capitalism is the proponent of that?
Well, capitalism is the machine that utilizes human greed and desire for,
Okay,
recognition.
great. So by adding a bunch of words in, you agreed that the idea of capitalism is profit. Thank you for making us take that
here's the
fucking
thing.
journey
Here's
for
the
no
thing
reason.
that you got to understand,
Well,
Zach,
Corey,
is that
Corey,
for
hold-
capitalism,
Corey, hold
capitalism,
on. Corey, hold on one second. Here's my problem with this is that when it comes to like cancer research, right? Ending cancer, right? Developments could actually do that. But they also realize that there is a capitalistic system behind it that realizes that if we end the idea of cancer, if we can cure cancer, we lose out on profit margins, right? For hospitals, for doctors, for researchers, it shuts down an entire economical fucking basin. But that's the problem with capitalism, right?
But chat. So we can do one of two things, right? We can say this is the system and this is the only way capitalism exists, or we can say in a hypothetical capitalist system where the government says if you the first person to cure cancer gets $100 billion.
But that's not what we're doing.
You're literally
creating
that
a
would
fucking-
also that would be capitalism.
How much
Oh
money
my
do you
God.
think Big
guys,
Pharma?
Guys, have fun storming the castle. I'm going to bed.
How much
See, Dad.
money? How much
Good night,
money?
Dad.
How much money do you think Big Pharma has made over the last 100 years?
Well, hold
by
on. Just
not
take.
having
You will
cures
never
for
find
cancer?
somebody who hates
No,
Big
take
Pharma.
take him at face value. He just said, "What if somebody gave a $300,000,
$1 trillion? I don't know. Whatever it is that would make it worth it.
Nobody's doing that.
Well, but
You know
that's-
why?
So that's
Because
bad
the
capitalism.
amount of money that they're making off of cancer research, the fucking medical cost that comes with cancer, and when it comes to like the spending that people have, is way more than $1 trillion.
Well, here's the
Hold
thing
on,
that he's
but-
not taking. Here's the thing he's not taking into consideration is that they wouldn't allow one person to come up with the cure to cancer because now you're talking about taking money out of the pockets of powerful, like hundreds of powerful fucking people.
That
like.
Guys,
So
there was a horse and buggy czar who got beat by the first guy that did the thing. There was train people that suffered when the
Zach, this is not an innovation fucking argument.
It is.
This is a literal argument about how consolidating fucking power for revenue is the conversation. I'm sorry if you want to argue about the Wright brothers and like understanding how planes work versus fucking NASA shit. That's a different conversation. You're denying.
How about this?
the
How
fact
about this?
that
Do you know?
people
Do you
want
know
money.
Robert Salk? Zach, do you know who Robert Salk is?
Polio.
Yeah, he found the cure for polio. Do you know how much money he could have made off of patenting that
I'm very
vaccine?
aware. But again, he also
hold
did
on,
that
no.
within the
What did
system
he-
of
no, hold on,
capitalism.
hold
One
on.
second.
What did he
made
do
it
instead?
free?
Zach,
He made it free
yeah.
within the system.
He
of
made it
capitalism.
free. So
Within the
what was
system of
his
capitalism.
incentive was his incentive to make the world a better and safer place, or was it profit? Because he could have made profit. He could have made that 100 billion you were just talking about, right? He could have.
Okay,
Why
so,
didn't
but he also might have been, just because he himself was driven by different goals. First off, he could have said, what I value more is recognition and love and popularity and access and people that will listen to me and, book revenue. It's not like he said, I'm going to not make money. He just said, this is something I don't need to patent, but I'm sure, I'm sure he made plenty of money off of the thing. It's people have, why is Bill Gates giving away his money? It's like, does that make him not
Okay,
a
would you say the world is a better place and that he did make the choice he made
course.
and not
Good
capitalize off of it?
Good capitalism will have people doing things out of the goodness of their heart and their desire.
He let it. It was free in spite of capitalism, not because of capitalism.
Yeah,
Hold on,
Zach,
guys.
you
Hold
think
on, guys.
Alexander Fleming should have given up penicillin for fucking free or not?
Yeah,
Go
we
ahead,
gotta-
El, go ahead. Let
gotta
El
slow
talk.
down.
Oh, L, what's up?
And Joyce would also like to get into. And also, guys, it's past midnight. Make sure you send your heart me.
Yeah. Go ahead, El.
Hey, Zach. So it's been a while. You gonna give us an art show tonight?
Oh,
No, I was
No.
gonna give you a urbanism.
Absolutely fucking not.
I absolutely do not want an art show, but the artist is entire personality. Here we go. Everybody tune him out. It's going to be very boring. Listen, Zach, I just wanted to follow up on a couple things.
Sure.
How's your relationship with the iCountry going? Have you made any resounding any revelations?
Wow, we were having such a substantial conversation. You came in here to derail and deflect and
no, it's all about everything is about everything.
That's interesting. Were you not listening to us have a real I know that it was a bunch of men having a conversation, and that must have.
No, this doesn't work on me.
You?
No, you know that I'm not the one.
Ooh,
I'm literally unalive inside. So those types of words and that type of rhetoric, it just doesn't
You sound
work on me.
unalive inside. That's
I am.
sad for you.
No.
I'm not, though, and we were having a really good conversation. So if you have nothing,
well, I just wanted to check in with you since the last time that we touched base, and since the last art show that I so painfully had to sit through, while you gave me every excuse, including the fact that you were on the spectrum, for your inability to hold a conversation. So I just didn't know if you happen to do any research or if you happen to have any breakthroughs. Just checking in, just general well visit. Everything good?
I was just showing you the prospectus that I put together on being able to offer food, education, transportation, housing, health, and energy to all of the citizens of Hudson for free.
Wow.
Are you interested in
Impressive.
that?
No.
I mean,
I know you just got to see my 6-figure art collection, but how about
here
how about
we go.
some
I said
intellectual
no. I said no.
Yeah, and I'm not really that impressed because, I mean, nobody takes you seriously because,
at their peril.
At their peril. Okay, you know what? Absolutely. If somebody else wants him for a moment, I'd like to listen to a little bit of his diatribe a little bit more. I'll hand it off for a couple minutes. Now that he knows that I'm here, he'll get worked up. So
Go ahead, Joyce.
All right. So here's the thing. Okay. You keep trying to moralize a system that is inherently exploitative. Okay? That's the biggest thing here, because and a lot of people say this about communists, but this is about this. Your worldview of a good capitalist society has never existed. The whole reason why we have a state in general in a capitalist system is to keep the private market decentralized. That's the original apparatus. That's why it worked. That's how it's supposed to be, to prevent monopoly. Because no matter if you just let capitalism run wild, it's like saying anarcho-capitalism is what you're trying to advocate for, where you're saying the private market can just decide, and we just rely on the good of the capitalist class to make good decisions and things like that. But it never works that way. That's why we have a state in a capitalist system.
That's
one of the reasons.
That's not what he's talking about. He quite literally wants a monarchy. He is a techno-feudalist.
Right. No, but I guess my point here is that the good capitalist system doesn't exist because it can't. It's the antithesis of capitalism. There's no such thing as a good capitalism because it always winds up being the same way.
Well, I just don't think there's such thing as a perfectly good capitalist democracy, but a capitalist monarchy or, a capitalist centralized system with a philosopher king running it would do very well. That's why China does well.
His philosopher king, by the way, is Bezos.
No.
Right. And that's my point, though, is that it doesn't matter what political system it is. Capitalism is exploitative. That's it. There's no other argument. That's the whole base.
It would make more sense for you to just admit that and then own that, and then instead of trying to dress it up. I don't know if it's more of like a propaganda tactic to try to make people more make it seem more appealing to people, but the material conditions around or that surrounds people due to capitalism is already driving them further and further away from capitalism. And there's no amount of dressing it.
You guys are looking at the effects of bad capitalism and saying capitalism is inherently wrong. And I'm telling you, unless you can give me a reason why.
Okay, I have to stop you there.
Capitalism has to produce suffering.
That's not what we're saying. Okay, it's not the effects of capitalism that justifies or proves it. It is capitalism as its identity. not the
Look,
effects.
I'll say it like my chairman said. So at least with capitalists who spend their capital and their wealth on yachts and boats and Ferraris and watches and gold and big houses, at least that is like a humanized reason to have so much wealth, right? Like yeah, okay, $50 million, $100 million, those people that have humanized desires to go and just spend lavishly and live a lavish lifestyle. That's at least a humanized thing. But billionaires and multi-billionaires and people like Elon and Bezos and all these other billionaires who we don't even really know their names, are not in the limelight.
Red, let me just mention one thing while you're talking to him, just so you understand. Like, in a perfect world with humans that have emotions and empathy and self-awareness is one thing, but Zach, like me, or at least how I portray, he's void of any of the humanizing factors. He's empty inside of those emotions. It's just possessions and accomplishments or pseudo accomplishments for him. So just
It comes down to this. Like, there's no humanized reason for anybody to have an excess amount of capital that exceeds into the billions of dollars. Like, so for example, if me and you, Zach, were to walk down the street together and we seen a homeless man on the side of the road or on the side of the street on the sidewalk, and I have a piece of let's say I have a sandwich and you have a sandwich, we have the same sandwich, and I go up and I'm like, you know what, here, let me give you half, sir. I don't want anything in return. Here, let me give you the whole thing, sir. I don't want anything in return. That would be my philosophy, and that is how I would dictate like my worldview on that action alone. Your action would be, I'll give you this if you give me something in return. And it would probably be his labor. Like, yeah, come cut my yard, I'll give you a sandwich. Or yeah, wash my car, I'll give you a sandwich. Or shine my shoes, I'll give you a sandwich. We operate on two totally different planes. Your motives are vastly different from mine, because my actions are dictated by like worldly, like morality based decisions that I feel like would make the world a better, more quality place, as you would make decisions based on what benefits you and not the world. Does that make sense?
I mean, besides that being like a wildly sort of, I don't know under what basis you're making that statement. How much you know?
I just gave you the difference between communism and capitalism.
Well, you gave me the difference between you and me. Is that what you were doing? You were giving the difference between a communist and a capitalist?
The intentions and what incentivizes each one of us, and what we seek out of, like, what we seek to benefit from such a small action, such as and not expecting something in return, or only doing something for somebody with the expectation of them doing something primarily with their labor.
How about this?
To benefit us.
Listen, and I'm not going to get too into this because I've bought untold amounts of sandwiches for homeless people. I lived in New York City for 16 years, and I have done plenty of just direct gifting to homeless people. But let's go back to that. You walk by and you're like, you know what? I'm such a fucking good guy. Take my sandwich. And I look at the same guy and I'm like, oh, he's like a middle-aged guy. It seems like he's got all of his faculties together. I have some things that I need to get done at my house. How about this, sir? If you come back to my house and you do this thing for me, I will. So
it's conditional.
One second.
It's conditional.
So, hold on. But then he comes home.
Bateman,
1 second.
let
But
it all out.
you're missing the point, which is that he comes home and he does the work. And first off, he's feeling good about himself, because everyone knows that, like, when you get a job done, that like makes you feel good. And everyone also knows that when you accomplish something, you feel good, right? So he's feeling good. I'm feeling good because my thing's done. And I go, you know what, dude, you did such a good job. Are you available tomorrow? Because if you come back tomorrow, I have this other thing to do. I will give you $25.
Now he's got a job, he's got a relationship, he's got a thing, and that's the
So
difference
you want to
between,
exploit
again,
his
one second, that's the
situation.
difference between you and your sandwich and Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk, who have changed the lives of millions and millions of people every single day with their
Not being
capitalist
altruistic,
ambitions. And
Yeah,
you
they're
have given
changing
people a
lives, all
sandwich.
right, just not for the better.
That's
So long
just,
as-
that's a completely uneducated stance to take. It's just
No,
not
No,
true.
it's not. I mean, 74. How many people do you think live paycheck to paycheck in this country?
Dude, and by the way,
And
a
how
lot
many of them
work for
people
Bezos.
work for Amazon?
Yeah, dude, hold on. I did not say it's great to work for Amazon, but Amazon changes the lives of millions of people every single day for the better. Moms who don't have time to go out and get stuff that shows up at their doorstep. Like, untold millions, potentially billions of people are benefited by Amazon every single day.
This panel has been brought to you by Amazon.
I got a question. Is Amazon allowed to unionize?
Again, I did not say it was great to be an Amazon employee.
Amazon is the
So the means
impetus of
justify
evil, my
ends, it
guy.
doesn't matter. Oh, I'm sorry.
If there are 100 million people that are benefited every single day because of Amazon's companies that he built, and 30,000 or 100,000 people are suffering through, bad work conditions and for a shitty paycheck, the utilitarian says that that's a good.
So here's my question, though. So you think it's beneficial because just, I don't know, 20 years ago, even when I was younger, when you were younger, like when we needed something, we went to the fucking store and got it. Like we weren't lazy fucks, right? So you think it's beneficial to just create a society where people just literally don't leave the fucking house. They just sit home, watch Netflix, and have shit show up to their doorstep. And that to you is beneficial.
It's the
So
decomposition
just to be clear,
It's a
of
consumerist.
humanity.
I couldn't tell you the last time I bought something on Amazon.
But it's a consumerist
Zach.
mindset to think that
think
that
it-
is like a net positive for society.
No,
that is a very
no.
consumerist.
Hold on,
it is-
Zach, I just want to know which font you selected on your business cards. I know it was hard in the end, but
See, that's a good joke.
did you get the reservations at Dorsia? Yes or no?
I read that book on a plane coming back. I was coming back from seeing somebody. I was probably in eighth or ninth grade. And that
Was
book
it
is the most disturbing book if you've ever read
Do you
it.
still enjoy Huey Lewis in the news, or
it
not
makes
so
the movie
much?
seem so goddamn tame. Bret Easton Ellis is a literal genius, and I've read almost all of his stuff.
I mean,
but
your
he's-
ability to refer
he's
to
a
yourself
weirdo.
in third person is an art. Yeah.
Thank you.
Props. Respect.
I don't think I've referred to myself.
You have.
in the third
It's okay.
person
But keep
much
going.
At all, but
Let us
continue.
know about capitalism and Amazon. It's amazing.
Again, I don't use Amazon. I think we degraded the soul of America by outsourcing our communities
Then
into
how are you
cheap
going to say
labor.
out of the other side of your mouth that it's wonderful and solves a lot of problems? It creates
I
more
actually,
problems than it
again,
solves.
when I talk about the reason that he said that I like Jeff Bezos. I like Jeff Bezos because if I had to put someone in charge of running the United States government with the product being good healthcare, good housing, good all the things the government is supposed to do, I would trust Jeff Bezos because I think he's the best operator in the world.
Well, I
But
guess
in
let me
terms
ask
of
you
who
this.
I actually
Hold
think
on,
does the
hold
most
on.
good for
Hey,
humanity,
Zach,
that's Elon Musk.
Zach, other than dumb luck, what skills has he proven to us that he has, other than dumb luck?
Oh my God! You guys think that he just built one of the most successful companies on earth by dumb luck? What have you ever built a
large
company?
part of it, yeah.
Have you ever built a company?
And a loan from his parents. Yep,
Have you ever built a company?
I have indeed.
Okay.
Yes.
And again, as someone who comes from means and who has seen all sorts of people with means who were born into means build companies and fail miserably over and over and over again with good ideas, with bad ideas. This idea that you think that Jeff Bezos just tripped on a fucking rock and fell into being the CEO of Amazon is so wildly fucking insane and shows that you don't know a thing about Jeff Bezos.
Well, I know
First of
quite
all,
a bit.
that's not what she said. And secondly, this is inherently another paradox in your philosophy. Because you're saying that, oh, well, it's bad to be an Amazon worker and all of this stuff, but at the same time, you're like, oh, I'm going to put them in charge of designing entire programs for our society.
Because the product is Amazon Prime, which is a great product, which is why he's so fucking successful. So the product is great. I wouldn't want to work for the federal government under Jeff Bezos, but I would definitely want to be an American citizen.
You're skipping over what I said.
Because I'm an American citizen, I don't work for the United States
Okay, so Zach, you you just smoothed over what I said. I happened to say that it was some skill, a loan from his parents, and some dumb luck. Why would you minimize that? Why would you act like all of a sudden I have absolutely no idea what the fuck I'm talking about? That is literally what happened.
There's a lot of CEOs and some really even successful CEOs.
You're talking about Jeff Bezos. I'm speaking directly to the example that you provided.
I'm saying
the
there are some
obfuscation is
CEOs.
wild here. Okay,
there are some CEOs who benefited from some semblance of luck. I don't know, I guess.
Well, it wasn't just luck, it was strategy too, right? Because they exploited tax loopholes, they used subsidiaries.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. This is like, even the bad stuff required a ton of know-how and also just like,
thank you, George.
If you don't know about the way Jeff Bezos runs his company, first off, you know that he has been operating at essentially a zero profit for 25 years.
You're also somewhat alleging that he's ethically or morally unsound. So, I mean, which is it? Like,
so why is it that you guys desire things to be so binary in the world? That if something is good even a little bit, it must be good, and if something is bad even a little bit, it must be bad.
Well, some things are binary, not everything. There's nuances.
Almost nothing is binary. Almost nothing.
Well, yeah, there are things that are binary. Okay, slavery or non-slavery, is that binary?
Zionism or not Zionism?
How about PDFs and non-PDFs? Is that binary?
Again, you can make some judgments easier or not, but certainly if you went in and you asked me to find the gray area in any of those issues, I could help you find some gray area. In any
PDFs
issue. There's no issue
or slavery.
Issue.
By the way, I just want to add that according to Amazon's own reportings, they made $181.5 billion in net revenue last quarter. So
revenue.
Wait. So in summary, the gray area exists.
They make a ton of money in revenue.
The gray area does not exist when we have a discussion with you, but when you have a discussion with us, the gray area exists. I get it. It makes total sense.
Tell me this.
You're right. I'm sorry. You're right. The profit last quarter was $17.1 billion in net income.
Hey, Zach, I got a question for you. You would agree that people with $100 million live lavish lifestyles, right?
With $100 billion?
No, 100 million.
Yeah.
They live lavish lifestyles, right? They probably go to yacht parties, live on a country club somewhere, like members of a country club. Yeah. Okay. Now, why, if 100 million in this country could grant you one of the most lavish lifestyles possible, what would be the logical reason, or what would common sense lead me to believe why somebody would need 100 times that amount? What would they do with it? What is there to do with it?
I think this is a really good point, which is that, so did you know, how much Elon Musk got when he was 29, when he sold PayPal, and he made $130 million.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, I wonder if he found those diamond mines in Africa.
29. First off, his dad owned shares in some emerald mines. He was actually sort of like a blowhard, sort of middling entrepreneur. He didn't own emerald mines. They were well off, but he was not like this idea that Elon comes from this like thing. He coded his first video game at 12, sold it, coded his first company at 25 with his brother, sold it, Zip2. Then he went and founded PayPal with Peter Thiel. Like the man is a fucking genius. He's like a genius beyond genius. And so at 29, he makes $130 million. He could literally sit on a yacht for the rest of his life.
Pull the fucking phone out of your ass, dude.
He's talking out of his ass.
Phone out of your ass.
I'm not talking out of my ass. I'm not talking about my ass. So the question has to be, so how did he go from $130 million to he's about to be a trillionaire? And the answer is he founded Tesla, which essentially created the electric car revolution. And then he founded SpaceX, which made spaceflight 90% cheaper. And
have you ever heard the saying, it takes money to make money?
But he didn't need money. He didn't need money. No, hold
Yes,
on
he
a
did.
second. He at $100 million, he didn't need money. His grandkids didn't need money.
Okay, so with that money, did he pay people like as I've seen videos of him at SpaceX doing these little interviews? He doesn't even know how his own fucking rockets work.
That's
Like,
just not
so
true.
he has people, or he has enough money to hire people that know what the fuck they're doing. Like, because that's what money gets you. It gets you access to some of the smartest minds imaginable.
He is the smartest mind in the
No,
world.
he's not.
I mean,
What's it,
like,
what did
I'm
he
sure
get
there
on
are
his?
like
He said he
individual
can't
rocket
design and build a car
propulsion
himself.
people. No, he
I'm
is.
fairly certain he can't do that.
I am just telling you that the narrative that you guys have been fed that he is not the most consequential human being that has maybe ever existed, but certainly exists on the earth today, is literally just.
Well, I mean, you could say that about Stalin and Lenin too, and Mao.
You could say it about Hitler. You could say it about Hitler too.
No,
Yeah,
those guys were bad blots on humanity. I mean, Stalin maybe.
And Elon Musk
make no, not even. Again, how are you going to tell me that that the fact that almost all of our new cars going into the next 10 years are going to be electric? That all comes from literally one man, who, by the way, did it like when for decades. When I was in 2000, like
he didn't make them.
Oh,
Wait,
dude,
and so what if
dude, that's so crazy? And again, that's just more
so
narrative
what if he
that you
makes
guys have been
electric
fed
cars?
that's wrong.
Electric cars use up just as much or fossil fuels to make them than gasoline cars.
How about this? They go 500,000 miles. They require about 90% less maintenance for a young family who needs a reliable car that's not going to break down on them.
Most modern cars are like that.
No, they're actually not. I don't know.
Yeah,
Like,
they
what
can
car
get
do
a
you fucking
Toyota.
drive?
You know what's crazy? Do you
Sure,
remember
you're right.
the
They
story?
could get a Toyota.
Do
Toyotas
you
are more
remember?
expensive.
Do you remember the story of the kid that came up with the idea that he could make cars run on water? Do you remember that? And then he went missing. You don't remember that?
I mean, why do you think electric cars didn't come out for so many decades?
Well, yeah, because you know what? Because people with a lot of money, since that kid didn't have a lot of money, that's what they do. They'll take people like that do come up with great ideas out of the equation. So when you do have a lot of money and you are a heavily influential person with a lot of money, you do take those ideas from other people and then you expound on them and profit off of them and probably, make some people come up missing in the process because it happens.
So hold on. So we've gone from this guy who said, you know what, like he's like a total green, like liberal in the early 2000s. He has $130 million. He could just be,
Or if you're on a Bluetooth, but it's almost impossible to make out what you're saying.
Okay.